Gila, belum mulai nonton bisa ada like 1 loh. Hebat anjir. Selamat malam malam Excel. Kubang yang like keren. Mantap mantap. Absen bang, kenapa? Ada Nyoman. Halo Nyoman. Halo Bang Gil, halo Zakian, halo halo. Baru bangun bang, kagak gila. Bahkan tadi pagi kelar nonton Sentinel jam 6 kurang, bangun jam setengah 9 kali gua bangun. Malam banget live ya, soalnya matchnya baru mulai sekarang. Pink sebut nama aku, kenapa Pink sober? Assalamualaikum, selamat pagi guys. Selamat malam ya, selamat malam. Cuma 3 jam. Ya, kurang lebih. Terima kasih Bang Agil, terima kasih ya, sama-sama. Halo Mas Pegil, halo Rensi, halo Retsu. Mau main kah? Enggak, mau nonton doang, biasa nonton aja. Halo Bang Kumis yang punya, halo guys. Gimana hari ini ya? Ya gimana sih? Begitu aja lah udah. Sholat gimana belum? Tar pagi. Udah. Nonton Liquid kah? Mager anjir. Udah menang kan tadi Liquid 1 map. Malam guys, malam.
Towards. How big of an advantage is that, Sean? You know, coming from your experience as well. Are there just players that just play better on LAN?
Panggil nama aku ya, kenapa Arik? Alhamdulillah masih bisa makan ya, panggil hari ini kita mengucapkan syukur. Ya, alhamdulillah masih bisa makan. Menurut siapa yang bakal juara? Selamat malam Alvaris, halo guys. Gio wangi-wangi. Si Geo sih bajunya sih barbar loh hari ini loh. Nggak barbar sih. Tank top tapi ada ininya nih. Ada jalanya nih, kayak mau nangkap ikan aja. Selamat malam Lord, halo Jay, halo. Yang bakal juara siapa ya? Gambit ya sih. Ayo Handotif kemarin harusnya kalah anjir lawan Essen, bisa comeback ke 12 berapa tuh? Di comeback anjir. Jaring nelayan.
Brutally honest, it is your job. Like, you're gonna have to get used to it. You might as well enjoy it, right? And you're gonna have people who are really enthused about watching you play and want to see you succeed.
Feeling gue sih harusnya menang Eropa sih. Itu apa Gambit ya?
Give them something to enjoy, and Kellogg's is absolutely playing into it.
Pokoknya menang match ini juara VCT ini. Kok VCT sih ya? Pokoknya siapapun yang menang match ini dia yang juara turnamen ini. Aku lihat dia punya keluar putih-putih cerot ya. Dia udah tua ya, Bang Gil, lihat di IG sih kelihatan tua. Gak tau deh. Gak tau gue. Gue nggak ngeliatin aja.
wait too much longer to see GALAX on this stage. They are going to be taking
GALAX,
this stage against Gambit right after this break.
Tapi dia kemarin gitu sih performanya gokil sih. Gilnop kenapa bintang. Mia Khalifa tambah seksi gitu. Oh my god. Ya hari ini ya begitulah ya. Wikipedia Geo anjing, ada Wikipedianya agak. I'm ugly. Lagu bacot anjing, ugly ler lah. Bisa dia masih anjing, kesel gua. Kesel gua dengernya. Bikin pusing lagunya. Goblok aja. Bikin puyeng lagunya, tokai emang. Baru umur 25. Astagfirullah, kenapa dia lagi sih? Ngepet nih iklannya. Tai, kedek gua lagunya. Nanti dulu ya lagunya, ngesel gua. Gua refresh nongol lagi sih anjing. Bongsor banget si Gio badannya. Iya dia tahu dah. Ada, nyanyi lagi. Malam. Selamat malam guys. Tahu gua lemes anjing. Apa guys kalau lemes? Gua capek anjing, capek. Kamu cantik banget Mbak Gil, makasih. Makasih Horse. Cantik gak anjir. Habis ngocok ya kalau lemes, goblok agak anjir. Mas habis ngapain, capek, gue capek. Kurang tidur. Ya intinya kurang tidur juga sih. Siapa yang tadi pagi nonton Sentinel sampai kalah guys? Gue gara-gara pengen ngeliat Sentinel kalah, gue nonton sampai habis anjir. Gue tontonin tuh sampai jam 5-an tuh. Live streamnya udah aku share ke grup Gay Bogor Bang. Allah, udah sholat belum Bil hari ini belum? Jujur, gue mah jujur. Lagi ngamut ini fix. Ya, dikit. Jendela di kiri tutup silo, itu kan jendela anjir. Itu lampu anjir, lampu bukan jendela guys. Joget keju. Halo Mas, malam Nathan. Oke ente Mas. Bagus jujur lebih baik. Apa gara-gara Sentinel kalah? Enggak, gue nggak peduli anjing Sentinel kalah. Justru dari yang Reykjavik gue pengennya si Sentinel kalah anjing. Kan gue dukung Fnatic pas di final lawan si Sentinel, cuman ya gitu. Absen aku ya, Arik Fikri. Gue kira awalnya jendela Bang Gil, kalau live siang kagak sumpah. Manggil kayak jendela ya. Kagak anjir, itu lampu duduk gitu. Halo guys. Malam. Selamat malam guys, berdatang. Mas Gil suara nya dong, goblok. Bang, kita bahas konspirasi lagi gak? Ntar kali ya. Nggak tahu sih, lihat nanti dah. Gue lagi capek. Biar apa nyalain gitu? Kalau nggak nyalain gelap, soalnya lampu kamar gue cuma dari situ. Lampu kamar gue cuma dari lampu duduk itu. Main horor. Login kehadiran. Nonton yang HD. Yang HD pada takut. Bang ini sampai pagi nggak tahu sih. Sampai sepengennya gue aja lah ini. Bang Into the Night seru bang, baru keluar nonton. Gua belum nonton lagi yang season 2 ya nanti. Nonton Webing HD yang live asik bang. Iya yang dibuka-bukain email kan. Katanya gamer OX kehabisan kartu nggak pernah drop kartu lagi. Iya tai. Pernah dapet kok, ngepet nih ROX anjir. Coba matiin gitu. Gua matiin segi belakang gua mager tai. Gelap anjing. Ngapain matiin? Wangi-wangi belahannya ajib bang. Gambit atau Jitu? Gambit gitu ya. Kayaknya sih Jitu sih, cuman gue pengennya Gambit. Tapi kayaknya Jitu aja, kenapa ya? Gue percaya sama Gambit.
Gua donate biar semangat ngecasnya.
Siapa yang donate, makasih banyak gila. James Bond, Bang Dani makasih. Ya semangat ngecasnya, thank you. Makasih Bang Dani gila. Makasih banyak. Thank you gila. Kasih duit gak? Kasih habis cokil bang, belum samat kagak anjir. Malam, selamat malam guys. Pagi udah ada yang donate, mantap. Halo Mas Gil, halo guys. Ayo Kabib tunjukkan pesonamu. Gue megang Gambit sih. Gambit. Tapi kalau lihat dari performa kemarin, Jitu sih jago sih. Di Kelok sih dewa nih. Gambar sama viewer gendong bronze. Gue aja belum main-main lagi nih. Gil duet menang dari masang MPL kebakar gara-gara Sentinel. Kemarin si Tens 008 ya, apa 09 gitu. Korek ya. Tapi sekalinya dia ngebunuh, menangin round bunuh 4 anjir. Mousepad lu yang HyperX merah atau yang hitam bang? Ada dua-duanya gua. Punya dua-duanya. Terakhir gue lagi pakai yang merah. Cuman sekarang gue lagi nggak pakai sih. 08 kemarin ya. Berarti kalau G2 menang, Fnatic main di Last Chance Qualifier. Gue nggak tahu deh, mungkin. Mampus kalah Sentinel Jack. Halo Pak De, halo manusia ganteng. Enakan yang merah apa yang hitam bang? Mau beli juga. Kalau kata orang-orang enakan yang hitam. Kalau yang merah itu lebih cepet, apa ya ngomong ya? Ya lebih bagus yang hitam sebenarnya. Cuman kalau yang hitam itu lebih licin dibandingkan yang merah. Ini gaya Ronaldo nih si anjing nih. Kemarin pas gue nggak masang menang. Pas gue pasang kalah ya, begitulah namanya judi gitu ya. Giliran lu masang kalah, giliran lu nggak masang menang ya. Sering terjadi tuh. Hari-hari Eropa versus NE. Gambit nih, let's go Gambit. Envy atau Hunter Thief? Halo manggil halo Arazi, goblok. Envy atau Hunter Thief? Hunter Thief atau Envy ya? Susah juga sih. Si Envy sih IE-nya jago banget anjir. Cuman kayaknya Hunter Thief deh. Hunter Thief kalau misalkan Asunanya nggak bunuh sih Envy sih. Mana lo lihat gak si Victor Pakai klasik yang bunuh 2, yang clutch yang klik kanan sih. Wah anjing. Ceprot anjing nggak jelas. Nah ini nih. Mana sih Ronnya? Bukan deh. Envy sih gak sih? Asuna suka telat panas sih makanya anjir. Sentinel sengaja gak sih bang, dia menurut lu gimana? Gak mungkin sengaja sih, emang kalah aja kemarin orang, emang dia kalah di clutch mulu lagi, nggak clutch mulu sih, mungkin ada beberapa round yang kena clutch gitu lah ya, emang pure kalah sih. Victor Foot build different. BO3 atau B5? BO3 ini. Adaptif lah, veteran auto win. Belum tergantung sih. Kalau Asunanya nggak bunuh ente anjing sumpah. Si Crisis juga sakit itu bang. Iya si Crisis sakit makanya. Oke gue milih Envy deh. Cuman Adaptif kalau misalkan Adaptif tuh yang bikin takut si Ethan anjing. Ethan jago bacok. Ethan sama Asunanya. Cuman kalau misalkan Asunanya lagi nggak bunuh, Ethannya kasihan anjir. Tapi kemarin si Nitro jago juga sih, pakai jet AWP bunuh-bunuh. Si Hiko juga ulti bunuh mulu lagi anjir.
G2 one of the only teams remaining from the two power groups. Everyone thought the finalists would come from Group A with Vision Strikers.
Envy juga ada veterannya iya. Itu si FNS, gue dulu pernah ketemu itu pas gue turni di Serbia, ada dia tuh. Gue ketemu dia di lobby anjing. Kasus mirip Kazutora pas bocil. Kazutora siapa tuh? Kita nggak bisa sejago itu, emang jago dia. Bawa Envy sih, gue sih Envy sih. Envy sih gua. Oh Tuhan live, halo Ace. Kalau Banggil jago nggak? Cupu gua. Inat Sweetras. Oke tim Eropa yang menang di sini yang juara turni ini, feeling gua. Gambit sih. Tapi G2 juga gak tau lah, bingung gua. Tergantung sebenarnya, kayak tergantung gitu anjir. Kayak kalau misalkan G2-nya lagi pada jago-jago kayak si Nuts, kalau si Kelox lagi bunuh-bunuh sama si Nuki-nya bunuh-bunuh sih ente dah. Zeus kan kurusannya goblok. Itu lagi bilang gitu jaya gak susah banget, sama-sama kuat. Sih. Tapi gua kalau suruh milih apa? Gambit. Sorry. Tapi gue antuk anjing. Gambit. Malam Mas udah malam. So they are probably looking to pick into Icebox maybe.
Yeah, also, you know, G2, they've kind of been flip-flopping with the split or breeze.
Oh my god.
I haven't really seen them kind of veer off too much from those two maps as their bans, but of course, Gambit bans Haven Shore.
Halo Bang Kumis, halo. Gambit Hobbit gak ada nih, gak ada. Hologramnya dari mana ya? Sama kayak Dota gak sih? Nats ganteng, Envy gak ada yang ganteng, jadi Gambit menang. Goblok. Goblok. Gambit juara, Fnatic ikut ke Champions. Tidur dulu bang, tadi bangunin. Enggak. Di Icebox di ban. Gambit ban Icebox. Enggak deh. Ban Heaven ya. Gila dia pede lawan Icebox ya, padahal G2 dari main lagi jago Icebox nih, pasti G2 pick Icebox nih 100% gue yakin nih. 100% G2 pick Icebox. Breeze, si Gambit milih Breeze gak? First map Breeze, second mapnya harusnya Icebox sih. Map picknya G2, cuman bisa aja udah dipelajarin secara mainnya gimana, jadi bisa di counter. Coba main Kidal nggak bisa cok. Nggak bisa aku. Koleksian lolos Berlin dan menang Berlin atau lolos ke champion ya? Iya. Langsung champion. Halo Andi Krisna, halo. Kellogg's 9 dari kawannya lagi panas nih. Kalau turun CS mapnya ada berapa? Kayak sama deh. Kayak sama deh 7 map deh setahu gua. Ah kontol lah. Coba buffering coba. Bisanya buffer gak? Banggil gue lupa caranya pas sofa cancel ulti langsung pakai gunpowder gimana ya? Udah nggak bisa kayak udah di fix ya. Yang sofa itu udah di fix, udah nggak bisa. 7 map itu sama fracture kan? Sekarang tuh cuma 6 ya. Sekarang cuma 6 map ya. Berarti mah fracture 7. Berarti kalau di sini tuh cuma 6 map sistemnya gimana ya? Ben, pick, ben. Kalau misalkan 6 map rada-rada gimana saya ben, pick, ben. Ben, ah. Di random kah map ketiganya kah? Internet gua 10 Mbps. Oke, internet berapa Mbps? Gua cuma pakai 10 Mbps. Dukung Jito atau Gambit? Gua Gambit. Gambit gua. Kayaknya random gak sih harusnya? Kalau di CSGO tuh sistemnya ben, pick, ben, terus terakhir map yang tersisa. Di map ke-7 ini map yang tersisa yang nggak kena ben. Jadi ini map ketiga. Cuman kalau 6 map gini ben, pick, random kayaknya sih harusnya. Random sih harusnya. Random yang map yang tersisa gitu. Kayaknya. Masa ben, pick curang dong. Kalau ben, pick mah berarti tim yang pick pertama sangat diuntungkan anjir. Dia bisa nge-pick map ketiga jatuhnya. Bener gak?
Nothing too groundbreakingly different so far. Of course, I know you love Nats on this cipher pick as well, Sean.
Yeah, and look for Nats to have trips.
Random, kalau mau adil random nggak boleh nge-pick anjir. Kalau nge-pick curang. Jatuhnya satu tim bisa nge-pick 2 map yang benar-benar dia doyan anjir. Nuki. Malam kok kagil malam. Kalau kata Coach Sleepy yang ketiga dari stat tim berdasarkan statistik map. Oh iya, baru tau gua. Bisa dari statistik map gak tuh?
We've seen them, I think, rock a similar comp against Oxygen the last time they played it. But of course, this is, like we said, the EMEA versus EMEA semi-final. And who better to take you guys through this than Mitchman and Tombiz?
Thank you so much, guys. Wow. What a veto to kick things off here. We're already hyped up for the game, but now I'm hyped up for this map.
I feel like this is a curveball.
Ben, pick, Olympic, goblok. Malam kagil malam guys. Statistik tuh gimana? Maksudnya gue juga gak tahu dah. Gak ngerti lah. Bahas apa malam ini kita guys? Gak tahu guys. Masa bahas apa lah. Kan.
Such a good start for Gambit here on the defensive side of their map choice. A surprise.
Udah nyampe sini nggak sih apa? Dia berani nge-push B gara-gara Mita di-push kan, jadi dia tahu nih B-nya celah nih, langsung dimajuin. Halo Bang Gila lo. Sekarang mau fokus nyimak dulu gue bang, nggak banyak nyimeng. Bagus.
And that kind of sets a scary tone for the rest of this map because G2 did not look prepared for that.
No, and I like to see it. Like the fact that Gambit a lot of the time when it comes to the defensive side.
Mamam dulu langsung kill 4 gak? Malam guys, cara bersihin mousepad jenis cloud gimana? Bisa dicuci, cuman gua pernah nyuci tapi gagal, jadi terakhir gua gak pernah nyuci mousepad, cuman gua lap pakai tisu basah.
the two main duelists for these teams, the Jets.
Yang quarter final sih kayak dari seeding bang.
What we've seen in matches so far,
Ah,
for
nggak
example,
tahu
the
dah.
only match that we actually saw Gambit lose,
Nggak ngerti lah.
that was the worst performance we've seen from Defo in this
Ah.
entire tournament. Kellogg's has also been on pretty much
Pistolnya jelek banget tapi bunuh 4 tai. Cuci sabun apa air doang? Sabun. Bang boleh naikin volume Twitch saya nih, gue naikin nih.
Now they're both making a big name for themselves when it comes to Masters 3. Over on Gambit's side, you see that full buy up, but it's the Marshall in the hands of Kellogg's that can cause a couple of problems for Gambit. No surprise that even though they don't want to invest many credits into this round, they decided just give that scope over to Kellogg's. As you said, such an open map with so many long-range duels, but Gambit are trying to avoid giving any opportunities away at this point.
Ketahuan.
He would have been spotted out by that. Kellogg's is going to be able to find Chronicle though. That's the main man on this A site dealt with. Nats
Mati
is also
lagi
going to be
Viper.
here, but a lot of his utility is on the other side of the map. A little bit close for comfort
Map
there.
emang tai
If they
nih.
give too many opportunities for
Waduh,
Kellogg's, in
waduh,
fact, the Vova's now bound to
waduh,
come. This is starting
waduh.
to fall apart.
Waduh.
That Marshall, the
Waduh.
one weapon invested
Waduh.
into, comes out of the round with 4 kills.
What
And
the
you
fuck?
highlighted Kellogg's as one of the top players in the tournament, someone
Kan
to
emang
keep
ini
an eye on in this series.
Marshall
And he
bisa
waits
bikin
until
menang
round
run, nggak
2
jelas,
to
tai.
pull out that
Sumpah.
kind of play.
Defo
Mousepad yang
4K.
kasar namanya apa?
Phase round two.
Hybrid.
I'm not sure, even though it's
Hybrid
what,
pet.
6 PM
Kasar,
here in
lumayan kasar.
Germany, I don't think I've woken up yet to be able to cope with that sort of play this early on. How has
Sama
that
panas
just
itu.
happened? And that, we also said that
Kelihatan
maybe
jago
it's
juga
just a
pakai
little bit worrying
4 menit jadi pengen
at the
juga.
moment for G2. Well, that's even
Kan udah mulai
scarier.
itu.
If you're on the side of Gambit, you've just lost
Kellogg's
a
sudah
round
mulai
to
itu,
basically
tusbol
one fight.
kan.
Hey, such an open map, such a long range.
Ini map pick siapa? Ini map picknya Gambit. Map pick Gambit ini.
Perfectly around Kellogg's to give him those opportunities to open up the map. Now we come into this round and
4K,
Gambit have
dibalas
decided
ya
to go for
4K.
pretty much a full eco.
Marshall perlu
Similar
di
to what we
nerf,
saw from
iya
G2.
anjing.
It's gonna be
Marshall sih
some
perlu di
sheriffs
nerf
invested
sih bener
up
sih.
into, but for the most part, this is not a round that they expect to do anything in, and we're seeing Chronicle get completely shut down by that smoke
Kayak
from mid.
jeda dia nembak cepet
Squad
banget anjir,
plant,
dari
and it's
peluru
so
1 ke peluru 2 cepet banget anjir.
Yeah,
Marshall
the
itu
other fight, G2 spotted
kayak habis
four.
nembak bisa nembak lagi kayak
At that
tong
point,
tong
it's a fairly
tong tong
easy
tong
rotation
gitu.
back to A. They just had to deal with Chronicle, obviously one of the maps that we actually see.
Iya,
him
dia stuck
play
B
the
tapi
Viper
udah tawan.
because
B-nya
they
rame
actually
langsung
pick
ke A.
up a Sentinel alongside it. You're not going to take Nats off a Cypher. even
Kellogg's
though
muka
he's
kayak
incredibly good
ini
at
yang gue
that
takutin nih
Viper
di
play.
G2 nih.
For now,
Kellogg's
though,
kalau jago
G2 just earning up
bahaya nih, tinggal
not only
si
credits,
Nukinya aja nih.
rifles they kept and stole from the
Marshall
previous
bisa
round,
no-scope, iya.
but
Curang,
also
ada
some of
Corsair
those
lagi.
ultimates. Nuke is actually going to get dropped though, so it may be a little bit more costly than they would have liked. If Shadows can get away with the rifle, that'd be great.
Oh, he's trapped though. He has to get all these kills to escape. And it's just
Marshall
gonna be a
curangnya
little
itu
upgrade taken.
fire rate-nya cepet,
Kellogg's can,
lurus,
just find a rifle.
ada
So,
crosshair-nya.
just about. Yeah,
Harga juga
out of it. So,
murah
in
lagi
terms of
kayak
econ lost, it's practically nothing for G2. They're going to be
ya
very
gitulah.
happy with that round, especially considering they did lose the
Klasik jam perlu di nerf gak? Kan udah di nerf kan klasik sebenarnya.
This
Jadi
is one of
kayak
those maps as well
klasik
where I feel
nggak
like it's
perlu lagi
almost-
sih kayaknya.
It's the map in the series that's the most confusing.
Fire rate-nya perlu
because we know
dikurangin,
that
iya,
the
anjir.
last time we saw these two teams
Sniper
play
kok ada
on set,
crosshair ya.
which would be the last map, it was very dominant for Gambit.
Walaupun ada crosshair,
but
at least
it's also very
nggak usah
good
lurus
for
gitu.
G2.
Jadi
And
kayak
you've got Icebox where
apa
I don't know,
gunanya
G2
scout
probably
ada
look like the
scope-nya
best
kalau misalkan nggak usah lu kayak
performance.
keren dia lurus anjir.
I
Salah lempar
I
gak.
would almost say that if Gambit lose this, I'm a little bit worried for them, but if they can take this home and it goes to a third, the
Ini map
series
siapa?
could
Map
probably be
Gambit.
theirs.
I think I'm with you there. Over on the G2 side,
Jangan-jangan
after
OP
a
Baki,
fantastic
iya.
start, we're not even going to see that Bulldog used by Kellogg's to start the round out. He's popping the Blade Storm, try and get some presence towards this A side, but they don't want to overcommit. I think for a moment there, you probably started to contemplate, does Mixwell flash through the wall? You maybe updraft and try to grab a pick.
Tapi gue masih fine aja sih dengan right klik klasik bisa lompat-lompat sih. Masih fine aja gue. Soalnya bunuh pakai klasik lompat-lompat juga lumayan susah sebenarnya. Kayak nggak gampang-gampang juga gitu.
And now G2 find a little bit of an emptier side. Still a couple players to deal with.
Yeah, and the scary thing is it's both
Anjir.
the Viper and the Cypher here. So there's so much utility.
Oh, lihat tuh langsung hilang anjir sama
Out
Nats.
of the sky. Cage is being popped as well to give him a little bit more time to play around some of these angles. But
Anjir nih
Nats
si
is gonna get
Chronicle
dropped.
ngendok doang nggak?
Found another and an afterplant
Kok
is
si Chronicle
inevitable.
nggak ngeliatin kiri dah? Nggak ngeliatin yang nabrak wall nih malah ngendok gak, temennya jadi mati nih di tangga perang sendiri.
Has to be from what they saw
Oh,
earlier with
Chronicle nih nggak bener nih,
Cosmo
Chronicle
being
nih.
on the site when they had that eco. Oh, that is incredibly unfortunate.
Bagi ini semifinalnya Eropa lawan Eropa, NA lawan NA ya. Beris Phantom ke Vandal. Harusnya Vandal sih. Soalnya mapnya jauh kan, long range semua jadi lebih enak. Harusnya Vandal. Chronicle Noir kali itu. Red Tail posisi duduknya aneh dari kemarin juga gitu dia emang. Ah.
Shot to the back of the head takes Defo down. That might even be an off picked up for G2. At least they had the option.
Judge perlu di nerf gak sih? Minimal kasih jeda lah. Sebenarnya Judge sudah di nerf kan, harga dinaikin. Cuman ya nggak tahu lah. I don't know lah, terserah yang beli aja lah ya.
Although I will say, I think this is going to lean relatively heavily into the attack side for both sides. I don't think I've seen too many fantastic defensive setups just yet. I am still going to get a little bit worried for Gambit if they go that far down on their own map choice.
Now, G2 have massively impressed me recently, but Mixwell won't be doing any impressing right here and now. The operator spotted Redguard, shut down Avova. That's a push in through the tube that has given them massive control. And now with a two-man advantage and some rifles recovered, they can just back off and run this down, allow G2 to make the next move.
Serah rayak lah Jas mah.
Ada
cerita apa malam ini? Nggak ada cerita apa-apa guys. Lemas guys, lemas. Valo aneh-aneh apalagi map yang baru rilis. Gue map baru yang Fracture gue belum main, cuman baru main deathmatch doang. Belum nyobain main beneran di kayak kompe atau unrated itu sih. Jadi belum tahu, belum merasakan. Oh, dibokong tuh. Ya udah, ini round ini harusnya udah menang Gambit sih. Ya, kok gitu? Kok gitu yang bokong mati? Nggak jadi menang kalau begitu mah. Nggak jadi menang dong anjir. Udah 5 lawan 3 bokong, tapi ada orang bokong lagi. Nah.
Onto Nuclear, but they need
Ini
to
timing
now
anjir.
pick their battles. Which direction will they go in? Coldamenta again drops one of the flankers, but they
Dia
should
tahu
know
satu
that
flank.
Nats is still here. Information to be garnered. Kellogg's to support him, but it's only going to be the trade.
Tetap menang.
Finds the final kill. It is a messy
Ngambil
round.
AWP gak?
It's a shaky round, but it's a round nonetheless.
Ngambil Mevalo aneh-aneh, iya anjir Mevalo aneh-aneh, udah bingung gua. Banggil bisa dodge sky flash gak? Bisa. Bisa ya, tapi ya pasti ada tetap ada butanya. Fracture jadi ice dodge 2.0, dapat fracture gua dodge. Fracture, nggak tahu sih. Dulu gua juga benci Icebox kan, cuman setelah gua kulik baru suka main Icebox. Nggak tahu kalau si Fracture ntar kayak gitu juga apa emang mapnya gak jelas. Kalau Breeze gua masih belum suka sama mapnya. Kalau Icebox gua suka ya. Yang jadi masalah Breeze gua aja belum suka, mapnya udah keluar map baru gitu. Map baru Valo selalu ada yang kontra dari Icebox, angle atas bawah, Fracture yang respon di tengah. Ya, tahu lah, makin aneh anjing mapnya. Baik najis. Signature map lu apa? Heaven kayak. Heaven deh, kayaknya ya. Untung kabit. Split map paling najis. Dulu gue juga benci split, tapi terakhir kalau buat di tim masih lumayan oke. Cuman kalau buat main biasa mager sih. Lu pegang mana? Gue megang Gambit guys. Bain juga dulu gue suka, cuman pasti udah mulai kalah-kalah jadi kayak Benaila nih map gitu. Map pertama Valo apa? Map pertama Valo Ascent Heaven Bain, Ascent Heaven Bain. 3 map itu gak sih? Bener gak sih? Split udah ada belum sih? Dulu gue lupa dah. Split udah ada deh. Ente Mas Gil. skill match. Kenapa match MVP Valorant kadang suka lebih kecil rank rating daripada yang bottom flag dan berdasarkan rank rating. Gue juga gua to be honest gue jarang main ranked ya, jadi gue kurang tahu deh. Gue kurang tahu masalah tentang rank rating gitu kan. Yang penting lu bunuh banyak, menang dah. Nggak usah pusing dah. Nggak usah mikirin rank rating, yang penting menang aja udah. Yang baru cuma Icebox Breeze. Medang jemput apa gitu. Gue medang megang gambit gue. Maaf lah habis ngolah kodok gak anjing. Lo lihat tuh. AWP. Tapi ada reward pasti update ya. Dulu split juga ada update. Dulu split nggak kayak gitu. Dulu split rada beda gitu, ada belok-belokan. Mamam lu. Tapi ada yang di rework gitu lah gitu. Kalau mas skill di Master, iya. Galak mekanik JT jago, Jer smoke kill. Butan diri lu bos. Kabib, let's go tuh anjing kan.
If it takes Defo getting
Dimana kayak perawannya sempit goblok. Kalau bang gila lo Arsa. Split dulu defender imba banget. Sekarang juga masih map CT sih sebenarnya. Masih map city sided split. Cuman ya udah rada-rada dibenerin sih, kayak remnya sekarang pintunya lebih lebar dibandingkan yang dulu. Kalau dulu kayak sempit banget gitu kalau lo mau ngambil rem ke heaven gitu. Redgar nih bos. Redgar nih bos. Spike drop di mid tuh susah sih. Kabib saudara McGregor ya. Saudara jauh deh, saudara jauh. Blackbar enak gak sih? Enggak enak. Buat main Valo nggak enak.
Buat malmingan sama Tante Benny ya om.
Thank you Irham, makasih banyak. Thank you, mantap. Makasih banyak ya.
A 1v4 turn 2. It's now
possible. Kursi gamingnya apa? Secret Lab lah itu sama semua. Buat CS apa enaknya Blackbar Mas Gil? Ya itu kalau di CSGO orangnya lebih lemot jalannya dan orangnya langsing tapi gerakannya lemot. Gambarnya lebih bagus, lebih padat. Panggil minum, udah minum tadi gua. Tar lagi dah, tar.
Not this one, but some of the other early rounds have been from
I do really like the screen that's being placed as well on the B side. Like it has a multitude of reasons. One of them is able to section off that mid split so that you're either going to have the players peeking in from mid and then you can fight them as we saw.
Blackbar bukannya orang kebiasaan dari CS 1.6. Iya. Dulu semua orang di CS 1.6 pakai Blackbar semua, nggak ada yang stretch. Benar Blackbar aja. BB itu apa berat badan. Jadi prefer stage apa Blackbar. Kalau gue terakhir stretch sih. Terakhir apa nggak pegel leher? I don't know man. Pegel harusnya. Bagian minum ciu. Halo Rezo. Itu Redgar main bungkuk gitu. Kalau nggak bungkuk nggak bisa nembak ya. Redgar lama-lama skillosis Mas Gil. Nggak tahu lah, mungkin emang dia PW-nya begitu mungkin. Kalau misalkan dia posisi nggak gitu nggak bisa nembak ya dia. Apa orang Eropa mainnya lebih seneng Phantom, padahal kalau jauh nggak langsung mati kena kepala karena lebih pasti bunuhnya kalau pakai Phantom. Fire rate-nya juga tinggi, pelurunya lebih banyak, pelurunya lebih jelas dibandingkan Vandal. Kalau Bang Gila lo posum lu Koskolosis tuh kan bungkuk Kifosis yang nggak tahu lah, serah kalian lah itu. Anjir.
possibly ready to pop a flash around there, and by the looks of it,
Anjir, keren banget smoke jam Troy bisa pasti gitu ya.
to try and catch them. No,
Baru mulai kah ya? Baru mulai lihat tuh 34.
Unfortunately, it was Kellogg's
Halo
able to
bang
dash
kangkung
away,
tongko
call them
sering-sering
into
live
covering,
ya
and
bang.
they've got
Maaf
their
baru
orb.
revive
They've also
gopinya.
got a pick to start the round off. That is fantastic.
Thank you hamba
for G2.
Allah.
I feel like you had to do that as a team.
Maaf
Like,
baru
it just-
revive
the time it
GoPay-nya.
takes you to
Oke,
flash
thank
out
you,
peak,
makasih
there's already
banyak.
somebody waiting on the off
Thank
angle,
you,
avoiding it
mantap.
smart from Cold Mentor, and he's
Bang
already managed to
kangkung,
find a
kangkung.
second opener. And
Wah,
it's actually
lihat tuh si
Winston
Nuts
Joe.
tuh. Gua
It looked like
akhir-akhir
he
ini
was
lagi
dead for sure, and well,
pengen nyoba
speaking
Phantom
of
sih,
other
makanya gua
players dead for
lagi
sure.
latihan deathmatch pakai Phantom nyobain. Baru DM, belum praktek. Duluan bang, gak enak badan, siap.
No, he got killed for a minute.
Monggo.
No, it was from above.
Kalau enak 16/9 apa?
He didn't get an assist, so I'm gonna go off the assist.
Poor guy.
16/9 orangnya lemot. Orangnya kurus-kurus, jalan gerakannya lemot. Gambarnya bagus sih. Sensinya juga beda sih. Akeong mana nih? Akeong enggak. Angle-nya lebih luas juga benar nih, kata Elzota benar 16/9. Angle-nya lebih luas. Kadang misalkan ada orangnya pakai reso 4/3 tuh, pojok-pojokan tuh nggak kelihatan, sedangkan kalau lu pakai reso yang 16/9 kelihatan di layar lu. Kalau lu pakai 4/3 lu mesti benar-benar nengok gitu baru kelihatan. Reso gepeng itu gimana Bang Gil? Gimana apanya tuh? Chronicle ngepet nih. Dukung Gambit guys, Indopret, Edgar ada di TK.
Yeah, we just had a sticky notes.
Try not to lose 1v4.
Yeah. Don't let Logan kill 4 of you with a sheriff. That was actually the only thing I wrote down, and it didn't work, unfortunately. No. Yeah.
Tried your best.
I really did. And that A side hold's been going. It's kind of shaky. I think Chronicle's having a pretty tough time to start things out. And we look again, no surprise, G2 are looking to pressure out the A side, but they're spreading out into a default.
Lalu udah ada Oni Phantom, udah ada.
What we've seen from some of the
Udah ada
rounds
Oni Phantom.
previously, where they were very much centered around an aggressive start to the
Baru ada kemarin.
rounds. That Hunter's Fury.
Anjay.
Next Snook is down on
Sosok mau ulti laki ya dia yang lihat lantai ulti ya.
But of course, if he does get a kill, he can heal right back up, or even an assist.
4/3. Sebenarnya keuntungan 4/3 itu kalau di CS ya, orangnya lebih gendut-gendut jadi lebih enak nembaknya. Tapi gerakan orang-orangnya jadi cepet gitu. Orangnya jadi lebar-lebar gitu. Jam Valo lebih enak daripada CS. Kalau di CS emang kalau di Valo ada settingannya ya. Kalau jam di Valo gimana guys settingnya guys? Gue nggak tahu sih. Let's go gambut. Iron Phantom nggak skip. Menurut lo kalau mungkin lebih bagus Vandal di buff atau Phantom di nerf kalau ada balance? Kayak Vandal sama Phantom nggak ada yang perlu diotak-atik lagi dah. Kayaknya nggak ada yang perlu diotak-atik lagi sih kayaknya ya. Udah oke kok sebenarnya.
That's something I know about both. I think it was Bala and Sean have been talking about throughout is the Gambit are the team that do that the most.
For sure.
Like utilizing their own orb to give you that slight
Dogi Astra bisa kena entrap gak sih?
of seeing
Dogi
the
Sky
other
kali
person.
maksudnya.
And
Bisa. Buat ngancurin trap bisa. Tapi
Tapi
buat ngedetect, kalau buat ngedetect nano bisa. Kalau buat ngancurin alarm bot nggak bisa. Kalau buat ngancurin trap cypher bisa. Ditabrak-tabrakin aja pakai badan doginya hancur ntar. Doginya Astra di dulu. 66 nih bang, gitu masih bisa dibilang kuat. Ah, makan tuh. Gila nih Phantom God. Langsung di delay. Halo anjing coba. Penting follow resnya 4 menit dan 9. Serah kalian sih. Tuh. Es kah? Satu lagi. Lagi pala mati tuh udah 140 itu damage-nya.
Yeah, 10 HP left on the guy. It's pretty reasonable. Well done to Nats here. And look at this
Gambit
fight
banget ya
I'm
sini.
talking about. It's
Gue
so
sih gambit
nasty.
sih. Dari
They
awal gue bilang
saw the
gambit,
poison
gambit,
orb. I mean,
gambit.
it's their own one, right? They put it down. They must have known there was a gap in it, but they didn't quite expect that Nats would be swinging out wide like that, showing them that he is not
Set banget itu
scared
pala nggak
to
mati
take
ya
those
anjir.
aggressive fights. We know Gambit as a
Setiap kali
slow
pakai
team
Phantom pasti
on
ada
the
aja
attack,
momen rip aim
but oddly
bangset.
enough on the defense,
Soalnya
seem to be a
Phantom
much
kalau lu
more
rada kurang bisa kontrolnya pasti jadi getar
Yeah,
nembaknya.
at least on this map in particular, like a lot of the time we do
Itulah
talk
nggak enaknya
about
Phantom.
Nats, especially being very ratty.
Ya,
Like, he's
semua
like
senjata plus minus
almost
lah
hunted
sebenarnya.
down in the site, but
we
on
had that
this
Plus minus lah,
breakdown
plus
the
minus.
other day where he sat still for a minute
Yeah,
inside of Viper's
exactly.
pit.
But now, very aggressive.
Si Nuki mau menyelinap mati ya kan, kena wallbang malah.
Shados doesn't look like he wants to give them any space at all. The
Sambit
flash
jago
is
bang, jago
perfect,
lah.
though. Next we're going to be able to pick off one. They've had some trouble in these
Jago cowok ini,
anti-eco
cowok.
rounds, so Gambit have to be a little bit careful here not to get overzealous.
Mixwell doesn't manage to recover that weapon. It's a little bit too far out for him to risk it. Viper's pit up on the side. Still doesn't actually let them get over towards that weapon, but they'll be facing out behind it. Kellogg suffering a little bit of damage.
Tapi biasa kayak reso-reso 16 main silang itu rada berat makan FPS karena dia pasti kalau reso-reso yang 16 main silang itu yang reso-reso resolusi tinggi gitu lah. Kayak 1920 kali 1080, 1680 kali 1050 ya pokoknya kayak gitu-gitu lah. Gambit guys.
Coming into the final round of the half.
Shadows Anderson kakaknya takel goblok.
Yeah, it was starting off a lot shakier than
Tutorial
what we've
nembak
seen,
pakai
as
Phantom
that
kayak
A
enak.
site looked
Ih, orang
a bit
Phantom
rough,
gue
and in
juga
this round in particular,
culun
you
anjing.
do have to say that it was mostly just pistols coming in for
84
G2, so
kah?
it's not the end of the world, but
Si
it's
Nat
the way
sakit
that
iya,
they've
Cok.
started to take map control away from their opponents that has
Dia
started
punya
to
Phantom
excite me a
sakit
little
loh,
bit. As
gue
said,
gak ngerti
Nats
dah.
starting to
Apa
take
bisa ya?
fights into middle. You've seen Defo get aggressive all around the map, and now for G2, as
Kadang
said, I
Gambit
expect
Gambit
Gambit to
looks
be better on
promising.
the attack, which is not something I'll say very often.
Iya, tapi
So I'm
nggak
a
tahu
bit
lah.
worried now for G2.
Kita lihat dulu,
Say
lihat
about
dulu.
Gambit on a couple of maps for sure, but yeah, when it comes to Breeze,
Si Nuki sih belum bunuh-bunuh dari tadi gue
won
liat
that
liatnya.
second round.
Yang
And
bunuh cuman
since then,
si
things have been a little bit shaky.
Kellogg's doang
Gambit
tadi.
start to take fights on their own
attack.
terms. They start to play much more aggressive, and they've slotted out a couple
Uh,
players here. The updraft
oh.
just about saves Defo. 20 HP with an operator. He's still going to be very
Si
dangerous.
Nats langganan top frag, iya.
Going to be coming down fairly soon. Kellogg's once an
Si Nats
advanced
reso
position
berapa?
for when it does
1280
fall.
90 nggak salah. Kalau nggak salah ya.
Flash through the peak
Oke dia
after
pakai
a
reso
back.
gepeng 4 banding 3 gitu
Control.
lah.
But Redgar's conscious of it.
Kalau nggak salah ya.
Worried about a player already
Predict
being
final
close
bang,
as Kellogg's comes out.
NV
Is Redgar
Gambit
ready for
ya.
this fight? Seem to be,
NV
but
Gambit
Kellogg's gets the
kayaknya.
better of him. 2v3. Oh, and he goes back through with the man advantage. That was a bit ludicrous. And now that could cost G2 heavily.
Trying to clear out some of these backlines
kena cokot
positions.
tuh.
The Tiger will leave. Chronicle tagged. Can't quite run away, and now it's left all onto
Pick
Defo.
terus, pick
7
terus.
HP to try and pull off this clutch. A 1 versus 2, and the time is ticking. He has to go now. It's the last round. There's no value of keeping that operator anymore, and I don't think he stands a chance
Ada
in
waktu ini.
hell. One player may be dropped, but he does not
75
know where
GH-nya.
Abova lies, and he does not
Masih
have the
bisa
time. It'll be a
menang
fifth
gitu ya
round
tetap.
on the board for
Kalau
G2,
gitu
dragging things
defendernya
back a
kuat
little
mah.
bit, but still a solid half for Gambit.
Yeah, I think Gambit are going to be pretty happy with their defense, and this is the worry, right? G2 decided to start there. Now we move into the second half where I feel like Gambit are going to be so
Akankah
much
G2
more
jago
comfortable. You said it as well
defendernya?
earlier, Tom.
Atau
And they're
Gambit jago
firing on all
takernya?
cylinders. We're seeing Defo start out the map in
Kita lihat ya.
spectacular fashion. But even when Chronicle was
Kenapa nggak semua tim
stumbling
pakai
towards
Cypher
the
bang
beginning,
Gil?
he
Kan
really started to
nggak
find
semua
his
orang
stride.
cocok pakai
Let's
Cypher.
throw things over to the desk to get their opinions here before we jump into half number 2.
Adaptive Gambit menurut kalau aku.
Thank you very
anjas.
much, boys. Now that last round we saw
Nats
Sean
first
was
half, killnya
absolutely
15
huge for
plus mulu.
G2. They had to win that.
Yeah, they had to stem the bleeding, right? Because they got those 3 rounds early thanks to
I
Kellogg's
got those
going
goosebumps
absolutely
every
ham with the
time,
Marshall. That was
yeah.
such a crazy second round, but after that,
Kayak
they
contoh si
really
Raffi
fell
di
flat,
beberapa
right?
map suka pakai Cypher,
Grimy
tapi di
rounds
beberapa map dia
throughout
nggak
the
suka
half.
gitu, kayak
But it looks
nyaman-nyamanan
like
orang. Kayak
Gambit kind of settled into the game, and now
Kayak
everyone looks comfortable in the
kalau
team,
lu
not just
nggak
Nats.
nyaman kan lu pasti
Yeah,
nggak
I mean,
enak
I
mainnya
think,
kan.
you know, Gambit took a timeout.
Jadi beda
After
map juga
that,
kadang
you saw
orang
that
beda kenyamanan dia pakai agentnya gitu. Duelis kedua Gambit siapa? Si Sedos. Dulu si Chronicle duelis juga, cuman terakhir kayaknya enggak deh. Si Sedos yang jadi duelis.
Oh, sorry. No, I was gonna say mentioning
Additive agak kurang kemarin performa kalau dilihat. Iya, cuman dia berhasil comeback si Additive kemarin. Gokil. Wangi. Gigi rambutnya ucul.
I'm also Nats on our screen here with those kind of stats. We're not even surprised at this point, sure, but also talk me through the benefits of having a Cypher on this map.
Yeah, so this is where they're going to benefit. They're going to benefit this upcoming half where he can just kind of put his trips on A or B, leave a camera in mid, and they can ignore areas of this massive
badan
map.
Geo kepala Behringer
G2
goblok.
had to spread the map or do very
Bang,
fast
aku pengen lihat Kakuka, ntar Kakuka abis ini dia. Soalnya kan matchnya cuma 2 kan, jadi ganti-gantian
I
dia.
think the nice thing as well about running a Cypher instead of a Killjoy on this map as well is you're not limited by space because Killjoy,
Sentinel kalah emang kalah start atau
stay within
gimana?
that 40 meters of your utility in order for it to work. The lockdown's kind of the same deal, whereas Nats can pretty much put his utility where he wants and then he can
Kakuka
go play
miripnya
in his
Khalifa ya
corner.
kayak kata orang-orang sih ya. Gue mah iya aja. Pokoknya
Pokoknya
kemarin si Sentinel kalahnya harusnya map pertama juga dibantai kan. Tapi dia berhasil comeback-nya gara-gara Tens gila nih. Map kedua juga rada dibantai. Tapi akhirnya rada sengit sih. Lu tim Kakuka apa Gio?
You're obsessed with all this, aren't you?
They're just so cute. They're so cute.
I feel like
Lu
everybody
mirip
loves
siapa
the
Gil? Nggak mirip
little
siapa
Easter
gua.
eggs of them just hiding around the map. The tea
Reso nggak lu ke line up gak ngaruh. Lu punya patokan line up di resolusi yang lu bisa lu pakai, lu ganti beda lagi line upnya. Beda. Absen Gil hari ini bahas apa? Belum tahu. Malam manggil apakah sudah ada konspirasi yang dilakukan belum? Nggak ada konspirasi guys. Lu tim Kakuka apa Geo? Gua siapa ya? Gua Kakuka ya deh, Kakuka deh. Nonton Winda main Outlast lagi. Emang tadi udah main deh? Jadi Ewing nggak? Enggak hari ini kayak gua hari ini capek banget guys sumpah guys. Gua tidur jam 6 bangun setengah 9. That's why gua sedikit tidak bersemangat karena saya lemas. Wah bahaya nih Reina bahaya nih. Bagus together. Aduh bahaya nih. Main waktu aja. Tapi nggak ada waktu deh. Let's go menang pistol anjing gambut. Jam 6 pagi sampai jam 9 malam enggak, jam 6 pagi bangun jam setengah 9 pagi lah. Sip Kakuka supremasi. Jangan kurang tidur Bang Gil, tetap jaga kesehatan biar bisa live terus. Ini si Nuki mirip Soifong dah anjir. Rekonversi bule ini. Besok main Outlast Winda kecapekan dia. Main bangun cepet-cepet. Iya tadi ada urusan. Bang biar ayam lu tajam gimana? Latihan dan lu harus pede. Kalau lu mau ayam lu tajam ya lu harus pede. Kalau lu nggak pede gimana mau tajam tembakan lu gitu. Kalau mau jago nembak juga lu mesti punya gameplay yang bagus juga tau gak? Karena kalau misalkan lu jago nembak doang tapi lu gameplay lu jelek juga lu pasti bakal mati dikadal-kalin gitu. Percuma nembakan lu jago tapi lu bakal dibego-begoin gitu lah intinya. Soifong apa kabar? Soifong main Valo dulu cuman sekarang nggak tahu deh. Udah berkeluarga dia. Latihannya gimana Bang? Latihan apa? Nah, menang anti Iko kan? Soifong gimana kabar gitu? Pernah kelihatan Chester Valo. Dulu pernah main di Valo dia. Turni Valo cuman terakhir ini kayak enggak deh. Mungkin sekarang udah fokus. Nggak tahu sih ngapain sekarang dia. Kurang tahu.
Over the last few months, they've been 15.
Oh, nembak jago kalau nggak, tapi
Now,
nggak
some
terima
of
gimana
those
bang
have
ya?
been close game
Ya udah
versus Crazy
ente dah.
Raccoon. We thought they might be a little bit
Ente
easier.
kalau itu ya.
And a loss to 100
Cari yang
leads,
lain
but they
aja
were
kalau
very
gitu
far in
dah.
the lead.
Autap nggak main
I
Valo
would
gue.
favor G2,
Nggak
but
tahu
only
gue.
just.
Ini
So
smoke
if
apa nih?
this is
Oh,
a
smoke
blowout from
bridge.
here on,
Langsung rasa nih guys.
well, I would be a little bit worried.
Gila nih, langsung
We talked
taktik.
about the map pool and the desk said that
Recon
they
di
think
atas kuncup
this looks
anjing.
to be Gambit's, right? They won out the veto and certainly
Gila
with the
langsung
surprise
diras ya.
pick. Let's see what G2 have in store. This is a round
Ketahuan.
they desperately want, but they've lost Nuclear right away.
Dia bonus round
The
soalnya
shot
jadi
not quite gonna connect.
kena
Mixwell
gigit.
spotted out, will be traded. Kellogg's does well to find one. That flank cut off completely. Shados now all alone. The
Ayo,
bonus
Khabib,
round, but he's
Khabib.
managed to get his teammates Vandal as he moves around the left side. The first kill goes his way,
Oh,
but Kellogg's
Kellogg's
is
nih
that
udah
little
mulai
bit too
joget-joget
quick.
nih.
He starts
Tapi rada-rada bonyok sih si G2 si bonus round dia sisa 1 orang doang. Sisa si Kellogg's doang nih 4 orangnya miskin nih. Nih 4 orangnya buayanya jelek semua nih. Nggak ada duit. Gara-gara banyak yang mati di bonus. Walaupun menang cuman bonyoknya duitnya lihat nih. Lihat Avova pakai apa? Spectre. Pakai Guardian. Nuki pakai Vandal dia bisa beli ya. Si Kellogg's pakai Deagle. Tuh bayangkan tuh. Menang round aja miskin guys. Menang lu. Makanya seperti yang gue bilang, ketika lu main Valorant terus lu misalkan lagi menang tapi keuangan kalian lagi jelek nih, kalau bisa jangan mati gitu. Maksudnya biasa tuh yang jangan mati ketika lu lagi posisi udah masang bom, musuhnya saving, nah lu nyari musuh tuh, terus pas lu nge-hunting musuh lu mati, nah itu yang bikin rugi tuh, karena lu jadi nggak bisa beli di next roundnya. Lu mesti minta drop teman, kalau temen lu ada duit, kalau nggak ada lu pasti pakai senjata jelek gitu. Jadi ya itulah. Soifong pernah sempat pro Valo, sempat ada momen lucu bareng Soifong nggak? Ya yang paling gue ingat terakhir ya, dia ngasih tau gue awas ada tai, tapi dia sendiri yang injek tainya. Gue kayak nice gitu. Oh,
nice shot out of Kellogg's. Quick return though.
Tuh bisa di heal nih, si Redguard bisa di heal nih. Redguard sekarang tapi masih bisa di heal, jadi masih nyantai. Dikejar mau ubur-ubur si Redguard, ketahuan ya Karabe. Ketahuan nih satu di B side, satu lagi dikejar ubur-ubur nih. Karabe harusnya ini kata si Koldamenta nih kan. Dia bakal mesti nge-cross tapi nggak ada smoker, susah nih. Oh nggak ada, dia spike-nya di si Shadows ya. Oh, anjing, nggak hancur-hancur. Gara-gara recon. Dah mati nih. Wow.
Perfect flash to close out the round. 7 found for G2. These rounds have been close.
Gel Gambit siapa? Gel Gambit si Redguard. Meta operator taker ya bang saya. Enggak juga sih. Emang si Gambit ini suka pakai operator, si duelis ya si Jet ini mau defender attacker dia tetap operator. Pam. Give me those back. Assalamualaikum, waalaikumsalam. Koldamenta keren juga nih kayak.
They can't take this one lightly. In fact, there's even
Koldamenta,
maybe some heavier investments coming in from Gambit.
Karena timingin dari Flash.
Yeah, to be honest, I was looking at
Color mentai. Prediksi apa bang? Gambit gua. Dia ambil ulti dulu biar bisa Bloodstorm ya kan, langsung di drone, langsung dipakai ultinya. Udah ketahuan ada WP, tapi dia nggak bisa nge-tag. Susah nih kalau DK, susah. AWP-nya masih mata kemen soalnya. Dan bahkan pun sampai sekarang AWP-nya masih mata kemen nih, kosong nih, jadi dia bisa heavy di mid, di hall atau di B nih. Soalnya hanya nggak di pressure lagi, udah ketahuan dapat info nih si siapa? GALAX. Predik winner Berlin siapa? Gambit ya. Oke, yang menang match ini juara harusnya, kayaknya. Feeling gua. Lihat Redguard bang, siap-siap mau lompat. Emang begitu dia mainnya.
After the last couple of rounds that G2 have had, this is pretty big for them if they can win it flawlessly, even though there will be a
Tawan kerja Cashen Gares mau nggak Gil? Apa masih mau jadi player?
You know what? He's popping off a Prime Gaming flawless round. Finance is there, and
masih pengen main sih gue sebenarnya.
Not too
pengen main
no,
gue.
he had that on pretty quickly as well because he was just
Cuman kalau emang udah goblok,
in those early fights. And
ya udahlah.
It's not often that Nats
Tahu
gets the
diri
first
lah,
bullet
ambil lah,
and you
ambil
get
lah.
to return fire.
Yeah, he also picks up the Blade Storm as well, and that was one of the major threats. Now these early rounds,
Pandal bos.
they've been close. But for Gambit, as I said, we know that
bacot
sometimes
nih.
the pressure can get to them. They've now had opportunities to
Assalamualaikum Bang Gil,
basically put them up to
Waalaikumsalam,
10, 11, maybe more.
Yep.
So
Cara latihan positioning gimana?
also means that we're going to see the operator around this time. He's not going to
Latihan
get anything
positioning
done.
ya lu
Big shutdown in the early round.
harus
out
mikir
again.
aja lah
You know
intinya
the
kalau
default
positioning
play,
lu.
and I mean, it was only the
Lu
first
masih
couple of
mikir
seconds,
kayak
so
kalau lu
of
di
course,
sini lu bisa
we're
mati
still
dari mana
holding
sih?
down. The same thing is true of
Jadi lu jangan ambil
entirely
posisi
the
yang lu
map.
bisa
Cypher
mati
is
dari
holding
banyak
the A
angle.
push. Look at just how
Lu cari
much
posisi
control
yang
Nats
selalu
is garnering all by himself.
cuman
He's holding down
ngelihat satu angle atau bisa
basically
mati
half
dari
of
satu
the
angle,
map,
jangan
at least
yang
half
bikin
the
galau
avenues
sendiri
that they have to
gitu.
aggress on, if not more.
Seiring berjalannya lu main juga lu bakal tahu positioning sih kayak mana ya tempat yang bagus mana yang jelek gitu.
Pressure in onto that B side. Still no intention of where they want to go, and they just keep on finding picks.
Defo is on
Diancam
one today.
dibunuh
Land
nangis.
Defo just seems
Corsair
like a completely different
There we go.
beast.
Mati nih.
There's no chance, absolutely none. They were waiting patiently. The Gambit default
Tapi gue
strikes
rada
once again
kecewa nih sama
leaves
Chronicle sih.
just a couple left.
Dia jago banget cok di online.
Ultimate orb
Dilannya B aja nih.
least.
Oh dari Skarosi nih.
Oh, it's a little bit awkward, but luckily Redgar's there to help out his buddy.
I guess they were a little worried. Maybe that was CalOx with the operator, right? So they try to jump peek around the corner.
Kenapa malas ngereng Bang Gil?
Punish them in the end. And this operator just left to save on the
Nggak apa-apa
back of
sih.
the B side, but it's
Yang bikin
unlikely
malas
they
karena nggak
allow
bisa main
that.
berlima
Now
itu
they
doang.
spotted him as
Ranked.
well. This gets so much more dangerous.
Gue mager main sama orang random sebenarnya.
He's just running at him.
Lebih suka main sama
Knife
teman.
out. CalOx knows that he's up close, so that's a free frag. But
Kalau
how
sudah
much more
3-3
can he
masih
get?
top frag
He
aja,
needs to
umur
find
tidak
so
masalah
many
ya.
kills if he wants this weapon for the next
Kalau emang
round.
jago sih jago.
Cloudburst used
AWP
to
versus
isolate
OP.
some angles. This is something CalOx does so damn well. But in the end, doesn't look like he gets away with it. Double digits
Ambil
hit
AWP
for
dulu sih.
Gambit. And that was I mean, there were
Onliner
a couple
kah?
mixed weapons there for G2, so I
Tahu
understand
sih
why
dari
they get
kemarin
a
si
little bit more
Chronicle
aggressive and try to force the early
nggak
fights.
sejago dia di online aja. Di
Unfortunately,
online dia
they run
jago
right
banget
into
sumpah.
Gambit, who are waiting with
Soalnya gue
open
dulu
arms.
suka nontonin dia kan dia main sofa kan gue kayak suka liatin orang bunuhnya banyak mulu ngapain sih?
He was like this on
Ternyata
the
dia cuma
defensive
ngadu
side
tembak
as well.
doang tapi emang bunuh
Having a
gitu.
superb performance in a map where they desperately
Jiggle hampir
need it.
nyangkut, bukan
Seems
hampir
that,
lagi tuh udah nyangkut
as you
malah kayak.
mentioned, a few weaker weapons here and there, but this is now
Ya
the
kan
credit
Chronicle
spent.
sama Geforce skin dia pas online
G2,
kayak cheat
they
enggak
need
sih.
to win this round, otherwise we could be seeing this map
Turni paling
now
dekat
slip
apa? Nggak
out
ada
of
turni gue.
control. I don't think it's been
Gue nggak ikut turni guys.
particularly close in a lot of the
Gue lebih
rounds.
suka main sama
They've
pacar bang
got
tapi
off
nggak
to at
punya.
least a
Iya.
little bit of a hot streak, but Gambit so
Halo Bang Gil,
far
halo guys.
have looked like the better side.
Masa jadi bang itu Jesse Pass 32 tahun masih top frag juga. Emang si Jesse Pass cuma 32. Redgar gitu amat duduknya. Ya emang gitu guys.
Yes, he will. Nats falling right away. So much utility removed from Gambit, and we know how much they rely on him holding down map control. Like the A side is now.
Skornya dari CS kan? Iya dari CS ya.
So Gambit have to keep that in mind when it comes to this late stage of the round, and it looks like again they'll look with favor towards the B side. G2 playing complete retake on B, and this Viper wall we've seen it a couple of times in EMEA. This is when you just do not want to play the site, and you want to section out their retakes.
Redgar kenapa punggungnya? Emang dia tuh siluman kodok aslinya. Makanya dia begitu mainnya.
Hunter's Fury pop. They're trying to clear out the back corner, but there's nobody there, and Defo's actually caught, looking to try and peek into the spawn.
Yang lain lihat ke depan dan ke bawah, dia lihat ke atas, dia gini ya, lihat gini.
So it's fine that they're going to get the spike down. Now this whole
CalOx
is
dari CS juga. CalOx nggak tahu.
really tough for Gambit.
Yeah, not only with the man disadvantages, but the utility in play
Super
for
team versi
G2
gua, aduh
as
gua
well.
nggak tahu dah kalau
Behind,
super
won't
team
be able
dah.
to catch
Banyak
them
orang
walking
jago
through
soalnya
elbow.
sumpah.
This could be a big flaw
Banyak
now
banget orang
for
jago
G2.
di Indo lagi.
They're making
Banyak
a lot of
anjing.
noise in the connector. Gambit have the perfect timing on the flank. All they need is
Hampir
the
kayak
player
tiap
on
tim
site to
punya
stay alive,
star
and he
player
has done
masing-masing
that.
anjing.
Chronicle picks up one. He goes out for more. There's the trade,
Ah.
and they're not ready
Ayo,
for a
Khabib,
second
Khabib.
player. Shade
Khabib,
us.
Khabib.
1 versus 2, but the spike is not planted for him. He needs
Ah.
to win the first, and he does indeed.
Kejar, weh.
Avova sticking it
Kejar.
all the way. Will he get there in time? It doesn't matter. Avova comes off it to take the duel, and that is 9 rounds for G2.
Redgar cuma kodok kungfu hasil, iya. Forest belum pensi dari CS Gas 1 sampai sekarang.
But Gambit
Iya.
adapted to that perfectly.
Forest
went around with more than one
jago.
player.
Dia jago
That's
sih.
now the last 3 that we've seen onto the board.
Etan pemain lama dulu IG-nya nah teh iya.
Solo clutch
Nah
situations.
CSGO juga
This
dia.
map could be over. Gambit could have won it by now, but G2 are just clinging to life in these last few scenarios, and this was just ridiculously close. I don't think that Shados was expecting him just to stick it all the way through.
9-10. Halo Mas Kill, saya tapi gara dibantai di Brawlhalla goblok. Terakhir lupa bawa kacamata gak? Emang dia mainnya kayak gitu, gaya dia main begitu, playstyle-nya begitu guys. Teori diffuse setengah-setengah. Aku pengen teriak anjing asli. Asian siapa superstar ya? Kayak Jerax bener sih. Mas Kill kok ke Berlin mau foto sama siapa Aaron? Goblok sama Aaron anjing, ngapain sama Aaron? Sama siapa ya? Sama Tens lah. Bang belakangnya bersinar itu apa? Lampu.
I think the only unfortunate truth with that was that Redgar was.
Mau foto sama siapa? Kakuka anjing, Kakuka Geo.
There was absolutely no way he was going to survive.
Teriak panggil, teriak
An
lepaskan
extra second
semuanya.
or two, maybe a single kill for him. Sure. Well, a
Mas
single
Bugil
kill.
masih heroic sih masih tang.
Maybe they're able to take that home, and he was the only one who had any
Masih
vision
tang.
onto the spike as well, which just made it that little bit more difficult. Still though, 10-9.
Kalau gue sih sama Geo.
Crunch time again for either side. Economy hasn't been built up. The issue now though.
Kenapa
for
baju gamit
Gambit is
kayak karyawan
that
restoran emang modelnya polo dia. Mending foto sama orang rakyat, orang dalam, pakai duit gak? Nah. Seru aja lagi. Anjim. Orang nggak mau foto maten soalnya CC cukup Mas Gil. Iya tahu. Kan intinya dia jago sekarang. Ini kenapa bisa jadi G2 menang gitu ya? Halo Sobat Sobi, halo. Mas Gil ada ngefans sama band? Ada. Dibokong mampus anjing. Ada dong guys, masa nggak ada? Anjing! Gila nggak jelas. Masa kalah udah gila banget loh si Nats loh. Mainin. Ada waktu tapi. Gila Nats. Kufaku bang. Dia kalau pakai tank top legging macam itu gimana gue shit. Dangdutan apa dia itu.
Considering how things play out, and you have to give it to Nats there. We said they took him down in the previous round, and that's really what crippled Gambit's ability in those retakes. They still made a damn good try of it, but right there, he was anything but absent.
I don't know how he does it so often. That's the thing that's just mind-blowing for me. Like, the fact is, in the majority of
Gila
cases,
Bokong pakai Spectre bisa bunuh banyak ya.
and they still can't do anything about
Situ
it.
dong panggil enggak?
Another interesting
Capek
point.
gue guys, sampai
They
capek
used
gue.
Seekers that round, and they still didn't know he was there.
Lagi lems.
Just the position of these Gambit players wasn't dragging him over. I have to say, you know, it really perplexes me how he gets 3 kills and still looks
Ketahuan dah
himself
rame
in
dah.
the
Kabur.
It's like, oh, sorry
Kabur.
guys, I whiffed. I messed up. It's like,
Belum masuk Gil, telat gak?
you just saved the whole round with a Spectre. You're looking upset
Enggak
with
lah,
yourself.
telat lah. Tidak ada kata terlambat guys.
Definitely want to push the A side. Look at this. The amount of control kept by Nats. It amazes me every
Bahkan
single
untuk
time.
minta maaf tidak ada kata terlambat. Tapi makanya adalah bahasa Tuhan.
G2 and ready to make an incredible crunch in onto this site. G2 have pushed back out to maintain mid control.
Kalau mau jago jangan ganteng lah Nasur.
Oh no.
Not the best of trades. It's still a horrible spot for Kellogg to be in, and eventually he's going to walk into the second player.
Bam. Anjing. Ngedes ke depan nggak anjir? Big balls anjing. Masukin Sentinel cupu ya kok kalau lawan Envy. Kemarin Envy jago guys. Di Crisis jago, si Y-nya jago anjir. Si Marv-nya juga jago cok kemarin kalau nonton sih.
Good attempt made by them. Decent damage done. They dropped Shados. They almost dealt with Defo. But that split, it was just too much control given up. the fact that Gambit walked through halls is almost the more perplexing thing, and I think
Mas gitu cat kamar kagak ada cat diganti apa? Soalnya ini cat kamar gue ini emang cat kamar gue dari zaman gue kecil guys, emang dari dulu, dari gue bocil. Gue baru sadar si Victor itu foot ya, sama aja, cuma ganti nama doang dia. Apakah perlu coach sentinel? Mungkin. Marvet Nguyen Pride. Sentinel kayak butuh coach kayaknya saatnya gitu doang kebaca. Si Sentinel mainnya tuh lebih ke arah apa ya ngomongnya, ke adaptasi musuh tuh gak mainnya. Modal adaptasi sama bunuh-bunuh aja udah. Jadi punya tense gitu-gitu kan, jadi ya mainnya fleksibel aja gitu. Dia mainnya bukan yang tipe-tipe taktikal gitu, dia mainnya yang situasional, colong-colong bunuh gitu. Tapi foot di CS lumayan ya Gil. Ya lumayan lah. Bang Gil, aku ingin nonton film HD barengmu gak?
Maybe let Gambit stew at least a little bit, have a time to talk about what's going to be going through in this round. And
malam Mas Bung Gil, apa kabar? Baik. Bang, berarti kalau lu cat rumah lu berarti pas foto gampang dong. Oh, belum. Kalahnya Sentinels menandakan menandakan ayam saja tidak perlu. Ya, emang bener lah. Susah anjing kalau lu main follow cuman modal jago nembak. Banyak skill yang nyusahin tau gak anjing. Kalau musuhnya nyebelin sih, jago setupnya sih, mau lu tembakan lu kenceng, digoblok-goblokin yang ada ntar. Gareth Bale.
A little bit more pressure on them than in any of the other games where they came in not as the favorites. Of course, 4th seed in EMEA, they weren't expected to beat Sentinels. They weren't expected to beat a lot of the teams that they played against. So of course, it's a very different environment when you're in this stage up against it. Well, I mean, you're not countrymen, but
kemarin Senvi lagi wangi semua ya. Senvi kemarin lagi pada bunuh-bunuh semua. Si Tensei malah nggak bunuh-bunuh 08 kan. Langsung di push. Timing anjir.
He couldn't have found better timing than that in any other possibility. KALAX though is under pressure. He needs some support, or maybe not. The jaws. Just 4 HP remaining, but that will be enough.
Got one.
Yeah, Nats left alone. He somehow still manages to get a flank play. Go on, shoot your arrow out. Yeah, good luck.
Mati kena WP nih.
Now it's a 1v4. And even with KALAX low, that operator just needs the one bullet. Turning from the flash doesn't help all too much when KALAX has teammates to help him and the aim of a god. 12 to 10.
Yang bunuh KALAX
just 2 away from OT on Gambit's map pick, but it's not. I mean, look at Nats, 25 to 15 right.
Mas sebenarnya kalau main Valo stress kalau latihan di MLab itu perlu stress juga gak?
It's not just the ability he comes in with when it comes to dueling, it's also the control that he's constantly holding.
Harusnya sih perlu sih, biar sensinya sama. Harusnya perlu ganti juga biar sensitivity-nya mirip-mirip. Cuman sebenarnya lu main MLab sama main Valo, kalau sensinya lu samain pasti beda gitu anjir. Oke, pasti kalau main MLab tuh bakal lu naikin dikit gitu. Oh, gue di Javu bang. Jangan bilang nih OT nih. OT terus menang di 2.
Hunter's Fury deployed of Ova, good to get 1 kill, but he'll be taken down right after. Quick trade by KALAX, and he's actually repositioning. They will never expect him to be here, surely. As he even closes in the distance, that operator going in for the aggressive pick, but Chronicle is a little bit
skala tuh
too quick.
Buat komunitas Solo jadi lebih sehat terus, terutama ini jadi bersyukur lah.
Was that aggression necessary out of G2? They might just pay for that mistake. I'm looking at this though. Same position as the previous round.
Biar juara itu nggak itu doang juga sih. Apakah ini GG? Apakah GG? Apakah GG? Shock data pas banget lagi. Udah ketahuan nih, satu di B, satu di mid udah ketahuan. Posisi Chronicles bagus sih.
Shados is so nasty, that wall up, Nuki is gonna have to push right through it. And just, he's gonna be spotted. Great angle from Chronicle. and he's just buying time at this stage. Shados now coming around to play this together. They drop the pit and close it out. 3 kills from Chronicle and 13 rounds for Gambit.
Gambit juara nih.
Surprise pick of Breeze and G2.
Iya bang, minum biar ada oksigen. Tidur bang.
Yeah, well, I was a little bit worried.
Mulai karbitan bingung jagain siapa.
I sort of looked at that and went, is it going to be as good as they hoped?
Gambit, let's go Gambit.
Maybe been keeping in some extra practice, and I don't think they were necessarily bad on the map. I think the main issue was that every single round they won was with only one player alive, so they never really had the economy built up. They relied on those individual.
Lagi diomongin tuh, lagi lo tadi lu ngeflank jago banget lu, pakai Spectre doang bisa bunuh banyak lu keren banget lu. Terus bilang, gaji gue naik tapi ya. Bang minum ya. Pasti kemarin nonton yang pas si Essen selebrasi duluan. Gue nggak lihat sih yang pas selebrasi duluan, tapi gue nonton matchnya. Si Essen udah 12 duluan kan, tapi di comeback. Aaron kapan pulang? Nggak tahu gue. Tahu gue di sana 3 bulan, 3 minggu deh. Simple apa device? Simple lah. Gambit perlu dana buat ganti jersey. Dia emang kayak gitu dari dulu guys, jersey polo shirt gitu. Let's go anjing. Jadi kayak Batista anjing. Gambit jersey polo aneh. Cosplay Redguard lagi dah, ya Allah. Anjing nih matanya lentik banget anjing. Yang kiri sangar tapi matanya lentik anjing, terus kayak matanya kayak pakai eyeshadow anjir. Nggak jadi serem anjir. Kayak Wolverine cok. Si Starso ngejinx 2 kali anjir, pertama kali menang Essen dia bilang NEU. Oh iya. NEU aja. Capek anjing. Tuh cowok yang kiri kenapa pakai armor, takut didor. Pakai Kevlar anjing, pakai vest anjir. Pakai hitam-hitam kayak orang Madura anjing. Kangen lan gak panggil? Kangen. Gas Ewing enggak. Bang nggak cek live YouTube Winda nggak streaming ini, setahu gua nggak streaming apa namanya? Nggak streaming apa sih namanya? Outlast kayaknya sih. Nggak stream dia. Off stream. Ntar kalau mau foto kayak gini, foto kayaknya nih. Anjay, kayak siapa? Ada yang tahu gak? Kalau foto gayanya gini guys. Ada vokalis MCR gitu. Iya. When I was a young boy, my father took me into the city to see a marching band. Bang Pukimai. Wali gak goblok. Bukan anjing, bukan. Ini pemain Valo cok. Pemain Valorant. Dia kalau foto gitu posenya. Ini anjas. El Diablo. Anjas Black Parade anjay. Aaron. Clips Jeder gak? Yeay. Itu semalam sih Yeay habis juara lawan Sentinel langsung foto-foto. Atau enggak dia di depan kamera gini-gini dia. Anjas. Ini cok. Kapan follow LAN di Indo Mas Gil? Oke, bakal masih lama kalau di Indo ya. Soalnya Covid kan, jadi daripada lu lagi LAN digerebek kan, anjing. Iya kayak pedofil anjing bentukan. Itu artinya apa? Artinya banteng, nggak tahu sih, gue nggak tahu apaan artinya. Artinya apa guys? Nyanyi Helena bang? Aduh nggak bisa gua. Itu ya gaya tanduk banteng, maksudnya Banggil kuat. Emang iya guys. Lagilan digerebek aja ntar lo. Kayaknya tahun depan bisa Banggil kuliah aja, udah mau offline. Oh iya, kuliah. Gue dari waktu itu dengar kuliah mau offline nggak offline anjir. Karena digerebek nggak, gerebek apa nggak pernah dong. Banteng itu cheat gimana Ji? Adalah gitulah. Artinya sila keempat Banggil. Sekolah aja udah offline emang iya. Kuliah gue udah ada yang offline, seriusan. Sekolahku udah offline beneran guys. Udah pada offline emang beneran. Gue baru tahu anjir. Sekolah udah 25%, bener. Oh iya. Ngomong kuliah bakal offline terus diundur terus bang. Iya makanya emang udah pada offline kah? Enak kali pada offline biar bisa kiss-kiss cewek. Ada yang offline, ada yang masih offline. Iya benar. Gua udah offline tapi nggak tiap hari. Jadi berarti kayak seminggu beberapa kali ke kampus, sisanya kuliah online gitu ya. Banggil aku ketemu IG Kakuka, keren. Offline banyak yang hybrid jadi ganti-gantian. Sekolah udah offline tapi masuknya cuma bentar 2 jam anjing. Sekolah cuma 2 jam. Capek bangun nih ke sekolahnya daripada sekolahnya doang cuma 2 jam, dengan di rumah aja sekalian udah. Di kuliah gue mau dijadiin hybrid. Kalau kota gede belum offline kayaknya. I see. Enak kuliah online mah, kalau offline takut IPK gue kayak punya bangsa. Ke kelas 9 orang gak jelas banget Banggil anjing, sepi bacok. Lu udah kayak lagi ini ambil paket C anjing. Banggil tak udut kan enggak gua. Aduh gua rasa pengen pengen teriak. Rocker juga manusia, punya rasa, punya hati. IP kamu berapa? 2,5. Mana Kakuka guys? Emang udah ada Kakuka guys? Maskil Vantek Hele sama 3304 mending mana? Oh, gua gak pernah pakai dua-duanya sumpah. Kalau mau ngomong sih ya, kalau gua asal ngomong sih ya gua pasti bilangnya Logitech 304 sih. Emang gitu, ganti-gantian masih seminggu 2 kali masuk, terus di kelas gak boleh lama-lama, terus gak boleh tertutup kelasnya. Oh, kelasnya outdoor gitu berarti ya. Si Brex tengah main Pro Scene, terakhir kan main Valo, cuman nggak tahu terakhir dia di T1 kan terakhir. Anjir sekolah 3 jam udah berasa les, udah les bimbel. Kevin Coach aja sekelas 45 orang gila. Kevin Coach siapa? Kevin Coach siapa guys? Teori stres kasih Banggil kayak Nas. Emang gue pakai stres kan? Gue lagi pakai stres emang. Es krim masa keju maukah Bang Is? Banggil pernah ambil bembeng dari cewek gak pas kuliah? Anjing nih pasti open WO nih. Kevin Anggara gak sih? Tahu gue. Nggak, ini reso gue belum gue ganti yang di Nightbot. Kevin Coach gak? Kevin Coach.
And he just has that, and that's not something you can teach. You can have leadership elsewhere on the team that's helping you out with the information that you might need.
Kalau IG Geocache pakai reso berapa? 1280 kali 90. Cara stres gimana? Ganti reso aja udah gampang. Nggak gimana. Gua resonya yang yang ada aja, enggak yang sampai gua custom resolution gitu, enggak. Bisa orang yang custom resolution itu pakai reso yang 1440 kali 1080 nggak salah. Karena itu biasa nggak ada pilihan, lo mesti custom sendiri di Nvidia baru nongol di Valorant yang ada pilihannya.
10.000 dari Nino. Pesan, pagi Bang Gil.
Thank you Nino. Selamat pagi Nino. Terima kasih donasinya. Amin. Makasih guys Nino. Thank you.
And in both instances, if I'm not mistaken, so correct me if I'm wrong, but it was Kellogg's who was a lot of the reason.
Geocache outfitnya selalu berkelas sih. Kelas berkualitas.
Yeah, I mean, they were definitely going to have to clean that up onto the next map. Icebox, of course.
Icebox nih map picknya gitu nih. Aku sambil nugas Bang Gil, silahkan monggo. Yo cobain yang sampingnya ada hitamnya, resonya jangan pakai black bar cok. Lu kalau main reso yang gepeng yang stretch jangan di black bar, pakai stretch aja. Nggak ada kayak orang main black bar sekarang lah. Bang Gil gak nonton Kevin Anggara? Bro nontonnya Rans Entertainment. Enggak anjir, gak nonton dua-duanya gua. Kelas berkualitas sange ange. Bang Gil kikuk kayak gimana rasanya kikuk itu apa? Bang pilih GGO apa KID? Beda guys. Beda. Kalau Geo kan ibaratnya cewek-cewek yang begitu, kalau KID yang kayak nggak tahu lah, gue ngomong apa nggak tahu lah, pusing anjing. Mas Gil tahu Sadokis nggak? Tahu. Dia kan dulu pernah kasus Sadokis, tau gue. Kemarin kan ada pro player Mas Gil pakai black bar. Kagak itu kayaknya error deh settingannya. Kayak dia toxic. Kasus apa? Kayak kasus kayak kekerasan seksual deh, tau gue deh. Kok nggak salah ya, gue juga lupa deh. Bukan Sadokis deh, itu Henry G deh, salah. Gio Milf KD Teen anjing. KD mah cewek baik, kalau Geo cewek anu ya gak. Ya gila lah. Kalau Geo hot, kalau KD cute. Ya kurang lebih seperti itu lah ya. Beda. Bener Sadokis sama ya. Sadokis sama siapa sih? Lupa gua. Cewek Oyo. Ya udah Gio versus 10. Bangsat sangen live chat lu Bang Gila, memang anjing. Gio sama Plu anjing, gua nggak suka nontonin Plu juga nih. Gua nggak pernah nontonin cewek-cewek streaming anjing, sumpah. Karena gua tidak tertarik. Gio kalau jualan mangga yang metik siapa Bang Gil? Milf kepanjangannya apa? Raja Pornhub Agil nggak tahu. Mother gak sih M-nya? Mother in love. Nggak tahu anjing. Agil belok nggak suka cewek, nggak, maksudnya kalau yang buat nonton cewek streaming main follow gitu gua nggak tahu, gue jarang nontonin aja kayak mager ya. Sama Bang, aku juga nontonin cuman kamu, mantap. Saya Pak Agis. Dua-duanya oke kok. Nggak ada peluru kan. Fundamenta heal diri sendiri. Si Avova. Soalnya cupu Bang Gil nggak, kayak nggak tahu dah, kayak nggak ada faedahnya gitu kan. Kalau misalkan gue nontonin cewek gitu kayak ngapain juga, nggak ada untungnya buat gue anjir. Saya tuh dulu pemain CS ya, iya. Sayo sama aja. Mother in love, nggak tahu. Milf tadi nanya Milf panjangan apa? M-nya mother, I-nya in, L-nya love, F-nya nggak tahu anjing. Map 3 ntar main ya. Gue lupa deh tadi map 3-nya apa.
Different bit of aggression out of them perhaps. And I'm looking at it, it doesn't really look like that actually. Maybe it's just going to be a default play. I'm surprised. Let's see if
Shadows.
No.
Oh, just classics. All right, so they're playing kind of a default. There we go, grouping up on A. So there's going to be a little bit of
Recon
A
dulu
aggro
Cien.
with a solo B hold using the Viper wall.
Mother in love fuck. Emang bener berarti ya?
Trying to get something done with the one sheriff that they currently have in play. But for now,
Oh.
the lull in the round. This is
Gue padahal ngasal loh anjing. Cuman mikir aja anjing. Mother in love efek nggak tahu anjing. Ternyata bener anjing goblok. Mother. Oh. Oke. Thank you dah. Mantap banget jangan lupa salah tapi iya siap. Salah banggil salah ya. Mother I like. Ah, tau lah. Pusing pala gue pusing. Ah. Ah, panen dulu eco frag-nya yuk. Ah. Ah. Ah, kena tag, kena recon, pusing gak lo. Nggak ada itu recon dia sendiri ternyata. Hai. FF friendly. Mother I love friendly. Aduh gentot lah. Gue rasa pengen marah-marah udah kenapa sih anjing. Bangsat nih. Maaf guys. Kok ngamuk gak tau, aku jadi ngamuk ya. Aduh. Gil jadi tempe apa tahu gua tahu. Pelan Iore bang. Kangkung. Mother in law family. Ngamuk kok ketawa. Tahu nih.
Keep an eye on Shados for this early fight. As you can see, there's aggression coming out of Nukia. He's gone up on top on the pipes and
Gue pengen jadi kayak Iore sehari lah ngentot lu. Cobain jadi Iore ya marah-marah ya. Gue kayak lagi cocok nih kayak. Gue coba ya karena kayak lagi feeling it kayak marah-marah nih. Tapi tidak menjamin ya. Jadi marah-marah aku takut. Oke, aku trigger ya bang. PMS. Buset, kalau kemasukan kodamnya iya. Duh kayak nggak bisa dah. Nggak usah lah udah. Nggak apa marah aja. Ntar ya tunggu ada yang bisa dibikin marah. Sekarang masih santai dulu. Kayak ntar. Tunggu momennya. Ini nembak apa coba tuh? Agil A-nya angry. Banggil marah di sini viewernya nggak mendukung. Bolehlah sambil lengket terus marah-marah. Tahu lah. Nggak jadi marah-marah lagi. Nggak ada tenaga anjing. Ntar aja kalau dibutuhkan. Itu lewat cok. Oh ditompo anjing. Hah. Ditompo gak? Yang gelombang bikin marah nggak? Kagak. Biasa aja. Cuman kalau terlalu panjang berisik anjing. Lagi nonton. Kalau cuman kayak akeong terus udah nggak apa-apa. Cuman kalau akeong ngentot anjing. Ditompo diapain? Ditompo tuh di kayak ditiban gitu anjing. Semoga webcam datang nge-spam anjing. Lebih suka nonton match Valo apa CSGO? Dulu awal gua masih main Valo CSGO. Sekarang kalau misalkan kayak turnamen kayak gini gua masih suka nonton, cuman kalau misalkan kayak bukan turnamen gede gua nggak tertarik. Ini kan emang turnamen gede kan, jadi kayak oke gitu nonton Valorant pun. Cuman kalau bukan turnamen yang gede gitu gua sih mager nontonnya. Banggil kamera cool tuh. Oh, aku suka ditompo wanita. Kalau Rexus Daksa Air 2 Pro gimana Mas? Gue nggak tahu sumpah Rexus. Jangan mentang-mentang gue pernah foto sama Rexus Daksa, gue jadi pakar Rexus kagak cok sumpah. Itu gue di endorse guys, jadi ya itu doang yang pernah gue pegang dan gue juga nggak pakai. Cuman tahu doang, sisanya itu nggak pernah pakai gue yang Rexus yang mouse Rexus gitu, jadi nggak tahu gue. Ini ada lowernya nggak ada lowernya. Rexus Daksa itu dipakai Tense Galak sama Redgar. Iya jago makanya kemarin si Tense 08 pakai Rexus kali itu. Ganti mouse sih soalnya. Gimik Tuhan. Rexus Fantech G402 apa sih? G402 apa sih? G402 yang mana ya? G402 itu yang pantatnya V ya, bentuk V ya. Yang pantatnya gini bukan sih? Pantatnya begini. Bukan ya? Itu apa sih? Yang kayak G502 yang mana lagi anjir? Di Prosper ternyata dipakai. Iya dipakai dong. Mahal bagus. Beuh. Anjing jago banget tuh goblok. 4-1 lah ini ya. Mouse Ranger kenapa jarang dipakai? Bentuknya aneh.
10.120 dari Redgar Baskoro. Pesan, malam Banggil.
Malam, selamat malam. Thank you Redgar Baskoro. Terima kasih. Anjing Mixel, what the fuck man? Gila Nats, what the fuck man? Gila si Nats sih. Apa coba? Ini gara-gara Redgar Baskoro gue jadi nggak lihat tadi. Gue kira itu si siapa namanya? Gue kira tadi Mixwell anjing taunya Nuts. Dia menangin 1-18 sih. Anjir. Gila nih orang. So cool lagi. Nih gue demen nih orang-orang kayak si Nuts nih nge-clutch chill, nggak banyak bacot, chill aja gitu. Malah temennya itu yang bacot, gue bingung yang menang, yang bikin menang siapa, yang bacot siapa. Itu gue zaman dulu guys, seperti itu guys, sampai sekarang kayaknya, sampai sekarang pun seperti itu kayak tanpa ekspresi. Cuman tadi itu benar-benar cool sih. Kalau udah cepet terus chill gimana? Kick aja gitu. Setuju Banggil, chillin. Lu kelas gat juga enggak juga sih. Prisnas kan Gil bukan cok. Saya Bang lu kuliah. Sentinel sama Gambit gak ada apa-apanya. Soalnya Nas psikopat. Mungkin dia tadi habis nge-class biasa tuh deg-degan tau gak? Pasti dia punya jantung dan pernapasan deg gitu, jadi dia mesti ngatur napas lagi setelah nge-clutch. Takutnya dia jadi deg-degan gitu gak sih, adrenalinnya terpacu gitu gara-gara nge-clutch kan. Takutnya dia jadi di next roundnya mainnya jadi lebih buru-buru gitu gara-gara kebawa adrenalin gitu. Deg-degan dia tadi megang dada, dia tadi caklah mundurin, nggak bisa dimundurin. G2 don't have a lot to work with in this round. Blade Storm for CalOgs, Vandal for Mixwell, everyone else on Sheriff. Still, plenty of potential for damage to be done. It starts with Mixwell by the looks of things. Defo's holding it with an op, and that's going to be the rifle dropped. Look at this, but I mean... bete kalau ada banci. Kok kata Kevin? Ada banci. Gimana kalau kata Kevin guys, ada banci. Gimana? Ada banci ya.
there's guys walking past me.
Guys, I'm gonna go to the toilet. I'll be RB.
Ada banci kalau kata Kevin anjing.
3 kills. Someone drop me a gun. Someone drop me a gun.
Listen,
Ada ragil, ada banci. Ah,
if you're 5-0 down, soon to be 6-0.
bencong Arab.
That is how they
Ada banci Arab, banci Arab.
Bladestorm, the final remaining beacon of hope in the round.
Gimana sih nadanya dia pas dia dibunuh sama si Rayak anjing? Ada agil goblok. Ah, banci mati tuh. Banci tuh kalau maju sini cow. Tapi kalau tur gini wajar sih ya. Kalau tur ini mah wajar aja sih. Cuman tetap nyebelin anjing. Tetap nyebelin. Bete sih. Dibanciin. Oh, Audio-Pile langsung teori colong Phantomnya nuts. Teori Phantom Prism anjing. Jago banget katanya orang pakai ginian, gue cobain lah. Lah kok punya kalau gue makin nggak kena kata Audio-Pile anjing. Coba lagi penasaran gue. Ah, mati goblok. Operator Prism juga. Kalau operator Prism kayak Sineter. Banggil Yaris, kenapa Yaris? Itu wapaknya di Phantominus bang. Apakah akan ramai yang pakai Phantom Prism? Pasti ada aja orang yang suges yang lihat kayak anjing nih si Nuts jago banget pakai ya gitu. Gambit kelas sih anjir. Langsung wall dulu Cin. Wallbang. They will cover anjir. Cikro aja baru beli Prism OP serius lu. Nggak jelas. Nah, gila si Nuts apaan sih? Dia selalu dapet timing apa sih, jago banget dia. Udah ganteng, nembaknya jago, timingnya jago. Lu apaan tuh lu lihat tuh? What is this man doing kata itu. Dia tadi dapet timing mulu anjing, nggak jelas tai. Jago lu. Halo, panggil halo Ibambu halo. Tuh. Bokong lagi, enak banget coy. Hidup dia ngebokongin orang mulu anjing nih, fix banyak hater si Nuts tai. Gara-gara ngebunuh orangnya ngebokong mulu anjing, jadi kayak ya. Dia dari mana bisa tidur di sini ya? Nih bisa bunuh lagi gini nih anjing. Anjir, monitornya gitu gak? Monitornya gitu gak si Redcar bangsat? Nat suka main bokong, iya. Udah ganteng masih aja dibawa-bawa. Iya, tapi curang tai. Gue paling ngeselin sama Redcar, dia kayak dia mau nyundul monitor anjing. Berkonversi perfect anjing. Pengen gue tonjok anjing si Redcar. Suka main bool. Engkau Ilham Iqbal. Postur katak anjing. Cosplay jadi kodok anjing. Borkom kalau masih muda. Nas PC perlu dicek his PC. 7-0. Ini base mapnya G2 loh. Icebox base mapnya G2 loh. Dibantai anjir. Gara-gara Doma gue suges Phantom minima bang. Oh Doma gak. Redgar dikasih pakai Visonic lehernya patah goblok. Mr. Brightside. Teng. I'll never.
Kellogg's trying to go for a flank
Tapi Gambit bagus, Xbox juga Banggil. Iya, cuman dari kemarin G2 Xbox-nya kayak win rate-nya gede deh. Assalamualaikum, selamat malam, selamat malam. 7-0 ini bangkitnya gimana? Bisa lah, dapat 4 bisa ini. Dapat 4 round menangin pistol di situ bisa kok. 144 gue jual kemana? Itu jual ke viewer gue jual. Ada yang mau kan? Itu gue bilang gue jualnya, ada yang mau beli ya udah. Gue kirim waktu itu naik pakai Gojek anjir. Harus ada batasan usia, ini pembantaian. Ada yang banci, ada banci. Ada banci. SL2411. Iya. Gue jual itu 2, gue jual 2,2 apa berapa ya? 2,3, 2,2 apa 2,1 gitu. Oke, antara segitu lah, antara 2,1 sampai 2,3 gue lupa. Cara balikin mental kalau 7-0 gimana? Tibek gak? Cara balikin mentalnya ya dapat momentum gitu sih biasanya di suatu round. Mainnya sabar ya kan, tahu musuhnya Iko, mainnya anti push dulu, ngantok aja dulu, chill nunggu musuhnya yang ngelakuin kesalahan. Kita mah tinggal mantek aja gitu. Karigan nih. Apa di CSGO bisa di hold nggak scope-nya? Kayaknya di CSGO nggak bisa deh. Kayaknya. Nggak tahu, gue nggak pernah nyoba juga sih. Tidak pernah ada di pikiran gue AWP gue hold soalnya. Kalau main Apex sih ya. Gila, menang 8-0 aja dia timeout anjir. Menang 8-0 timeout guys. Devo mirip Jampi. Iya mirip sih, ada mirip-miripnya dikit. Itu namanya respect timeout ya. Gila sih, keren ya, dia udah menang 8-0 pun masih timeout loh. Keren loh, keren. Rank Valorant sekarang apa? Belum ada rank gua. Ini coach musuh juga bingung nih, anjing pakai timeout segala mau ngapain ya kayak udah menang masih timeout tuh, jadi kayak nggak mau cat rambut. Nggak tahu guys. Itu namanya kasih timeout ke musuh biar mikir anjing. Baik ya. Nih, habis di timeout pasti dia sosok pengen ini main fuck musuh ini. Di slow mid. Ulti gak? Apaan sih? Curang anjir, dia udah Arda Turan langsung naik. Mamam loh. You will not kill my ally. Pakai Odin. Jadi coachnya tadi ngasih tahu, udah lu beli Odin aja deh, mau menang pakai Odinnya. Timeout maksimal berapa kali? Kayaknya 2 kali deh. 2 apa sekali ya, gak tahu deh gue. Bangke ada tuh dah. Tim yang duduk di kanan kalah mulu. Iya. Dan Turan gila, iya anjing. Jadi Dedi gue. Gila, awas channel lo di ban streaming pembantaian nggak apa-apa. I'm back bitch, kata si Nats. Gambit cosplay jadi CT Banggil.
Gambit have given no space. G2 have got to be feeling locked out. We talked about the pressure. Their best chance of making it to champions is winning this game. Otherwise, it's LCQ they have to go through.
Bangsat nih Nats keluar smoke masih bisa ngekill, makanya anjing apa ya? Jago banget tai. Padahal yang keluar smoke itu lebih disadvantage ketimbang orang yang mantek di luar smoke loh. Karena yang nabrak dari dalam smoke itu kan dia nggak tahu musuh di mana. Dia masih kayak ngecek kanan kiri atau dimanapun lah. Tapi masih bisa dia yang bunuh loh. Mau jadi agil ghost juga enggak anjing tang. Butuh obat kuat nih G2 nih. Ah ini sih 10-0 sih. Ciluk. Ini scream bang, ini underrated guys. Malam bang, halo malam. Devo cepet banget tangannya, iya dia sering comli soalnya guys. Sis. ET paling tinggi level floor berapa? 100. Gue belum ET lagi. Nanda yo. Para Mas Gil. Heal dulu dong, oke. VCT Master ada fun match sama viewer juga. Ini turnamen Liga Game atau VCT Master ya? Ini komunitas EMEA anjing goblok. Dia kalau 13-0 sih wah. Rip anjing. Tapi nggak apa sih, gue pengen lihat aja. Turni Gox anjing goblok. Gox Blocks ini mah Gox Blocks, turni Gox Blocks. Ah, udah mati kena shock dart lagi ya. Ini si Jitu mau ngapainnya kayak salah gitu, maksudnya udah salah. Kayak mau ngapainnya mati salah gitu. Ah, ini lagi cosplay jadi SK Rossi pakai senjata perban anjing. Ah, diumpetin loh. Ah, dibuang nggak lo? No OP for you guys katanya. Pernah main Roblox CSGO nggak bang? Nggak pernah gua. Tapi pernah lihat videonya sih. Ah, akhirnya Nats matinya dibokong. Kata emang enak lu azab, orang yang sering ngebokong orang jadi matinya dibokong lah. Si Nats kena azab guys. Haji Sulam mana nih, ngilang dia. Nats nge-cheat, jago dia guys. Kena karma, orang yang sering ngebokong dibokong. Lagi cipokan kali Haji Sulam goblok anjir. Bang pernah pakai eyelash enggak? Under TV NV megang mana NV kayak. Semenjak ada CY jadi boleh NV guys. Nats banyak dapat. Bisa miss gak? Wah 12-0 gak sih GH-nya? Nats tukeran lagi timing, gua gila nih orang sih. Ini orang sih timingnya sih menjijikan sumpah. Sumpah nih orang. Iya gantiin siapa? Iya ya guys. Si Nats dari tadi nggak jelas aja bisa gitu mulu ya. Apa dah? Kabus ya. Oh ya kabus. Kayak dia kayak mau pacaran sama Nas lagi. Kenapa gitu?
that they can try to flank this team. And Tom, they
Rosefu
fundamentally
kalau saat
cannot. Final player alive, Nukia
apakah 13-0?
to win this round out.
Let's go 13-0 please. Gue pengen lihat G2 13-0 aja langsung dibacotin fix.
Straight rounds for him to pop a smile. I think we'll see a lot more of that coming into the future. Remember, Gambit already
In Raski we trust. Menggokil sini guys.
If that doesn't scare you after what you're seeing here today, I don't know what.
Kodam Koslo jadi Roseo, kenapa jadi gua anjir? Tripaloski.
He's not gonna win this. Look, they've got post plant utility. They've got
13-0 gak sih anjing ini? Lo tau gak Gil Coach Gambit itu Zeus? Hah? Emang iya? 12-0 map pick G2 anjir.
Good luck guys. Good luck.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mitch and Tom. I don't even know where to start.
Anjing masa 13-0 cok. Ada Geo wangi guys.
Everybody has been speaking about this whole year, given their scrim results.
Aduh.
Those of you guys that are new to the scene, let me introduce you to Scrimbit. This is the team that every
Twitter seru nih kalau 13-0.
team in the world. We have yet
Geo
to see
wangi. Tai wangi.
this is what they're dealing
Penonton gua emang pada suka saat sama si Geo Cash ini, Geo wangi anjing.
national tournament. And here they are.
Pulang-pulang gak dibukain pintu Geo. Tidur di luar anjing
This
katanya.
is just a
I mean,
bloodbath.
I just look, not to put a downer on things, but I'm gonna call disqualification because I heard that it's a stipulation that everyone on the team has to be human, and I'm not convinced that that's really the case here.
Yeah, no, Nats is just on another level. He's ridiculous. I mean, we speak about him all the time, but before we speak about him more, I just want to quickly speculate a little bit with that timeout, the 8-0 timeout from Gambit. Redgar has spoken about this in the past when they get a little
Celengan
bit
Rindu.
too excited.
Gue pertama kali tahu lagu Celengan Rindu, tebak dari siapa guys? Dari Jason anjing. Dia kerjanya dulu nyanyi. Dia kan kerjanya dulu beatbox mulu kan. Beatbox, kalau nggak beatbox nyanyi lah. Nah tiba-tiba dia waktu itu sering nyanyi gitu. Kayak aku kesal dengan jarak. Anjing gue bilang lagu siapa sih Jason nyanyi mulu. Anjing gue lama-lama jadi tahu anjing.
Yeah, and I mean, the
Gitu.
two clips back to back on your
Isi komsnya sabar-sabar kagak bego isinya udah kontol udah.
in that manner in the A site to camping his own spawn.
Mirip Jamet ya bang. Siapa yang mirip Jamet?
This guy is so focused on getting this win and not only getting the win.
Sore bagus gak? Ya oke lah.
Like this game needs like an NSFW type. Like this is incredible.
Dia simple live follow anjing.
Right now.
He smiled. Yeah, I know it was insane.
Bangki banci Arab.
We're getting the wildest scenes right here in this game.
Ah ini udah
But also
pusing sih.
digging into that point that you made,
Aku
about
kesal dengan jarak
themselves down partway through is
yang
that
sering
it's always
memisahkan
difficult. It's
kita.
crazy the other day
Ayo
where
13-0 kah?
we don't want to get ahead of ourselves.
Yeah, they don't indeed. It's a 12-0 now, but Tom and Mitch, are we going to get our first 13-0?
Kira Nat senyum guys iya. Gila ada Falcon Blitz di auction tuh. Ih gak ada duitnya aku. Gambit era kah? Gak tahu sih.
Sure. Yeah. Rip out the 13-0s. Show 'em what you got.
Dan tunggulah aku di sana.
Really just showing G2.
Langsung wall mid gak?
You know what?
Wall mid. Nah tahu banget pasti di wall.
But this is the MEA baby, and Gambit are the kings of this region, looking for the 13-0. They're on the defensive side.
Mas gue kalau 13-0 lu salto dong goblok anjing. Gue satu-satu ntar gue gegar otak anjing.
Gambit though, after such a convincing
Salto kena ubin gegar otak tai.
they're going towards Nats.
Goblok
And
anjing.
they learn nothing, Tom.
Ah.
Moving towards Nats.
Yeah, Nats playing in Nats for
Dan
anybody
tunggulah aku di sana. 13-0 is real guys.
still just so
Melepaskan.
looking for
Satu sekarat. 13-0.
losing their lives. 3 players remain
13-0 kah?
being utterly humiliated. They'll get themselves a spike plant. They'll give themselves a bit of hope. But Shados looking to drop more players. Another one falls. It is looking
13-0 kah?
It's on to Kellogg's to give them anything. And G2 have been humiliated as Gambit
Dan tunggulah aku di sana.
will doubt them now.
Oh, watch out, NA, because these guys.
Udah. Kalau gua jadi G2 gua langsung cari kantong plastik langsung tutup muka gua gitu. Pulang gua.
Showing that even if G2 beat the best in the world, they won't beat the new kings. Absolutely. absolutely spectacular. I think that's one of the most dominant games.
Anjing gitu kos 13-0 anjing. Allah.
Semifinals of Masters 3.
Ah.
We even had a 13-0 this tournament.
I don't think we have. It's been a long time since I've seen a 13-0. Never mind this tournament, this stage.
Kata Siba masih mending gua lah nggak bunuh. Ini ada yang timnya dibantai 13-0 lah. Ini momen harusnya dia pasti menang dapat round di sini nih. Woi, santai bos. Anjay, cool. Ganti line up ya sih Jito ini next. Tapi si GALAX pasti stay dia. Pasti di keep dia. Dan tunggulah aku di sana memecahkan celengan rindu. Bagus nih Gambit menangnya kagak toxic. Terus bilang punten. Asia gitu ya. Anjay. Pip calon mantu ini. Anjay dipeluk dulu. Nih katanya si Gentot nih Nuts nih. Si Nuts anjing nih katanya. Jarinya pengen dipletekin lu itu. GG Gambit menang Master Berlin. Nah, ya, yang menang ini harusnya juara PCT ini sih. Oh nggak boleh dilempar itu. Kalau kalian mau jago kalian beli boneka guys. Beli boneka panda. Kalian butuh boneka panda, boneka buff tuh. Boneka buff tuh. Carinya di Miniso kayak itu. Buffnya sleeve ya, bisa juga pakai long sleeve gitu ya. Teori mesti pakai sleeve sama boneka panda guys, biar jago kayak Nuts anjing. Anjing ada LOL gak? Anjas. Harusnya yang berotot yang si Khabib lah, malah yang cacing-cacingnya disuruh bergaya, bingung gua. Coachnya mau dibuang nih. Jangan ngentot, tampar nih. Awas lu ngentot ya, gaji lu ya turun nih katanya nih anjing nih. Coachnya kayak panik kayaknya. Dibully playernya tai. Loki. Ya sedih deh. 13-0 anjing. Ente dah. Coachnya mirip Loki ya, lumayan mirip. Lu gil kalau menang kan lu berotot goblok. Kang joget gimana nih? Mirip musuh Spider-Man 1 siapa nya? Lihat Twitter G2. Twitter G2 bikin ngakak apa tuh? Coba lihat ah.
Yeah, for sure. And I've just realized that was our last map. That's what we've been given. We've just been given Gambit absolutely schooling G2. Luckily, I guess the
Dan tunggulah aku di sana memecahkan celengan rindu.
What a performance from Gambit.
Something to witness. That's for damn sure. I did not expect this one to be over quite as quickly as it was. Really at a loss for
apa sih G2 nge-postnya nggak nge-post apa-apa yang banget gitu. Pasti komen-komen yang tai sih gue jamin. Komen pertamanya how many rounds gold to esport win, terus bawahnya gambar telur ngentot.
Yeah, and it's the team that we normally talk about as weak on their attack.
Fuck you.
Genuinely, for maybe the first time in a very long time, I'm speechless. Like, that was a world-class performance from Gambit.
Ente dah gitu jadi cengan anjing.
Well, it's time to go on to the next semi-final. North America now fights for a chance to join Gambit in that grand finals. I better hope they send a damn
Twitter G2. Yang kalian mau lihat nih.
zeros, the 13 zeros back to back, but watch out, because Gambit might just bring it. Thank you so much, guys. That's the end of Masters 3 for us, but more games to come.
Mana kok nggak ada di sini?
America up next.
Nggak ada ya? Paket fuck by nets anjing. Anjing lah. Mana sih? Mana sih? Ini kah? No access to site anjas. Nats no access to site. Buset. Mana kok nggak ada ya? Nggak ada anjing, mana ya? Pak Sentinel apa coba? Death Note gambot anjing, gambot. Tolol anjir. Ini apa nih? Mana yang tadi ya? What everyone expect versus what showed up. Apa ini? Mana sih yang telur anjing, kok nggak ada sih sini? Yang telur hilang anjir. Ente dah ini. How many rounds the Sentinels win on map 1? Shazam 3 ini. G2 against tier teams and weaving Sentinels. Joget dulu Cin, si kontol joget dulu nih. G2 against Gambot, menangis anjing, mengsedih anjing. Ini kenapa muka Sinas udah tai. Badut anjing. Demoted anjing, gold 1 kan, bukan gold 2 lagi, jadi demoted jadi gold 1, bukan G2 anjing, G1 guys. Goblok lah. Mixwell udah nge-tweet gak? We beat seed number 1 of NA, we beat seed number 1 of Latam, we beat second seed of Korea. Komennya pasti kayak ini. Oh enggak deh, enggak ada. Hah. Ente dah. I'm sad that it ended like this, but we got outplayed GG's to Gambot. Nggak ada yang komen nih. Apa anjing? Oh, si bocil ini anjir. Anjas. Gaya dulu Cin, sebelum 13-0 nih. Malah Hasbullah. Sepi amat Centamir. Anjing lucu-lucu dah. Hasbullah tuh siapa sih guys? Gue sering lihat dia tuh, cuman gue nggak tahu itu siapa gitu. Dia sebenarnya siapa sih? Anaknya ini, anaknya siapa sih? Jersey doang keren kalah sama polo anjing. Lihat KD bang, udah gede itu. Oh itu udah gede. Gue kira anak bocil tuh. Udah tua itu dia. Oh udah tua. Cuman perawakannya aja ya. Bohong ya. 11 tahun itu umurnya. Oh. Anjay, cool banget. Oh gila, dia main no mistakes anjing mainnya. Ah pusing-pusing, Maxwell pusing. Influencer MMA itu. Dia udah tek-teknya mulus goblok.
I believe that was the first ever international 13-0 we've had a LAN.
That was brutal to watch.
Yeah.
Someone that's just rooting for a good game. Oh my goodness. Gambit are on another level right now, and I'm from NA and I'm terrified for the finals.
BM berubah jadi wuling anjing, mau ngangkat ini anjing. Aku agak galon cok kayak wuling. Gio.
The nightmare fuel for every other team.
Yeah, I mean, the way that they showed up today, you know, we talk about sometimes the
Gila,
possibility
nuts tuh, nuts.
maybe being too slow or at crucial moments not being able
KDA 9,5.
at some points in the past.
Ini apaan KD-nya 9,5 cok? What the fuck?
All of that, and I feel like they had something to prove today.
Absolutely incredible
The
performance.
fuck? 9,5 gak?
It's easy to just sing Nat's praise like all day long. We can talk about Nats, but
Orang kayak gitu kalau ngapin kebangetan goblok.
their ability to create openings in the rounds on the duelist was phenomenal, and you know just the entire philosophy behind Gambit.
9,5 tapi nggak MVP ya. Dia mati bener-bener dikit itu sofanya si Chronicle kayak.
I don't know if you guys saw, but on the stats, Chronicle had a 9.5.
Tuh dibahaskan 9.5 kan. Enak ya Phantom ini, enak kah? Ini kan Phantom default doang anjing, cuma ada warnanya doang anjir. Ternyata Phantom terenak selama ini adalah Phantom default guys. Fuck teori Phantom Oni, Glitch Pop dan lain-lain ya. Bunuh 14 mati 2. Muka-muka tukang pukul, umurnya 19 tahun semua. Kuncinya di body gil. Valor Phantom cuma 875 VP itu. Phantomnya cocok sama background. No suggest, fokus nembak. Badinya bikin buff.
Yeah, there's just no weak point. Like I said, you would look at typically an in-game leader perspective like myself to be like weak fragging wise, but Redgar isn't that player. He can put up star numbers like the
Dikasih musik, dia tipu dia di komplek tuh ada di daya daya da di da.
No one on G2 had KDA above 0.8 either.
Yeah, I mean, it just wasn't G2's day today, I think.
You can feel the pain.
It's just a bloodbath.
It happens, you know. It happens sometimes. It's not your day.
Phantom mulung lebih GG. Bahas konspirasi. Duh lagi pusing gua guys.
He of course is going to be showing up
Ah!
the Verizon high-speed moment of the match. This was one of the craziest things from start to finish. I mean, Mixwell did insane here, Sean. He couldn't have done any more.
No, he did everything he could.
Harusnya 4-1 di round ini nih. Baru muncul Kakuka, cok. Emang iya ada Kakuka kah? Let's go anjay kata. Wih, chill kata.
Yeah, I think all of us were just like, what did we just witness? Because also that early on in the game, I can't help but feel that was a little bit of the turning point that just snowballed out of control.
Yeah, that took the wind out of G2 sails. You can't come back from.
Kenapa nggak kenapa guys? Apa aja tiba-tiba teriak? Apa random aja? Minum, oke, minum dulu. Biar normal lagi, minum dulu. Si Benzema emang rusuh banget.
After that win from them today, Ascend have locked themselves in for champions at the end of the year. Of course, yesterday they
Oh,
were knocked out
Essen.
by that insane
Essen,
Behringer.
welcome to
Against
champion
100
Essen.
Thieves. But look at them, I miss them so much.
Penyanyi celengan rindu.
It's only been a day.
Yeah, I miss them so much already.
Bang, lu potong rambut ya kagak, gue iket
And more
belakang
than
lo.
that, if we look towards tomorrow, if Gambit are able to take this tournament home, that means Fnatic will also be locked in.
Aku kesal dengan jarak.
Whoever wins this tournament gets to qualify automatically, and there's 2 spots coming out of EMEA, Sean. A lot of scary EU teams there.
Banggil minumnya jangan air putih dong, nggak ada lagi air zam-zam biar berkah ya lu. LCQ online apa offline? Online.
I mean, you were telling me the teams backstage. It's just unreal when you listed them off. I couldn't even believe it.
Yeah, I mean, it all starts
Digas panjang direm putus apa tuh? Oh, nggak tahu gua.
It does indeed. But one
Bang, mendingan kencengin M atau game sense dulu?
handling those situations is Gambit. He is standing by right now with Dash for the Verizon post-match interview.
Game sense sih kayak. M bakal berkembang seiring jalannya lu main terus sih. Jadi paling bener ya benerin game sense, ntar lu main terus lama-lama juga tembakan lu jadi. Gila, gue berjenggot mirip lu, goblok. Online pakai server apa? Hongkong lah, pakai server Hongkong. Server Hongkong biasa ya. Soal zuhur belum. CIS FPS-nya keras-keras ya bang, nggak follow nggak CS ya. CS juara dunia juga, Gambit. Gila ya, keren ya Gambit. Kalau Gambit ini juara 1 beneran di sini sih gokil anjing. Di CSGO dia nomor 1, di Valo juga nomor 1 sih gokil anjing. Berdiri tegak. Iya anjing. Bang, besok final sampai full live gak? Insya Allah ya guys. Tergantung besok kayaknya guys. Dan tunggulah aku di sana memecahkan celengan rindu. Hai. Jadi inget Jason mulu kalau lagu itu tai. CSGO nomor 1 bukannya Navi ya bang. Kita lihat ya. Sekarang siapa ya? Oh iya, dia Navi. Cuman kemarin Gambit nomor 1. Cuman kayak keren gitu aja anjir. Kayak keren aja dia, CSGO-nya jago. Valorant-nya juga juara anjing. Berarti apa yang dididik, apa yang dia tekankan di tim di CSGO-nya diajarin juga di Valorant-nya gitu. Bumits itu kursinya kalau Bang Bumbla itu kursinya agak patah enggak? Besok ada berpan juara 3 enggak tahu deh. Gambit major winner. Ya Gambit pernah menang major dan terakhir-terakhir ini dia selalu menang turni online mulu. Jadi kayak dia nomor 1 harusnya, cuman terakhir kayak lagi kalah deh. Navi jadi naik. Masih main CS gak? Enggak. Main pas lu off screen main CS seru banget. Essen kena comeback ya tahu gue tahu. Bang gila, Essen jersey ganti ke Gambit aja. Polo ya. Navi baru dapat Intel Grand Slam kan? Iya kayaknya. Gue nggak tahu sih. Kayaknya harusnya iya deh. Kalau game CSGO pindah ke Valo bakal jago gak? Belum tentu sih. Cuman mungkin bisa jago. Essen pakai polo dikira mau main golf nanti. Nonton CS TL personalis bang. Ajaran Putin makin GG Gambit. Coba ambil nunggu ini, coba lihat. Astralis Liquid anjir. Ambil nunggu bentar deh.
rest here away from Liquid, that's going to be worth it, especially this AWP. Nice shot.
Nice shot from Fallen, and it's looking like, okay, they're just going to say, fine, keep
Now,
that op.
Fallen and Lucky are tied for frags right now. I mean, I was one of the people yesterday that was fairly critical of Lucky, and apparently other people were too. Dupree was tweeting about it. He has really redeemed himself today, so I'm happy to eat those words. I think it's really cool to see, and it's just a one-day change. I think I did caveat my statement saying he's got a long runway with me. Like,
Babang Fallen. Final Master malam ini kah? Kayak besok harusnya. Dipes ke NIP jadi lem soalnya. Config mau ke Astralis ya? Pakai internet apa? Pakai MNC internet aku. Sukapnits Lucky, pemain muda baru gitu, gantiin device jadi oper. Kayak yang talent gitu kayak. Dia lihat ya dari pantek. Six man roster ya. Skin value bakal ke CSGO ya. Bisa aja malah mungkin bisa lebih besar kan. Sekarangnya udah gede cok. Indo PB-nya rame, CSGO sepi banget anjir. Di Sea Faces masih rame gak? Kayaknya udah sepi deh. Kebe. Anjir. Udah ketahuan dong. Udah ketahuan. Elongnya kosong. Nah, dibegal nih si Lucky, dibegal nih. Bunuh lagi. Mantap. Lucky mirip Hobbit. Oke, mirip orang Indo anjir. Elites. Jago guys. Fallen kalau pakai aja bisa dash itu goblok. Igel asalnya siapa? Harusnya si Glaive, cuman Glaive-nya nggak main. Gue nggak tahu siapa Igel. Kayaknya Magis deh. Si Magis harusnya. Kemungkinan si Sipnix mau diganti sih. Ganti config. Kalau nggak salah ya. Kalau ganti Reso ganti Sensi juga. Kalau di CSGO ya, kalau di Valo gua nggak tahu deh. Mungkin beda dikit. Mungkin harusnya beda sih. Beda harusnya. Fallen, watch Fallen. 13 kalau di Valo ada ini nih. Lagi OT. Susahan mapping CSGO atau Valo? Kalau mapping susahan Valo anjing. Any Navers. Dr. Grimm, Mr. Grimm. Kalau capek ya sampai 16 CSGO. Emang dulu standarnya seperti itu. Justru gue pas awal main Valorant kayak ngerasa dikit banget, tahunnya cuma 13. Gila, besok ya Tega boleh. Boleh. Kalau Beson kenapa udah nggak ada? Kalau Beson digantiin sama ini kan, Ancient ya. Anjir, lempar bomnya gitu gak? Gue pengen ngomong bom spike gak? Lu belum kan? Belum gue. Game sepuh ini bang, iya. Ancient gantiin Train. Terus yang ada berarti apa? Oh, Vertigo ya. Vertigo. Sekarang Vertigo soalnya. Terus dari tadi sore masih asal sama TL gak tuh? Emang iya?
I guess he's maybe just expecting to find Zipnix there lurking.
No, but in fairness to him, that is exactly the style that he plays, right? It's just that Astralis had also set it up to get the
Map ampas Vertigo, susah map Vertigo.
aim back in that moment. If they're a little bit delayed for the spacing, he probably takes down
Langsung
both of them and
meninggoy.
gets the job done.
Navers.
So, it's the style that plays exactly to his strength.
Eh?
I can't really even blame him for it. Nav is going to save that one M4, and that's great news, but they did lose the other two rifles.
Goyang ke kiri, hey. Nona manis putarlah ke kiri.
Probably wanted the bomb, that's why he was
Eh.
like that. What a scary moment, in fact. If he dies with 10 seconds or 12 seconds on the clock,
Cuman simple ya, makin tua masih makin bisa konsisten aimnya.
another op shot.
Simple bukan manusia guys, udah beda dia beda.
Timeout called. And I mean, yeah, you have to just, you're swinging for the fences here if you're Liquid. Although
Mapnya keren ya, jelas banget.
Liege,
Beda kalau Valorant kan memang map kayak lebih ke arah ngomongnya apa ya, kalau Valorant ya? Kartun kan.
here, Liege is just,
Gambarnya lebih kayak kartun gitu. Kalau ini kan lebih real gitu.
I think they're gonna aim to play for overtime here, Liquid. This is a bold move.
Dan namanya kayak penyakit ampas lagi.
13.
So you have to play perfect from here on out if you're Liquid.
Kayak Steel Series gak?
And as far as
Valorant
Astralis are concerned,
kartun,
fully
iya
equipped,
sih.
fully geared, fully ready.
Santaris masih main, masih Santaris masih main. Dia bikin super team gitu sama orang-orang Turki.
Middle of the road.
Sama Woxic ya deh.
They did leave a little bit in the bank at least, right?
Elis juga sakit aimnya. Iya, Elis jago-jago anjir.
They'll have a chance to fight for overtime if that's what they want. Nades onto Elige just in case. He wants to
Elige.
play real close.
Valo tuh kayak MOBA FPS ya sih, ya karena ada skill ya kan. Map favorit lu apa di CS? Kalau di CS Mirage, kalau di Valo apa ya? Icebox kayaknya.
Paying attention are running into kind of the same problem that Astralis
Eternal
are running
Fire
into,
yang mau
and most of the
tahu
teams
timnya
are as well.
Santaris tuh.
Some of the Brazilian ones I've found
Ah, nonton
are
Draken dan
washed
kawan-kawan
up,
nggak?
no surprise to being a
Draken dan
Corsair
kawan-kawan siapa? Ini.
but most teams
Guild
have a real
Esport.
hard time doing it. So you're sort of left just dealing with whatever the T side is throwing at you, but you don't really know
Mirage semua orang
how
demen,
to
emang enak
actually
mapnya gimana ya?
really in play, and it's really suffocating. They've tried a bit with Stewie pushing into upper dice, a little bit, but not much. So kind of the same issue folding itself.
Stewie
out
mukanya
here
orang
for Liquid.
Asia, iya.
4 versus 5 in
Ada
the
rumornya Stewie katanya mau pindah Valo.
It's about to be
Bener kah itu?
match point. If they can just solve
Apa
this
hoak,
survival
anjay hoak.
Arena.
Now they might actually be not making a huge mistake.
Elis mirip
running
Popeye.
into the more defended part of the map. Megastar is actually, wow, he's leading from the front.
Draken dan kawan-kawan apaan? Oh, ini anjing.
The middle and gets shot by Liege apparently.
Deleted.
But the problem is now
Apa?
this is what I was about to say,
Mikey,
now they're pushing
Mikey,
into a 3-man setup out here
Katanya sih
with
gitu.
the scout as well. Fallen a little
Ngikutin
bit
scene Apex gak? Enggak.
here with the M4.
Apex gua nggak ikutin.
Good. Grim's gone down in the meantime. Naf looking for another kill. The bomb does get planted and Fallen.
Ah.
He's having trouble out long of his own.
Nih kalau di CSGO Martialnya masih ada susah.
And they're gonna be able to
Kalau di
negotiate
Valorant buset dah.
fine.
Martial sih menjijikan anjing.
Right at the end of it. Elige
Nah,
to find a quick headshot. Can he go for it? He actually had the right idea. Thinking about it, Sip is down there. And they should try and hide from here.
Aduh.
Sip is gonna shoot him in the back of the head. Not bad. Triple for Sip. 15 for Astralis.
si Lucky keyboardnya vertikal, anak PB anjing. Lu lihat keyboardnya Lucky, iya baru lihat gua. Kayak tarik anjir.
But now this was what Liquid were saving for this round. They will have rifles. Naf has an AWP if he wants it. Fallen has enough for money for an AWP as well. And you can just go for rifles,
santai.
support, and everything that you need here, but you need the remaining 2 rounds if
Oh,
you're
udah mager, Stewie udah pusing.
Yes, you do.
And well, Stu's in full recliner mode right now. Fallen, who's doing the talking? If it's attack timeout, I'm not seeing Fallen talking. I'm not seeing Stu talking. Is this Adren right now going? Adren is on the other side.
It could well be. Yeah, he's
Hello
back and forth
from
a little bit.
the other side.
Lucky, top of the board. Who could have predicted that?
Yeah, what a performance.
26 and 13 and 6 assists as well. He is
CSGO sampai berapa? Sampai 16. Nih kalau misalkan Astralis menang 1 round lagi udah GG.
One who's really struggling is Grim right now.
Kok kayak Pereksi Fallen merah putih di edisi apaan tuh?
In this map.
Yang mana tadi? Gue nggak lihat lagi.
Rounds of regulation, that would be terrific.
Oke, Naf ngantuk. Ini apa banggil?
Fallen crosses back.
Yes, gue dong.
Does get
Lah ini live ya.
Lucky. And it's some interesting information.
Stewie sudah mulai membayangkan coba gue bisa des gak anjir.
Without anyone really seeing it, so you got to be careful about making those calls too decisively.
Jadi abang-abangan tim Liquid siapa? Stewie yang paling sakit? Enggak.
And this
Enggak.
Yeah, very cool.
Paling sakit
Oh, might
Elige.
get the kill here. Ooh, the
menurut gua. Edit paling jago. Pecinta Liquid. Kalau second India sama Indo jagoan mana? Jagoan Indo lah, kan India nge-cheat. Elis dari dulu nggak pindah-pindah Liquid, iya anjir udah. Naf juga keras ya, Naf juga keras.
That's not something that's played all the time. That's not some common thing that they could have expected. And yet somehow it just looks like, yeah, no problem.
But they're going up catwalk, Anders. This is it.
Are they though? Because Bubsky is really far away. Now he could go down middle to catch rotations, but this could also be
Di Fast malah jadi ayam di NIP, tapi itu tetap perform sih. Berdua sama Res biasa di NIP. Naf mukanya bikin adem, mukanya bikin ngantuk anjing si Naf. Masih ingat twist nge-clutch gak? Ya elah, goblok, aku mesti nonton dari ininya dong. Nonton dari sini. Babi. Kaget gue kira gue di ban anjing, goblok. Kaget gue tai. Biasa kalau nonton dari HLTV suka kayak gitu tuh, mesti nonton dari Twitch ya anjing. Dimarahin tai. Sakitan Twitch apa Grim? Dua-duanya jago sih. Tapi kayak jagoan sakitan Twitch deh. GG. Ah itu ada Glaive nggak main anjing, bukannya bantuin main, malah cuma nice doang dia. Si Glaive ada anjing tapi nggak main, dah kocak. Main goblok, Glaive belum butuh IGL malah cuma nontonin anjir. Ada booster. Dewi atau simple. Glaive mau urus anak bang, emang iya. Bantuin gimana kan bisa 6-man. Maksudnya main tanding lah.
100 Thieves, who knows what's going to be happening with them as well, because obviously that game's up next. But I think that's what's happening. You've got like a merge of both kind of strategical inputs and boom.
It's actually insane to see all the different regions and the disparity between the play styles. How do you think the smaller regions are stacking up
dari
in
motor bang, makanya nggak main
do you see any of these smaller regions, you know, progressing further at champions? What has surprised you the most with those regions?
I'm really impressed with Crew. They made a roster change and it seemed to have paid off, but also they weren't as one-dimensional as they were in Iceland. Yeah. I saw in Iceland when all it took was like I watched their VODs and I kind of knew their play style, and then they weren't really switching it up. Whereas when they came into this event, it looks like they actually had a lot more like they've done their homework, but they really did a lot of server time and they had stuff and they were adapting to what enemies were doing. So I was really impressed with them, and I think just having more and more kind of these kind of scenes come in from each different regions and they get to come and experience this LAN just helps them kind of realize where they kind of are in terms of like the hierarchy of this game.
Yeah, and
I think that's what's cool.
Kind of going into your own region, I completely agree. I love how the regions have progressed, but going into your own region, this Gambit version has to be similar to the ones you guys are facing in scrims. I know you've probably played the two NA teams that we're about to see in scrims as well. How would you compare those teams to Gambit, and who do you think is going to take the tournament? I know you guys need Gambit to get out of LCQ, so you're rooting Gambit, but how would you rate these teams?
Yeah, I'm not sure how to go about this, because if I say I think Gambit are going to win, am I going to jinx it? So I'm going to say I don't know who's going to win, but I do want Gambit to win. But based off like who I faced, we actually haven't played 100 Thieves in scrims, mainly because we saw that they were using KO, and I was like, there's no point us practicing.
Iya apa NE Eropa sih, Gambit guys. Masih di Action, masih.
He's okay, but like he's not current meta, you know, so it doesn't seem like
Kellogg's nanti ini jadi Kellogg 2
like, we played against MB,
2.
and I was really surprised about their kind of play style and how they kind of approach the map. In terms of what I was
saying, sabar lihat gameplay Liquid yang baru setelah Bang Adik bersatu.
often like prods each side of the map.
Yang nonton CSGO kok masih banyak ya. CSGO di luar masih banyak yang nonton guys. Cuman kalau penonton Indo gitu atau yang di Asia gitu emang dikit. Cuman kalau di luar gitu CSGO masih rame loh.
In the finals, Gambit versus whoever they are against, I'm gonna keep my mouth shut.
Nanti pasti di LCK buat meta baru ya. Gambit tim negara mana? Rusia dia.
You know what I think. You know what I think.
Iya bang, dia takut gak fokus mainnya karena lagi urus family. Oh, I see, Glaive ya.
Honestly, Gambit take me to champions, baby.
Let's go.
Good luck to Envy and 100 Thieves and.
Gara-gara Gambit, Fnatic dileles. Oke dia, ada Kakuka.
I was just writing up my petition for the Sean Garris Boaster podcast.
Yang join TL siapa? Yang join TL itu adeknya Scream.
Oh yeah.
Please go ahead and get
Bajunya gini amat dia, buset. Mau jadi anak motor ini bagaimana nih?
Do you mind picking this up?
Absolutely. We'll run it around the whole arena. All right. Well, we got some amazing words out of Boaster on the way.
Ini dia Kakuka wangi, iya. Tapi
about some of the top teams here, obviously Gambit being one of them, but 100 Thieves and Envy, the next two teams to
ya
step on
Geokes
the stage.
istirahat ya, gantian. Nanti
Nanti
lolos apa dah karena gitu kalah, jadi yang lolos itu lagi deh. TL siapa yang di-kick? Cryptix. Kakuka kedinginan pengen dipeluk sama Agil. Ya mete.
Yeah, they have a great taste of EMEA for now, but I mean, if they make it today, they're gonna go against the Gambit that looks a little bit even more scary. And especially if we're talking about how we need to talk about what happened yesterday and how they lost that first map.
Tos saya siapa tuh anjing? Bukannya Essen yang lolos. Yang lolos Fnatic sama Essen nggak sih? Oh yang lolos Essen. Fnatic ke Last Chance Qualifier ya? Sorry salah. Nivera join TL follow ya. Udah nggak CS udah enggak. Brex main di mana ini? Brex di T1 kan? Gambit kalau juara Fnatic masuk. Oke. Fnatic champion kalau Gambit juara, berarti di sini Fnatic dukung Gambit ya. Di sini mainnya sistemnya tergantung tim lain ya. Kalau Gambit juara satu, Fnatic lolos gak sih? Ya lolos katanya. Fnatic langsung lolos ke champion. Jadi Fnatic berharap Gambit yang menang biar dia lolos ya kan.
And he's also adding a meta element to the whole team, right? That aspect of, is he going to play KO? Or is he going to play Killjoy? Or is he going to play Cypher, right? And all those have distinct differences in how you have to approach the game from the other side.
Yeah, exactly. Talking about the KO, he said yesterday that they didn't play it
Kata lu
because they
Handutip
know that
comebackin
it's
Essen
something
gimana?
that
Itu
does not
gua
work against EMEA. So that is one of the best questions for today. Is he gonna play
Gua kaget sih kayak lah, tiba-tiba menang, tiba-tiba OT menang lagi, itu GG anjir kayak. Dia yang bikin menang gara-gara ulti Hiko bunuh mulu, si Nitro AWP bunuh mulu. Ya gitu sih. Si Titannya juga jago ya kan. Ini si Crisis mukanya itu mirip ini aja penjahat yang di Toy Story. Toy Story 1 tau gak yang bikin kepala boneka kakinya laba-laba. Chance semoga ke Berlin. Biasanya masuk LC. Iya anjir. Iya anjing mirip sama Toy Story 1 yang jahat. Siapa lagi tuh namanya, gue lupa anjir.
I love being on this desk because I feel kind of like an outsider from you guys. I feel like you guys have so much more experience. But Victor was one of the keys yesterday. I feel alongside with Mark.
Yanto kan namanya goblok.
Almost everybody on this team because the way that they play against Sentinels is something that we haven't
Asuki
seen
Apak
from them.
semoga lan enggak
Before yesterday,
online
they
cok.
And what was yesterday? Crazy.
Nah ini kemarin nih gila nih, keren banget nih. Lompat, trot.
Get at him in the way that he plays because he's playing so much Sky
GG.
recently. And it's the same thing actually for Crashies too, right? The element
Ucil ngapain di
of
NV
how do we
goblok.
go against somebody who's playing in the back line, right?
Kasian sama Sinatra. Harusnya tadi Sinatra paling masuk tim aja nggak sih?
Right? But sometimes
Victor Neke put awal ya, betul. Heru bang namanya, Sid namanya ya Sid. SID Neke, nicknya gak namanya.
And you heard Boaster say it. It feels like Envy is that team that's kind of had the confluence of the two styles from Reykjavik, and it is peaking at just the right moment. Well, I've received words.
Ternyata jadi masuk mana dah? Belum ada tim kan dia. Envy Market jagoanku tapi Hiko Sugar Daddy ku goblok.
It's Envy. Let's get to it.
Dulu FNS gantiin siapa di CSGO? Loh, gue gak inget sih kalau gantiin siapa. TSM kah? Cloud9 kah? Gak tahu sih. SID Superman SD. Bunyi agak dada, aku dia dan mereka, na. Tos dulu Cin, aku adalah kamu. Anjay, si Marv dari kemarin kalau gue lope mulu anjing lu. FNS nggak usah gantiin Stewie. Oh iya, malam lagi malam. Envy nggak ada coach ya? Parah nggak di waro anjing, parah banget.
Out on that stage, sporting the American flag together. The pride of North America here at Masters Berlin is 100 Thieves and Envy. But from here, they turn chairs to the other side of the stage and they are now enemies.
Two things. Number one, I feel like I have to stand up right now.
Nitro kedinginan. Envy no coach.
We've seen out of a couple teams
Kacangin.
finally coming out with, you know, the flag.
Nitro datang doang kagak malak orang. Geo siapa sih Geo? Casternya cok. Bukan caster sih.
As Team Liquid and really started to dominate the scene.
And boy, was he Captain America just yesterday to pull them through to this semi-final. Smiles on the faces before they jump into the server.
Captain America,
I
anjas.
wish I could share the feeling with you, you know, but I'm sorry. But I love watching you, don't get me wrong, I love watching you. A lot of it's on the line. Let's see if Envy can actually beat 100 Thieves, because on the last encounter...
Ini Hiko keyboardnya apaan coba hijau-hijau gitu.
And I feel with this roster, Envy has always gotten closer and closer to getting the win.
FNS saudaranya Banggil ya goblok. Geocache wangi. Sentinel wear. Udah kalah Sentinel guys. Feeling lo yang juara siapa yang juara Gambit? Lemonstra main Palo goblok. Itu Marv anjing. Envy nggak pakai kos nggak pakai.
Yeah, completely. What we've seen previously from the teams, what we've seen during the tournament.
Geo analisis.
As we mentioned, they knew each other. They knew what the veto was going to
be. Geo kan, Nitro kayak poster American Sniper.
You got 3 of the 4, right? And so, okay, no surprise, Envy banning Breeze. The expectation is bind to follow. So when you look at those 4 remaining maps, as expected, what are the 3 you want to see? Where do you want them to go?
I think they're gonna go a little bit of what they did last time.
21 Envy, 2-0 Envy nih. 2-0 Envy sih, ayo let's go lah. Pasti banyak yang dukung 100 Thieves juga sih. Tapi gue kayaknya Envy sih. Juara 2 siapa? Juara 2. Juara 2-nya Envy ntar. 2-0 aja kelamaan map 3, iya anjing. Di FLR ada coach tapi tadi nggak ada anjir. Hunter Thief ada KD bang, oh iya bodo amat.
Yeah, and yesterday we saw a great performance from Envy on this split, so I would love to see it. And regarding this Haven, thank you very much. I wanted to see it. And from Hunter Thieves, is the map that they have played the most with the result. Oh my god, at least this map too. Okay,
I was about to say you made
Kira ada main Essen. Biasa
Biasa
Essen dia pakai KO deh si Hunter Thief. Biasanya. Envy udah cost service tau, gue gak datang ke Berlin. Oh.
Well, at least that's what they're indexing into, right? And so we're left with Icebox and Split.
Kok tapi belum apa suka, dia suka. Buruan 2-0 biar cepet kelar, iya anjing.
Oh my goodness. I mean, that would fulfill the storyline.
Biar cepat kelar ya.
Here's back to your point, Ball, about split. Okay, we're not going to go there. I was only going to raise the question because it was Envy's map choice, and they might want to take 100 Thieves to it, but it'll be Icebox.
Sakit perut, sakit perut kali. Lagi
The
berhalangan hadir.
and most disparate score lines here at Masters Berlin.
Yeah, that is ridiculous. That is really truly.
Kalau masih paman nonton ada obatnya enggak? Aduh, nggak tahu dah. Bang.
Thieves is resilient on the map, and the interesting part about that too is they both play probably the most unique comps here on that map because it's sageless, and we've been kind of.
Bang, lu fans KD atau Plu? Nggak dua-duanya sih.
Either way, that's map 3. For the other ones, Haven and Ascent.
Gua nggak suka dua-dua ya, biasa aja.
Played each other on these maps before, so it's not like they're necessarily looking at the other ones. They're really looking at the games that they played and how they approach those maps, not necessarily countering each other.
Lama-lama aja biar menamai malam minggu sedih, gak?
Because we need those dead duels. We need to see Eliab against Asuna, please.
That's what we want. So we want to go to map 3, but it starts here on map.
Panggil hari ini umur berapa? 18 guys.
Let's talk agents. Already brought up the KO and whether or not 100 Thieves is going to be willing to bring it out.
Sukanya kaku wangi-wangi, Bang.
But elsewhere, where are we looking for
Bang, tunggu tinggal bentar ya, Boker, silakan. HBD masih sampai ulang tahun, kocak. Bang, Dewa masih di Dewa nggak? Nggak tahu anjing. Siapa ulang tahun, kocak anjing, siapa ulang tahun, bangsat. Pixel Aigil goblok. Nggak suka kayak ide sama Plu, sukanya aku ya Bang, nggak Bang.
Asuna plays a very distinct style on this map where he's dashing
HBD nggak?
from awkward angles. He's not necessarily going the same
HBD siapa ulang tahun, kocak anjing.
He takes up the long A angle or he goes up on the
Ini lagi minta absen, aduh aku capek guys.
much different. So if you can break up those setups,
GWS panggil ya, GWS nggak apa deh, HBD nggak jangan. Orang nggak ulang tahun anjir.
That could be really good.
HBD ler lah. HBD ler lah anjing. Final di champion masih BO5 apa gimana? Gak tau sih. Guys, galang dana buat kuetar. HBD kagak ulang tahun, kocak. HBD kayak goblok nih. Kenapa tuh?
I love when they listen to me. Let's see if they get them up now.
HBD
nggak ada ulang tahun, cok. HBD kemarin apa sekarang 28?
They might have a difference in steel versus
no, they're literally the same.
But either way, like the way that they play is very
mantap.
similar. However, I think Thieves' approach to their attacking side and
also 19 panggil enggak, aku 18.
distinctly different in the way that they play. You
panggil
saw
absen iya, kenapa Deka? Aku lagi capek. Gak bisa absen. Monitor ARM yang bagus apa Bang ya Bang, sama enak kasih pakai ARM. Pakai monitor ARM harusnya enak sih, cuman gua nggak tahu apa yang bagus. Karena gua nggak pernah nyoba. Tapi harusnya lebih enak. Nge-adjust monitornya lebih gampang gitu. Bang Gil kapan vaksin? Bulan depan vaksin. Semoga Bang Gil DM-nya dibaca geocache. Kagak sih, gua nggak DM apa-apa, kocak. Bang Coy,
HBD Gil.
Thank you. Siapa tuh? Tapi aku ulang tahun loh. Astagfirullah. HBD Gil goblok. Iqbal, aku ulang tahun Bal.
Envy and 100 Thieves have just gone back and forth in maps. 13 maps played across their series. And it's so close. 9 of those maps have ended within 5 rounds, a 13-7 or closer. So each one of these games is literally gonna go to the last drop. I can't wait to see what the pressure they have.
Langsung ke garas nih, nge-pack plan nge-garas nih. Gila nih taktik gue pernah pakai, cok, taktik pack ini. Emang taktik 100 tips sih ini. Taktik ke B planting. Enggak ada yang gue pakai waktu itu tim Brazil, tapi mirip kayak gini nih. Bam. GP klasik atau Z? 4 second kayaknya. Si Steel kenapa? Aku liat ke lantai anjing. Dia nonton turnya Indo goblok.
Asuna's gotten it to half. Asuna might be sticking the whole thing. My goodness, he's gonna stick it and there's nothing to stop him.
Wah,
100 Thieves,
anjing.
yeah, Ye gets the 3K, but Asuna steals the defuse away. 100
Si Ye
Thieves are
bunuh
on the
4
board
tapi
first.
kalah, kocak. Kok nggak ada yang nge-pick ya? Pas di defuse. Gila asisnya si Victor, lihat langsung 5 cok. First round asis 5 anjing. Asisnya 5 cok, round 1.
These teams matching up in
Ah,
all of
buta
those
ya teman
meetings,
tuh,
the
buta
4
tuh.
meetings they've had in the 13 maps they've played, the whole meetings. 3 of those 4 meetings, 100 Thieves has taken. And a cool stat about this is the first time they played on
Taktikan
Haven
jadi
this
pakai
year,
buat
it was a
lawan tuh.
13-4 for 100
Enggak,
Thieves.
bukan
The
taktikan
last
tertib,
time,
salah.
most recently they played on Haven, it was a 13-5 for Envy. The script has been flipped. And can Envy continue that potential? Our second round here again, pressure towards mid. Envy just wants to give 100 Thieves something to think
TFT-nya
about
tinggal
right away.
diffuse
Then
goblok.
they spread the map and go back to playing.
You're also seeing a bit of a buy coming out from Envy, right? You've got the Bulldog, you've got a couple of lighter weapons, and then it goes lastly in the hands of Crashies, and it looks like this time it's not just a little bit of eye candy to make them think about stuff. They do get the spike down, they get it down mid. The nice thing for 100 Thieves is they do have some presence down long, right? They're sending to that way. That should open up Garage a bit more, or excuse me, B window a bit more for them to work with. And for the remaining members of Envy, you're going to have to split your attention, right? Because 100 Thieves are going to push out from B. You're going to be sandwiched in from the other side. Where do you turn your attention to for FNS?
Thrifty kah? Thrifty guys.
He's already gotten 2.
Oh, belum tentu.
Envy these first few rounds
Enggak deh.
pushing the ticket
Satu
to
HP
just see
anjing.
how 100 Thieves react.
Nitro nggak boleh miss
They
anjing.
are reacting pretty well, especially on this eco. Nitro picks up 4 on that round. The Marshal.
Oh, ini Phantom lo warna apa? Warna hitam. Kalau nggak hitam putih, tapi gue lagi pakai yang hitam.
Hunter's Fury. We're into our first gun round here.
Aku izin dulu bang, bisa ke upacara apa? Kocak hari Minggu.
Amount of buys necessary for the Thieves. Envy did some great damage there.
Nggak thrifty bang, NV force buy.
See what economy looks like because again they bought up a bit there, right? So while normally this would be Envy in a position where they can come out with rifles,
Beli
and
lagi.
throw them for a loot.
Right.
Nggak sih, nggak beli sih. Ini Iko, tapi half buy lah.
With the Marshal and how he's pretty good with it.
Kenapa mereka force buy? Karena tadi pas round 1 Envy bunuh 4 musuh di 100 Thieves. Jadi 100 Thieves tadi tuh duitnya jelek juga. Jadi worth it buat mereka buy. Anjing, si Ethan. The fuck Ethan.
Yeah, did take one with him. But 100 Thieves heavy
Ih, nggak kelihatan dia.
FNS still has a spike down C long.
Gila timing banget. Oh, kayak tahu dia. Oh, dia tahu, cok. Ke spot tadi. Cuman dia sengaja nggak ngejar, pura-pura nggak lihat aja. Kalau Iko bagusan ngumpul satu tempat atau split aja. Kalau bisa sih ngumpul satu tempat sih. Ethan dapat 3 yang lo temen. Iya anjing. Pacar pemakaman bisa jadi sih. Asuna suka banget pakai kapak battle pass iya. Iya, tahu gue tahu.
Seekers are ready. We're coming into round 4 here. May possibly see Envy get to those weapons and see what they can formulate across the map. Here we are. No operators are going to be seen just yet out of the squad, but Bladestorm is ready for El Diablo.
Diablo. Aku lupa hari ini gara-gara kelamaan di rumah, goblok.
For finesse.
Kita waktu pakai Sage lebih ngeri ya. Dia jago pakai Sky, pakai Sage. Kompannya jago dia, bunuh-bunuh. Asuna bilang sampai mati mau pakai itu, goblok. Iya sih, tahu gue pernah dengar. Di sosial kalau nggak di up nggak RGB ya, nggak tahu gue. Satu tuker satu. Boh, ini orang sih anjing nih, apaan sih? Ethan sih ngeri-ngeri loh. Itu yang gue takutkan dari Under Thief anjing. Si Ethan sih bangsul anjing.
Still with the Ares, still with the Spectre versus the Vandals. Ye and Crashy set up quite nicely here, but Crashy's pinged out. Will he get spammed? So close, backing off from the shock dart.
Marah-marah, sorry.
Deal.
But if Hiko can wrap
Ethan kolosal beda, cok.
Hiko can have some room to work with.
They double up.
The remaining members of Envy are just so weak. I mean, Steel is as well. Steel's the first one to go. He drops. Hiko yet again. in a clutch situation. Everything.
Anjing hampir.
Three Envy are on the board.
Hampir nyate, Cok.
Ye does not have to use the Blade Storm and Envy's on the board to start
Sekilas gue
pressure.
melihat Iko bisa ngeklas
They
tadi,
go
tapi
from here, they changed up a
halo
little
Agil
bit how they
Kristus
started that
goblok,
strat.
halo Nel.
Nothing was really going towards mid, and they kind of hit 100 Thieves right up
Kalau
the
Bang
butt.
Agil
They were
etam
able to
bukan
take the
etan,
shots, make the post
etam
plant work.
goblok.
So good to see from Envy. They don't have to stretch themselves too thin to make this first strats work. They still have a lot in the pocket to make this happen. It's going to be an A push towards that main side with 2 stars coming in right now from Nitro. It looks like they want to.
Kalau pakai Phantom menang tadi ya, kalau pakai Phantom menang sih. Nyate itu. Anjing bertigaan nggak? Drone dulu oh nggak? Udah ketahuan tuh ada nano tuh di short tuh. Ya Suna bunuh di mana tuh? Anjing dibunuh smokernya lagi. Ente dah.
Ethan in mid sent the
Bunuhnya
Trailblazer
smokernya
down,
susah nih.
slowly pushed out after seeing the turret. He takes down the turret and look at how Envy
Hitam bang bacanya, iya
they have to
hitam.
respond here.
Goblok.
Retake that area, no, nobody's pushing, and it looks like that may be the final execute in B.
Ethan with the flash.
Ah, flash dibalas flash. Lah hilang katanya musuhnya.
Nobody spotted him. Okay, he did that time around. Victor lands a shot onto Ethan. A 4v4. Victor's just so weak. He is 1 point away from having Seekers.
Mau nggak mana bosku katanya. Timing ganti pisau anjir. Gara-gara teori ganti balisong jadi mati anjing.
Oh no.
Asuna mati sih.
Sees the tip of the barrel. Yay, coming up with 2 huge frags. Drops the operator, drops Hiko, a
El
clutch
Diablo,
master,
guys.
and now it is all up to Steel.
Now he does have his own lockdown.
Emang tim paling konsisten di NA 2 ini ya sama Sentinel. Siapa? Hunter Thief atau Envy nih? Victor kalau lagi on fire gokil juga ya, tapi kadang keseringan gak on fire dia sih setahu gue ya. Kayak angin-anginan gitu. Panggil penyembah mousepad goblok.
Okay.
That helps. Took no damage either. So it looks like it's just going to be a bit of economy damage onto Envy. FNS was able to pick the op up, carry us into the next round. 100 Thieves still with the lead, but Envy, I like what we saw.
Maksudnya Envy 100 Thieves sama Sentinel. Oh.
Playing that one smart. They retake mid after understanding there might have been a push down from Ethan after the Killjoy turret was removed. And really not being kind of deterred by the fact that the gravity well was A. They had a mid-round call to go for. And good double kill cleanups around the map helped them secure round 2 as we move it around 6 here. Ultimates on both sides are starting to mount. This is going to get spicier and spicier here. That was Ye's Blade Storm that went off, so he's back on the operator. As we said, finesse.
Genteng rumah siapa lo gitu disorot-sorot ya. Saya tebang nggak nanggung.
Here the Blade Storm has been used as well. Swing out, no.
Kurang gede nggak sih suaranya guys?
Iya
kayak happy CSGO Gil.
He's like, are we gonna get Deagle push or Deagle push? Are we gonna get Sheriff pushed real fast and just get laser beamed in the head here?
Terus skin OP-nya apa? Siapa si Y Origin itu OP Origin?
Victor checks garage, but there's no real movement just
Ah,
yet.
karena
This is the
Dogi kan.
source where this eco round of 100 Thieves is being placed.
Yeah, so they just got a kill in garage.
Kurang apaan kurang?
Saw Asuna and C, and they also saw Nitro. So instantly you see, all right, we're gonna go away. The spike is rotating that way. You've got Crashies as the tip of the spear. Also has that Hunter Fury. The Cosmic Divide is coming out. Flashes to enter onto the site, but Steel is still around. FNS though behind Hiko. Steel's in a world of hurt.
Bukannya Convex.
But Asuna might just
AWP siapa sih? AWP-nya si Y biasa Origin. Yang mana sih?
Look at where Asuna is. He's already working his way back towards mid.
Everybody's being a rat here. Finesse is in A. Asuna, however, moving
Kalau yang
down and
putih
may have
hijau,
the bigger
yang putih
impact.
hijau iya anjing timing. Kalau putih hijau Convex, kalau misalkan dia pakai yang merah
Towards that right side, you can see Steel already rotating out of A.
kurang gil oh.
We had like 4 or 5 different flanks going on
Lagi
there,
pakai
and that
Convex
was
kemarin dia
one for
pakai
one.
Origin soalnya,
Victor
yang merah,
swings
Origin
around,
merah.
knocks Asuna out, leaving
Kayaknya AWP dia AWP mungut nggak sih?
There was so
Apa dia beli ya? Nggak tahu sih.
macro rotations to break
AWP
down that
Converse kali ini
round. Where do
Converse.
you start?
I don't know, but Envy's
Envy guys, ini udah Envy Gambit final ini mah. Gila buka desa enggak buka gua. Kenapa Met? Oh, peta enak SOL. Itu juga gua gak pernah pakai. Emang punya Asuna kan? Envy sih. Nih, lihat tuh. Musuhnya Toy Story itu anjing.
Super chaotic round again for 100 Thieves. They had pistols, so they should be able to bring in a bit more, and that is the case. You've got rifles and op in the hands of Asuna. You still have a couple of ultimates to work with as well. For Envy, Ye's going to be rocking the same.
Making
its way slowly but surely towards C, and there's no one on it, Rave. They're playing full retake.
AP Ion juga bagus, AP Ion. OP Origin ternyata bagus juga sih. Bang Asuna mirip kamu, mana ada. Siapa musuh Toy Story boneka bakso bukan? Sit yang ngedit boneka itu. Wah, nafsu. Udah. Kasih MVNS-nya nih. Envy guys. OP kerangka keren, Wardul itu mah OP-nya Wardul kan.
Normally do not go down or do not have that chance to get 2, 3 kills. They know where you are. They're peeking you as you're resetting your recoil, but Victor controls that perfectly. And he's feeling it right now. The team is ready to keep this roll going.
Yang suka mencuri mainan, yang suka mencuri mainan itu, yang suka diedit-edit. Kan bener bang, kalau lagi on fire gokil si Victor ya. Si Envy ini jago-jago sih, si Ye jago, si Crasis jago, si Victor kalau lagi jago-jago. Si Marv juga oke lah dia. Laba-laba kepala bayi, ya. Nah, lagi nafsu banget nih kayaknya. Teori Phantom Glitch Pop nih emang enak nih. Teori Glitch Pop Phantom warna coklat ya gak? Mantap. Jadi tadi yang bunuh-bunuh si ini kan, si siapa? Si Victor, tapi yang top frag tetap si Ye anjir.
There's nothing you can do to stop.
Victor rumahnya anak Garut goblok.
Again, they didn't have weapons. They invested the Seekers, 100 Thieves as we mentioned.
Crasis online jago. Si Crasis jago juga online. Lane juga jago anjir. Ternyata bukan godong yang mirip Crasis, mirip bocah Toy Story. Asuna mulai gerak kepala. Pakai timeout sekarang ya, lah. Masa timeout lah. Main.
Seeing what 100 Thieves is doing, they're switching it up a little bit. As you come back to the map, you will see Steel hard on C. Now they're covering the rest of the map. They were kind of playing retake potential for this left side, but they're going to try their hand at playing back towards that mid and back towards the A side. Ladies and gentlemen, this year it is 2-2, and Envy and 100 Thieves beating each other here on Haven. Who can bring that into their favor in this match? I mean, we're still in the first half, and it's punch for punch from Envy. Can 100 Thieves now after their timeout reset, get control of the game, and bring it back to 5-5?
How cheeky are Envy willing to get here? So Asuna has shown a short with the op before, right? And you've got those two Astra Stars set up.
Pendapatan tentang T1 yang gak berkembang-kembang, ente dah T1. Tinggalan jauh aja. TSM juga nggak kembang-kembang lagi TSM. Handutip mau stop streaming, Bang dia mau stop streaming. Tahu gak usah post lah biar game cepat anjir. Envy 2-0, no debat, no kecot. Kepala gue puyang anjing. Ulti gak sih? Enggak deh. Anjir. Bunuh sih. Langsung di ulti kan. Mati tuh orang. Ih, dikit lagi. Kurang ke bawah mati tuh si Ye. Asuna kalau nge-pick mati nih.
It hasn't made it out of a lobby. Yeah, he's showing he can do a bit of the same with his own op.
And this slows down Envy considerably. You can see that Marv has to watch the backside. The turret's gone. They lost finesse in his
Put sama
utility,
Crisis
so it's
skor
now
di
a
T1
forward
di
commitment
NV
with
berkembang.
just
Anjir
these
gak tau
members.
di T1 kayak emang
And they
teammatenya
are
kurang deh.
creeping into the site perfectly to make this actually work.
Teammatenya
Remember that
kurang.
lockdown is there.
Soalnya di NV ada FNS coy, dia the real IGL, pure IGL gitu lah. Dia benar-benar IGL dari zaman dulu. Jadi mungkin dulu pas di T1 nggak ada IGL yang jago kali nge-call ya. Jadi gitu lah ya.
Perfect, dog.
Langsung di ulti.
You've also got the Cosmic Divide coming out. Steel went in aggressive. Nitro's up top. Nitro's looking for more. Crashies.
Scanning ke head.
A little bit of info.
Aduh, nyabun tuh
More
anjing.
than he bargained for. Marv, though, is in a great spot. Drops things down to a 1v1. Peeking outside of the Cosmic Divide to land the shots onto 100 Thieves.
Marv di
Dog, I
sini
said it
bosku.
earlier. Clutch Master
Bang,
Hiko,
4
but
hari lagi
flying
ulta,
under the
selamat,
radar for this
TikTok.
event. We've seen the stats.
Kak gimana bang IGL gak dia? Gak tau deh, kayak enggak deh.
Being so good in clutch situations, and he does it again. The Cosmic Divide as well to split what they needed, and he worked through it perfectly. He's like, I know what this is. I know how to work through this. And what a takedown to the last two members of 100 Thieves. Marv coming up huge for Envy.
Turi keluar masuk.
And that was the you know, we talked about this on the
santai-santai
desk
anjing.
for Envy. It was always somebody, right? Like it
Kok
wasn't
kalau
just
by one
one player on
anjing.
the side of Envy
Iya,
that
Cok.
stepped up. Yeah, and had a big moment. It was everyone had their moment in the spotlight. And to your
Dia
point,
pengen ngancurin turret ya?
it's dangerous when they're all clicking
Ah,
like
turretnya
that, when
hancur
they
gila.
all step up.
Hancurin turret, ngancurin drone sekalian gak? Gokil anjing.
Difficult to handle for 100 Thieves. They've got their hands full. They're down 3
Nih AOP-nya Y yang gue bilang nih Origin baru tadi yang convex itu mungut dia emang.
Catches 100 Thieves.
Oh, Marv, what are you
in a brutal spot as Marv is just continuing to pile it on.
100 Thief, anti-100 Thief.
right now with these frags. They are not deterred. Eco or gun round.
Itu di ping mulu sama temennya ya.
Pace roll right now for
Boy!
to keep pushing forward. Nitro, however,
Nggak bener
bringing a
nih.
bit of that momentum from their games yesterday into this. As Marv comes up with kill 3 of the round.
He's upgraded a weapon. Envy play that
Tung,
well, though. As soon as they feel
tung,
contact coming out from Nitro, the swing comes out from Garage, and the kill gets
Dibantai
so
gini
they
ya.
get to 7. They get to
Iyalah, udah
7.
gue bilang Envy guys.
While we kind of, again, given the fact that Haven has 3 sites, you expect that a little bit, right? Because you have a bit more authority.
Cerot tuh, dicerot langsung mati anjing.
You can show fakes and pull
Masih
down
belum
the
tentu
way.
sih ini Hunter Thief staknya jago. Nah, bodo amat, bodo amat. Bodo amat, bodo amat. Bodo amat. Envy, let's go Envy. Biar 2-0 menang anjing cepet Envy. Ini map pick siapa nggak tahu.
Their aim is wild right now. This might go quick, so I'm going to hold this call for steal.
Asuna's going. Asuna's going. They are playing off of the util. Asuna has to dash away, back up, but did get a kill. He's going to get healed up as well. FNS down to 10 HP. Yay. Just on the other side of the smoke. The op is there. Asuna felt that one. He's got the blade storm to work with too.
Heal dulu, mundur.
There we are, Finesse making his way back to make sure the utility's still activated. They know nobody's been pushing too close.
Lemon jago juga, Lemon nggak?
May have gone out of range for a moment as they look down towards Garage. That's not covered by the turret anymore.
Bakat dukun lu Gil, nggak ada dukun juga.
Mentioning steal at the beginning of last round, it may seem less impactful, but we saw him spray through double doors to take down Finesse's turret. Very heady play at the beginning of the last round.
Resist, C-nya Cukimai.
Like you said, Doug, it doesn't matter.
C-nya contol anjing dia.
Coming out with, even if there is a read there, they have been able to topple the strategies of
Keren ya AOP Origin keren loh. Gue kemarin pas ngeliat si Ye pakainya jadi gue mikir keren juga ternyata AOP Originnya.
What I want to see here is, do they continue to push it, right? Do they go all the way to C through Link, or do they?
Yang warna merah ini keren loh.
To planning B, Ye still holding that Link with the
Asuna pakai AOP mulu.
Timing.
Timing.
Marv tried creeping his way through. He gets punished at the hands of Ethan. Asuna was able to get one on FNS.
Nah, dia tahu sekarat.
What a shot! Victor gets one as well. Ye getting the spike down B.
Oh, si Victor nggak tahu nih di dalam window, tahu deh. Aduh, pakai Odin, Mang Odin. Rasanya anjing banget. Dia kok ganti?
He has to creep his way forward. A Red Bull clutch from Ye. A 4K, 8 rounds for Envy. 100 Thieves. They've been pushed around this half.
Envy completely in the heads of 100 Thieves on their attack, on the first peaks, the confident first shots. 20-4 on the top of the scoreboard.
El
for
Diablo
Envy.
nih, bos.
Absolutely incredible as Ye continues to pick up these frags. Push peeking with the operator against an automatic, picks up that Phantom, and then just drop steal. Incredible.
Holy shit, Behringer ngomong holy shit gitu.
Envy in their post plans.
Jago banget kontol, kan gue bilang jago ini guys, Envy guys. Asuna tidur ini mah udah. Ah kan, lu bilang tidur langsung meninggal kan? Under 50-nya titit, goblok. Itu apa Bang Wali kah? Apaan Wali? Bukan Wali ini. Ini logonya El Diablo nih.
Making sure that Marv is ready to place for the site take. This is going to be Cosmic Divide up as well for Envy. There it is.
Ibu-ibu apa siapa yang punya anak bintang aku? How.
Gosh, that was close. They invest what they can to try to clear it out. Not able to do so with
Logo slang.
Has to respect that, right? They have to give up the space. You've got Marv who's taking garage.
Pengumuman dia lihat tapi pakai jas jadi nggak bisa dibunuh. Ketahuan. Pintar langsung diajak main jauh. Tapi ketahuan yang di bunuh si FNS sih kalau dia lompat. Anjing. Bantai bosku. Asunya nggak usah diambil ya, asu goblok. Sofanya sama-sama Bobo nih, Hikonya Bobo, Crisis juga Bobo.
13-7 or closer was the score. However, the last time they played Haven, it was 13-5 for Envy. And it looks like they have that same read on 100 Thieves here. And they will take the upper hand on these teams being even at 2-2 on Haven across the year.
9 rounds in a row. We're going to toss it down to Dash at the desk to break down the first half.
Thank you very much, Doug. We talk about how 100 Thieves has got the mental. Well, the mental will be tested here as
Asuna kalau menang jadi Asia bro.
Together straight to close out that half. 9-3 fashion.
That is very impressive.
Asia. Kalau NV pilih mana, Sentinel atau NV? Kalau NV pilih mana Bang? Sentinel atau NV?
Even better and stronger. One of the matchups that I wanted to see was Victor versus Ethan. And the way that
siapa ya?
Pushing in
Tahu
every
sih.
single time, it's crazy.
Gue mager kalau Sentinel lagi yang juara, males. NV gue jadi.
Partially because of Ethan, but since then, you called it 9 rounds.
Asuna masih geter dapat death threat.
I honestly, those other times when you're playing against Gambit, when you're playing against Ascend yesterday, it felt like 100 Thieves still had some modicum of control in it, right? It felt like they had some ideas that were working, but they just weren't getting executed.
24 anjir, 20 mati 4.
Yes, he's popping off.
Rosio, NV Rosio goblok, enggak lah.
He's got 20 kills in a single half already.
First half kill 20 anjing.
You're gonna see him go in, he gets the kill, he gets another one, he's like, oh my god, I just saw a body, I need to push it, and that's the thing, they were taking so much space from 100 Thieves all the time, constantly. These shots, they are disgusting.
Once he started picking up the op, I'm questioning, even before this to be honest, has he missed a single op shot?
He missed one there, but you know what? If you can't do it with the op, you do it with the classic, right?
It's ridiculous. Like he
Paling lo ngedukung Sentinel Pak NV gil.
He's literally embarrassing people. That
Gue kemarin nonton pengen lihat Sentinel kalah sih.
He took out Asuna when he's like mid-air with the class. Like, what is that?
And let's not forget how this half started, okay? We saw, if you remember that pistol round, that was kind of
Berlin,
like a mess. And
PCT Berlin
control the situation almost from head to toe with that diffuse in front of everybody. So
kostum.
Maybe if that hadn't happened, where would we be?
Well, Envy is looking clean right now, and it's up to 100 Thieves to contain Ye as we head back over to Riven Doug to get into the second half.
Mukanya nggak cocok jadi duet soalnya ilmuwan anjing. Pakai jas lab putih gitu kan cocok tuh dia tuh. Cucok robo dia.
For a lot, I don't think it feels like that, Doug. Envy have been.
Kenapa ya nggak pernah pakai baju timnya sih? Kemarin pakai nggak sih?
That is going to be
cukup
tough
kali.
for 100 Thieves to find a way back. They can place now where they want the members. Attack side is considered the more aggressive, the easier to be able to initiate
baju
onto
jet buat
that
Geo
site
gak?
holder. So we'll see what they can do.
Baju Sky lah. Cuci bang katanya. Kemarin dia pakai kaos tapi kaos Envy.
Ethan should be able to get the spike down, but the fight for Garage is going to be an important one. FNS and Seal, Chess Masters.
Kemarin sih dia pakai baju tapi baju kaos Envy itu. Anjing apaan ya, Cok? Heal dulu dong. Nggak ada heal ya. El Diablo boys.
100 Thieves with 2 members remaining. Make that one. Make that none. You talked about how they needed the pistol. Envy says not today.
Was that a 30-second pistol round? Envy instantly finding 100 Thieves.
Ini map siapa? Aku nggak tahu.
But if you don't watch Envy, they're just as
oh, ini map 100 Thief nih. Map 100 Thief.
They have one of the most terrifying defenses on split because they're
ini map 100 Thief ini.
Drop of the wall, and here we see it again on Haven.
Soalnya tadi si 100 Thief startnya attacker dulu. Salah. Tadi si Envy startnya apa dulu sih? Sekarang dia apa sih? Attacker ya? Jadi goblok gini anjing.
Not exceptionally surprising to see them. They're like, fine, you know, we're gonna stick with pistols. We know that there's.
Oh, ini map picknya Envy dia salah Envy ini. Ini Envy map picknya Envy nih.
Of this round is they haven't shown very much at all, just a little bit of peeks out towards mid.
Sampai Envy nih.
That's it.
I think 100 Thieves need to employ the now.
Ketumpan saus kodok mentega. Kenapa panggilannya El Diablo?
Same as they rolled with Gambit.
Kayak waktu itu nick dia El Diablo gak sih? Sebelum di Envy, nick El Diablo. Apa gimana ya?
The utility usage, love it coming in from FNS. He can work between B and C and Garage, still with activation on all his utility.
Salah yang pick attacker duluan. Karena rank demon. Iya. Dia kayak rank demon gitu, anjing buta semua. Rank demon pingnya 8. This is pembantaian anjing.
Looking for the last, but he goes able to take care of it. He's got an upgraded weapon. He's able to has the spike as well. Finds himself in 1v3, 67 health, no utility to his name. There's Marv cleans that up. Envy gets
ditibek sih.
Able to have more rifles. You did deal a bit of damage to Envy's economy. Marv went all the way down to 0.
Anjing krisis nggak apa-apain menang ya. Si Ye main sendiri Cok. Nggak logis.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking not too worse for the wear. This does have to be a pickup round here for 100 Thieves. They'll find themselves in a very
nomor punggung Shazam laku ya 3 ya soalnya.
Do they go fast or do they try to
Si Asuna setiap round selesai tumbuh angin mulu. Tumbuh angin. Apaan tumbuh angin? Ini otak gue yang lagi error apa gimana sih? Maaf deh guys. Sumpah gue lagi nggak bener tadi.
It's a pretty common thing for him actually, which is just disgusting.
Tumbuk. Tonjok angin. Oh. Ethan mantan CSGO. Oi, apaan tuh? Mantan EG iya. Nggak, tapi gue kayak lagi nggak tau lagi tell me juga kayak sorry dah. Lagi kayak males berpikir gitu aja. Karena capek. Masih di challenge, cerot. Majuin lagi lebih dekat. Give me those back.
At the hands of Ye, he isn't just taking members of 100 Thieves with him in this round. Look at how much space they've already gotten long. Yeah. He's going to continue to push his way forward. Understanding that Ethan just dropped there, has to be careful. But 100 Thieves turning their attention towards B. Steel's able to get the opener onto Marv.
Aduh.
Flashed up.
Ooh, big flash.
Do anything with that.
Anjir, flashnya. Bisa kena flash gak? Bunuh gak nih?
No, Nitro says no. Finesse.
Anjing udah bunuh 2 kalah, Ronnya kocak. Sayang banget.
Steel picks it up. 100 Thieves find a 4.
Bentar capek berjalan kagak anjing.
And Steel comes online with a 4K.
Jangan buat panggil pikir sedang mimisan mikirin siapa emang.
That I love to watch on the side of 100 Thieves is their mid-round calling, right?
Yes.
Comeback ini belum tentu guys.
Yeah, well, they got pushed down A long. You felt Ye breathing down your neck. He's just ripping people's faces off.
Asuna perlu jari sukuna gak?
They call for a mid hit. they're able to hold things off. And
Si Asuna tuh bukan nonjok angin anjing, dia sosok ngetos gini kayak gitu tau gak sih?
And that's where you see some of that expertise. That's where you see some of that experience on full display for 100 Thieves.
Being able to
Teori Vandal Prime kuning.
have one roll with the way you're hitting the sights here. So the turret for their Killjoy Steel is set up pretty deep back, so he's going to be watching mid. This isn't a full initiation just yet unless they find an instant frag.
Kayak Sentinels di Reykjavik tanpa kos bisa dominate.
Cheeky little spot. The Trailblazers see
Keren.
things. The Seekers are going to come out as well.
No need coach. Yang penting nembak mati katanya.
To clear things out and not have Seekers get really around that corner.
Steel again getting in this position to hear audio, hear what the movements might be. He's just getting as close as possible for moments at a time to see if he can catch a footstep.
Moment to moment, tonight is the night. We'll fight till it's over.
So far, it's all quiet on the home front right now. Nobody's really showing too much. A Vandal in mid doesn't tell too much either.
Well, and so we just saw Crashy's dart long. It didn't get shot out. Right, and 100 Thieves
Asuna
were
kosannya
there, so
gede
they lay around the space. They
Dusna,
intentionally don't clear it out to give off the
Asuna kalau jadi kepasangnya jadi Wadesta anjing.
And this is all bait.
Nah, lucu ya iya memang. Hahaha. Tahu gue lagi error otak gua. Oh, makan tuh yang bilang comeback tuh anjing. Mamam tuh kena terus smoke tuh. Pernah main NBA 2014? Lupa deh. Lucu banget gue terjawab. Cosmos Wadesta dong. Dipasangin Cosmos Wadesta. Yeay bunuh 30 cok.
Crashy's there, held down the site, the first kill, the second kill almost. Ye picks another one up to come back and clean in the site. Like you mentioned earlier, Doug, it doesn't just have to be Ye. The sites are still held down by incredibly strong members on Envy.
DM Rayak guys, manggil udah 3 jam belum ngoceh. DM Rayak.
Competitive play to Berlin.
And it's hard to stress the importance of Crashy's kill. They're on the line to open things up because remember,
tapi kayaknya kalau udah lama follow butuh coach deh. Kayak tim CS top semua pada coach aja sih.
There's nobody long. Again, I want to draw us back to that recon dart that posted up down long.
Aduh, kenapa masih pakai teori pos dulu sih anjing? Ya kalah aja lah, 100 Thief.
There's a good chance there's nobody there, but for Crashies to hold fast, to not.
Kalau skornya deket iya bunuh 50 tuh bisa. Kalau skornya close match gitu ya.
He holds there, doesn't give up any of that space. The spike comes around when the action is happening B, he's able to drop the spike instantly, and at that point, like, what do 100 Thieves do?
Nggak, ini orang nggak cocok pakai jersey anjing, dia cocok itu pakai tuxedo gitu tuh. Kayak jas gitu yang rapi-rapi, kemeja cocok tuh, mukanya cocok.
Regular defensive position.
Pakai jersey nggak cocok anjing mukanya. Sisit nih anjing. 30 mati 7 kontol deh kayak main CS ya.
Still being able to read a bit more the map. That's what he's been known for, being the rat that he is. It just hasn't been able to come up for
13-4 kalah, Undertip nggak ada duit lagi.
Come down to Envy just having those opening shots on the rounds that is making this so tough.
Padahal lu bangku parah.
Here we are, game point for Envy.
Sitnya nggak pakai behel bang. Sit pakai behel kan di Toy Story. Kena gigit doggy. Langsung drone, cari info lagi. Shortnya celah, dia masih manggil temen dia ke A cok. Langsung di ulti gak? Perang aja lah kata dia anjing. Mati lu bangsat. Aduh.
That's a Seekers.
There it is, Marv trying to clear that out. The lockdown goes off. Marv just playing on the other side. Marv, just playing on the other side.
Nyabun.
The classic comes out as well, but Ethan wins that. And all of 100 members, all members of 100 Thieves are there. They're a little bit weak, but they're there. Numbers advantage going their way. Ethan wins that one. He's got 3 on the round so far.
Kalau beli VP di mana? Biasa di Easy Skin gua.
He doesn't really have any room to work
Easy
upon the site.
supply.
The spike is down. It's continuing to tick away as well. The one thing is, I don't know.
I don't know why.
This is incredibly scary. Are there mollies on that? Or is just the alarm?
Either. I don't know if there's time. Yeah, they haven't fully rotated.
There it is. Okay.
Kita emang sakit nih, emang sakit tau gua. Krisis mirip aktor film yang di Pitch Perfect. Pitch Perfect yang karakter yang mana anjing, gua itu pernah nonton tuh.
They do seem to
Di
have something
Rasuna
extra
apaan
in the
coba?
tank once they're pushed to their limits and they remember, wait, we have
Masalahnya
a
si
playstyle that
Ethan
works against this. We have
sampai reload 2
other
kali,
things we can
Cok.
start to run.
Nyabun
And
anjir
they
si
seem to
si
then figure out how to get outside this box that's keeping them down so many rounds. Envy now losing a few back to
Nah, ini
Spectres,
dia momen
Guardians,
comeback.
and Marshall for Marv, as it is going to be a full gun round here for 100 Thieves. Let's see if they start prioritizing ult orbs to make things work even better. They could have awesome assaults.
Dude, so that was a problem. That's what I was worried about. Marv was showing so much on the side with this
Waduh,
Marshall,
ketahuan Marv.
which is kind of like quiet. They had no idea. Swings out with the Guardian, able to get one. Hiko
Ah, mati dah tuh Ye.
things out as Asuna gets one. Hiko does as well. So that Guardian out of the hands of
Hancurin Rico nih dong ya, ketahuan dia. Shit.
He can do some pretty filthy stuff with it as well.
Nice dart by Hiko there. Able to figure out 2R in the site.
Aduh, 2 HP.
Just firing off with the Guardian.
Healing dulu. Sabar, gue udah ulti katanya kan.
Real quick from Victor. Nice push by Finesse.
Bikin lama game momok. Ketahuan backside 1.
On the rotation as well. So Crashy's a spot him given away. You've got Victor.
Teori Balisong. Mamam lu.
Gets the timing right. He can blow this up. Spike making its way towards A. As Crashy's assumes position up in heaven.
Asuna N-nya ente.
Again, keep an eye on Victor.
N-nya ngentok ya, ngentok anjing.
Oh my word. They're not turned around yet. They're not turned around yet.
The Hunter Fury's there to push.
Wah, ini.
Victor, hello, surprise! I'm here. Nitro's been dropped. The flash is there as well as Victor looking for more.
Oh shit.
Has to swap the weapon. Does the flips run to
Wah!
and now feels a bit disjointed.
Wah, ini sih winnable sih. Ini winnable nih.
Hiko 20 HP in a clutch situation. 13.
Nggak usah pakai pistol juga anjir.
Swings out there.
Oh, dia Guardian ya.
He continues to push the map forward. Spots the barrel of the gun. A thrifty round win from Crashies onto Hiko. A 13-5 in Riv. That number sounds familiar.
It does sound familiar. It's the exact score of their last meeting in NA on Haven. History repeats itself. Envy take map 1 on Haven.
And I think what was really impressive out from Envy is we touched specifically on the attacking half for 100 Thieves a couple of very pivotal mid-round adjustments, right? Like you could see what they were trying to do on the map, but Envy mainly off of Ye's 31-9 performance.
Oh my gosh.
And it wasn't just that too, because you could even see, I want to bring us back to the last round or just before where Marv playing off with the Marshall, they want to set up Ye. We're really starting to see the addition of Ye and how Envy are playing around him to really activate him and give him space to do what he does. And that was the conversation that we had, right? Once
Let's go baby, let's go
Envy,
baby, let's go baby.
we know he's individually nuts, but what does that look like as a team?
Right.
It's happening, Rip.
Yeah, you support
Shit paling gede.
allow them to do things, but also the rest of Envy can hold their own. Victor as well, almost dropping a 20 bomb there with 17 for himself. Picking up a lot of big frags. We saw Marv on some big roams in the early game of the first half, and it's kind of wild. Ye with 400 and
Let's go
for the first map, setting a statement. Envy sending a
Bahkan
message.
bener lagi gila. Iya, Envy cok.
You better come with it. Map 2 or else this is going to be a quick one. We're going to throw it down to a break.
Menang lah biar
When
cepet
we
lah.
return the desk, we'll break down map 1. Don't go anywhere.
Makan ya guys. Lapar gua. Kalau predik Agil sudah retro. Nah. Makan apa Bang Gus? Tinggal kali kiri langsung ada makanan. Emang kebetulan di sebelah kiri gua ini ya kantin anjing. Nah ini gua makanan tadi malam cuman belum gua makan. Gua beli takoyaki tadi. Kayak nyoba-nyoba gitu takoyaki dekat rumah. Kenapa pemain kalau menang teriak-teriak? Kalau kalah teriak-teriak baru nggak logis. Kalau udah kalah teriak-teriak baru nggak logis. Kan menang cara meluapkan kesenangannya dia teriak-teriak lah kayak celebrate begitu lah. Takoyaki 10.000-an kagak anjir. Mahal anjing ini. Kanting anjing, ada lidi pedes gak? Ada, makaroni juga ada, mau. Sebelah pabrik roti wangi itu enak. Emang iya? Emang kalau lo tinggal di sebelah pabrik roti wangi? Undertap comeback gak nih? Enggak. Anjing lagi kayak dugem bangsat lagu ya. Kalian ada yang tahu gak? Kalau misalkan kalian beli takoyaki kan kayak ada apa ya? Kayak yang surutan pensil loh gitu. Di atas takoyaki biasa kayak ada surutan pensil, itu namanya apa ya di Jepang? Kalian tahu gak? Si surutan pensil itu sebutannya apa ya namanya? Gue dulu pernah tahu, cuman gue lupa gitu. Apa namanya ya? Si surutan pensil itu. Seaweed bang, bukan. Itu ikan anjing kayak surutan pensil pokoknya. Aduh, apa sih namanya? Katsuboshi, emang Katsuboshi namanya? Katsuboshi. Kage buncin kali guys. Bonito flag gak? Pokoknya yang kayak serutan lah. Yamet Kudashi bang. Yamet Kudashi. Yang tipis-tipis itu iya. Ya. Yang kayak serutan. Bang Yamit para kedasi.
As we sit in the Bear Team music call, we wanted to give a shout out real quick to all the Masters Berlin contributing artists, where you can find this poster on our social profiles at Valorant Esports if you have enjoyed any of the tracks so far here at Masters Berlin. Phenomenal soundtracks to some phenomenal games here on this stage. I know Welcome to the Jungle is one of your favorites, and that's what we just came in with.
40.000 10 biji murah apa mahal? Apaan tuh?
We were hearing it actually right now because they know I love this song, so they play it for me. So thank you very much, production.
Check those songs out. Check all those artists out. But as we
Pagi
said,
Bang
phenomenal
Dio.
soundtracks,
Pagi, selamat pagi.
Envy just gave us
Pagi,
one of
selamat
those
pagi.
phenomenal maps. 13 to 5
Yang penting
fashion on
donate.
Haven. Over 100 Thieves. The caster set it ball. That scoreline reflects the last time these teams met.
Suna,
on that
thank
very
you
map.
Suna, ya Allah. Terima kasih.
What just happened? Because they just
Lumayan lah, gue bisa
destroyed
dibikin
them.
tersenyum
They just
sedikit-sedikit.
completely, like, I'm feeling the same type
Makasih
of vibe
guys.
I just had from Gambit, right? Where
Love
they,
you guys.
Sure, the score is not necessarily the same, but
Pun lagi
it
pusing,
didn't
lagi
feel like 100 Thieves
capek.
had any sort of success
Terima
in that
kasih.
game whatsoever outside of like Ethan having a couple of
Malam
rounds.
Bang Gil, halo
In
malam
my
ya.
mind, feels like they didn't even show up right now.
Yeah, and we're seeing Ye here, and as his nickname is El Diablo, I'm just gonna say it in Spanish, basta. Enough, okay? It's enough.
Gue baru ingat dulu, bahkan gue manggil nama gue sendiri tuh Agiel, ada E-nya aja.
This is not what we're used to see, but I feel like Jay and Victor played the part for their team, and it's also he was not
Apa
being
alainya anjing
reckless.
Agiel L-nya besar tuh kayak persisnya diketik sama si Gumon tuh.
Doing exactly what he had to do, and it just worked.
In many of those close matchups we've had
Takoyaki
throughout the
40.000
tournament,
10
you'll
biji
find the two
murah anjing,
teams
40.000 10 biji
I
cok.
think you call it a really important point. While Ye is
Biasa tuh kayak cuma dapat
31
4
kills
atau enggak 5
over the
biasanya.
course of 18 rounds, Asuna not
Agak si
quite
ganteng kalem, jangan lupa L-nya urus besar guys. Makasih Suna biar harga Takoyaki nutup.
Just thinking about what happened yesterday against Sentinels, I was scared that
Masih
going
prosin
into
masih cuman lagi enggak.
it just didn't happen.
Gimana
And
itu?
again, if we
Masih tapi enggak gimana itu?
how this map started with that pistol round, I completely agree with that.
Hai, train in hell.
Buat beli serutan pensil bang.
Dari tadi. Buat beli serutan pensil bang. Thank you tadi. Buat beli serutan pensil gak? Thank you, thank you.
There were 2 kills from 100 Thieves with the op.
Jangan lupa pakai titik-titik Agiel, titik-titik. Di tempat gue takoyaki gerobakan 100.000 bang, anjing. Bang, Vania itu ade lu ya? Sepupu gua. Ini siapa nih bisa tahu-tahuan Vania tiba-tiba? Vania itu ade sepupu gua lah gitu kan.
Oh, and with the Phantom that he
Kamu siapa tahu-tahuan Vania gak?
Like the self-awareness that Jay has been having during this Haven, it's crazy. Controlling everything. He was not even afraid.
Itu isi keju apa sosis, Gil?
Behind the elevator, knowing that he was getting pushed.
Agil sayang kemue. Isi sosis enggak, takoyaki tuh yang paling normal isinya sebenarnya. Apa isinya ya? Oktopus gitu apa sih sebutannya? Oktopus itu? Oktopus cumi-cumi gitu ya intinya. Kalau Widi siapa bang tadi nongol? Itu udah berkeluarga dia. Baby Oktopus. Ya Oktopus gitu lah ya. Kalau yang isinya keju dan lain-lain sosis itu takoyakian kayaknya. Kalau yang original takoyaki itu isinya oktopus. Taco bursa. Nah, itu bener taco. Lu tahu, lu kan wibu anjir. Kraken isi Kraken bang, isi duit. Iya, yang banyak kan tepung. Iya, belinya yang jangan yang murah-murah, jangan yang 1.001, belinya yang mahal biar nggak tepung doang, so.
Indeed, thanks so much, Dash. So I'm going to show you guys 3 C executes right now from Envy, and they all come in very different ways, completely through 100 Thieves off, and it shows the aggression that Envy has brought to this game. Let's draw some notice to what FNS has set up over here.
Kalau pro player lagi istirahat, dia bakal tetap gaji nggak? Tergantung. Kalau dia tapi harusnya enggak sih. Makanya isi aja sih Kopet. Udah pensi SOT belum juga sih. Belum pensiun tapi lagi nggak main aja. SOT itu game-game yang dimainin ketika lo lagi pengen mainin aja sebenarnya.
So that everything changes now. You can see they've grouped to front B and crashes as the Sova is going to go post up back here and ends up catching Nitro pushing C completely unaware. So Nitro ends up going past that alarm bot because FNS is past it and Crashies is still aware. But what I want to draw attention to now is the freedom that Ye gets on some of these rounds and why he is such an impactful player. FNS is about to use a lockdown, and typically you would want to play passively in the site. But look at this angle he's in right now. He is so deep in defender spawn, right on the edge of the lockdown. This is not common at all in pro play. And Envy did this multiple times in the game. So you can see this round ends really quickly once he gets those kills. Right here, he's right at the edge of the lockdown, and again, there's just no shot for Austin and
Audio-Technica apa cok? Bila akun Genshin gue sekarang dijokin, wih keren udah kayak Sultan lu joki-joki cok. Bang masih main ROX ya masih? Masih. Di rumah gue harga 1.000-an bang kalau udah nih jawab tadi. Bang lu kalau pensi mau ngapain? Main saham kayak. Nggak tahu sih, nggak tahu.
They're using their skill. They're allowing Ye to just op pick into this site, and they want to explode on this site at the last possible second. So progressing through the round again, you can see they've walked all the way up.
Mas Gil masih main kartu Yu-Gi-Oh enggak lah. Agil pensi bakal nerusin Black ID goblok. Audio-Technica temannya Binomok. Oh. Kalau Agil pensi mau jadi penyanyi, iya makanya gue tadi udah. Aku kesal dengan jarak.
Look at the rolls. Victor's
ya gitu-gitu lah.
as Yake looks into garage, as Marb's looking in front. Everything is covered so well from Envy
pensiun
right
Gil.
now. And they just take the site.
Tahu juga.
But again, look at the aggression that Envy brings on these C hits. Victor immediately pops
Yang
into the
sering
nebula right there of
memisahkan
Marv, and he's
kita.
ready to pop flash out of it and push
Jadi
into
coach
defender
Gil,
spawn.
thanks bang,
This
thanks
is
bang apa?
completely
Kenapa lu
halted
bilang
a
apa? Thanks
retake
bang, emang gua
heavy
ngomong
team
apaan ke lu,
in 100
Rinaldi
Thieves.
Wahyu?
It makes them think about, do we want to line up our retake yet?
Aku
Or do
pas
we
lu kagak
hold off
ngomong
and wait
apa-apaan,
for this
malu
type
lu
of
thanks bang
progression
tiba-tiba.
that might never happen? So there's Victor coming through the smoke, and he's using all of his utility, and I believe we're going to get a first-person view of this. There it is. It's just these guys stand no chance because they're
Apa
all
tuh
set
thanks
up
bang
for
anjing, gua sampai
retake,
nyari
and
gua
they're
komen apa tadi dia,
steps
kagak ada
ahead.
komen ki.
Now going into the last round of the first half. Again, FNS is going to use this lockdown in the middle of the C site. And again, it's a completely different look. So the same turret placement over here in mid. And again, they've gotten the pick on Asuna C because these guys have run out of options on the C site. They don't know how to hold it anymore, so they're just throwing Asuna at them, praying that he gets some openings. So as they make their way up to the site,
Tahu
it's
anjing
very
pusing kan,
dry
iya
up
thanks bang,
until
kayak gue
the
tadi
point
bingung
of
kenapa
Marv
tidak
using
thanks.
this Astral Wall.
Ngentot lah ngakak
Completely
daripada gak
different
bener.
look yet again. And look
Tadi
at
dia
the
nanya bang,
gravity
tapi
well
gak tau nanya apa.
blocking
Iya, gue juga bingung
successfully
jadinya.
right now. Ye dashes into his smoke. And you can see Ethan wants to try to stop this. He wants to stop.
Gara-gara nyanyian lu barusan kali. Oh.
So aggressive, but he gets caught. He gets caught by
Hingga
Victor,
aku
and the
hanya
site is
bisa
locked. And there is that lockdown that FNS drops on the site. He's one of the few
berbincang
killjoys
denganmu
that
di
uses the
WhatsApp.
lockdown as the site
Aku
happens,
kesal
as
dengan
opposed to-
waktu.
as opposed to taking the site itself.
Kagak iseng
It
dong
has
gua.
worked
Oke, mantap
so well
Rinaldi.
for Envy throughout this tournament, and I don't see it stopping anytime soon. They are playing with so much confidence here.
Sedap
and
Gil,
I
oke,
am
sorry guys.
terrified for 100 Thieves heading into map 2, guys.
Kalau makainya SMS gimana Gil? Oh, dilanjutin dong.
We are terrified as well, my
Ada yang
friends,
teks,
but
ada yang ulang
100
tahun,
Thieves
emang
has shown us
bangsat ya.
time and time again the resilience that you need on a stage like this to come back from defeats,
Dilanjutin dong,
dominant
nggak hafal
defeats.
gua.
And so the
Karaoke
question
Gil.
remains, can they do it on a
Karaoke
set,
kayak emang
which
gua
will be the
Iore anjir.
second map of the series.
I am extremely scared about what we said
HBD pala lu HBD lah anjir, siapa ulang tahun kocak.
in both occasions, and also the fact that MB has played this map. They picked it to play against Crew, and it was a 13-2, so they're feeling comfortable. And picking up on what Sean was saying, we were talking about how Marv and FNS were working with Astra and Killjoy together. If that happens on Ascent again,
Itu lagu dong, biar kayak Ages. Anjas, HBD peler kuda anjing HBD. Gua ulang tahun, woi.
That normally they do perform on Ascent. What about this map speaks to their strengths?
Yeah, I think that
Jadi sorry aja deh Bang Gil, oke. GWS Bang Gil, kok nggak boleh bilang HBD ya nggak apa, kalau GWS nggak apa deh, GWS masih oke lah. Masih sedikit masuk akal. Kalau HBD siapa yang ulang tahun, tai. Bang Gil kalau pusing makan timun, kenapa emang?
When you watch Haven, he was always just kind of walking in and saying hello, and 100 Thieves didn't have time to respond.
Now we're diving straight into Prime Gaming Agent Select, and again, I think there's no surprise that you see that 100% on Jet for Ye, and so more of my questions become, how do you contain this player? If Asuna's not going to step up and be on the top of the boards across from him on a duelist, then you got to find another way to answer him.
It has to be Hiko, it has to be Ethan, it has to be, you know, denying that first contact that he's definitely going to be looking for. But we have a problem here, and it's that Envy is supporting that player Ye so much that it's going to be easy for him, I think.
I honestly would have maybe liked
Buffer kocak.
to prefer to see Ethan go back to Sage like they used to play on Ascent, to slightly delay. I know that's not what's happening, but these are the ideas that are going through my head right now because I see there's so much from Envy that I like, and it's so difficult. What ideas do we have to stop it outside of meta picks or slight counter picks like that? Because to me, nothing is coming to mind.
And we have another mirror match here. Oh my god, this is going to be crazy.
Like, the players are relying on their instincts and their ability when it comes to this matchup. And so for 100 Thieves, they got to find the answer here on Ascent as we head right back up to Riv and Doug to dive straight into it.
Do or die, it's now or never for 100 Thieves. They're facing elimination. Envy really just kind of whooped them in the first half, or in the first map.
Sending a message, Doug. Being able to execute the strats you want, not ever showing 100 Thieves that you felt like you were being pushed back. And honestly, from looking at the minimap, it didn't look like they were being pushed back from our perspective either. Envy is on a different one today, and let's see if they can keep the momentum now, starting on the defensive side as we switch things up, and also go to Ascent.
Turret cleared off. cleared out right off the bat. Thank you to Ye's Ghost. So they're going to be able to farm the ult orb into Hiko's hands as well. And then pull off. It looks like that was their only intent, right? Like, make sure there's nobody pushing in with the turret, and then rotate your way into garage, get the ult orb, and then flip the map.
They've already got the stars placed for a nice tree take. They move towards long. Gonna have to figure out what's in mid here. I think that is going to be Steel's job as soon as they start to cross this. Yeah, Steel comes back, checks tiles, checks mid. Just make sure nobody's gonna come up cat behind them for now. So far, so good. See how they actually worked that together. Asuna looked, Steel looked, and now they're pretty safe on this situation. Steel probably to make some noise over here at B right before they do the A hit. Looks like Envy's gonna be on the full retake. Just Yay in A site.
Bang Envy dulunya Ken Envias, iya dulu Envias. Mas Gil tahu Sony nggak? Sony siapa anjir? Tuyul anjing. Selamat malam abang-abangan, selamat malam.
And now you have to, if you're Envy, you've got to respect some of that pressure that's coming in from the other side. I love the drop of the turret there, out from Steel to make sure there's nobody pushing their way back in. Oh, Nitro!
Bentar, guys.
Nitro's in such a great spot. FNS with the turret as well gets
Tapi Salma Bang Gil.
100 Thieves win the pistol.
Bang Gil lagi apalin lirik dengan rindu ke Salma kagak, Cak. Kagak, Cak.
Playing off maybe some tendencies they can find right away. Not in a few rounds, not when Envy's kind of
Selamat makan.
heels right off the bat. That's the 100 Thieves we know. Playing around their opponents and then through them as their opponents try to retake.
Great start for 100 Thieves. We talked about how for Envy, they started off hot. They never looked back.
Right.
And there was the risk of that, right?
Aku kesal dengan jarak
on ascent, but for 100 Thieves,
yang selalu memisahkan Bang, boleh ngirim lirik dengan rindu gak? Boleh. Ini kenapa jadi ngomongin happy anjing, happy Salma lah, happy apalah. Sama Idul Adha, kenapa jadi Idul Adha anjir? Celengan rindunya hitam gak bang? Apaan tuh rindunya hitam apaan?
Can't really put too much of a fight up here. 100 Thieves looks to go hunting a little bit with utility over that heaven.
And that's exactly what Hiko does. He goes hunting with the util, able to land one, and they've pushed him off of heaven. So they've taken not just the site, but they're continuing to really kind of give Envy a dose of the medicine that they were giving 100
Apaan tuh ini? Bahasa apa sih?
They're continuing to push it. Right? They never slow down. A prime gaming flawless for 100 Thieves.
Mana makin nggak make sense anjing, sumpah gue bingung nih ngomongin apa sih. Bedanya orang sama motor ya, motor orang ya orang.
I believe that was Nitro already gaining some nice alt points within their frags this round.
Jahe anget tahu isi streaming aja nikmatnya hidup mantap anjay. Oke Bang 8 lah, oke itu anjing. Pusing gua. Mas Gil kartun-kartun apa yang kasihan? Nggak tahu.
But it is going to be bonus for 100 Thieves. Victor with a quick knowledge check of a guiding light out.
Bukan itu Bang Gil, apa nih bukan? Yatim Pikachu ya Allah. Udah pada gila nih nonton gua. Gil kena Nabil kan? Nabil siapa lagi? Jangan udahan dulu Bang Gil.
Asuna repositioning. Here come the Seekers. Asuna dashes in at just the right time. The flash is there, though, as Ye and Crashies are the last really.
Nyabun.
Crashies is still back behind the switch. They never checked it.
Oh my word.
Gil bentar main Ionens enggak?
Time it just took somebody to get under that heaven kill. Really throwing 100 Thieves for a loop. They really didn't have their corners covered.
Nabil mantannya Hafiz, gak suka Batagor Asia. Waduh. Ini perbincangan apa chat gua ngomong sendiri semua anjing, udah pada gila ya. Sebut nama aku ya, kenapa Taichan Amalia? Taichan bukan sih? Talchan ya? Talca. Sorry dah gue Taichan enggak. Maaf. Udah error otak gua. Will pacar bentet sakit banget, siapa pacarnya? Talca Amalia, sorry. Gue masih Taichan. Para ganti nama orang, sorry dah. Heidi lo enak dong. Tapi padahal gue belum pernah nyoba. Salma bukan sih? Siapa Salma, guys?
There is a smoke in the backside. Hasuna peeks with the drone, and you can see how
Dunia
unfazed
juga
Kay
mabuk.
is. Like, yeah, that can ping me, but it can't kill me. Where is the target you're pushing with? Read that strat completely. Little reset.
Yeah, and Envy there for a moment. They didn't take the space away, but they had a sightline into garage, so they knew there was nobody pushing up that way.
Tes di P800 siap. Sama mantan gue itu. Ya nggak jelas Theo kali nggak apa, biarin. Lucu. Gue butuh hiburan guys, sumpah. Makasih ya udah mencoba menghibur gue, penonton kontol ya. Para penonton kontol, terima kasih ya sudah menghibur saya.
It's going to be Hiko next, and the patience from Crash. He's pulls the round into Envy's favor.
Manggil beli nasi kuning jam segini di mana? Banyak itu di GoFood ya.
Right, like this is surgical. The way that Envy the last couple of rounds, and I mean really to recall
Bang,
back
tahu
on the
Cinta
first
nggak?
map, how they've just been able to dismantle
Tahu.
what 100
Anaknya
Thieves
Uya-Kuya
shown.
kan? Cinta.
Again, like Crashy's being there, right? Like understanding where the lean was.
KFC jual nasi kuning.
Space away.
Where are you going, bro?
He's had so many big moments throughout this tournament. It doesn't
From
look like the
stage
kid's
3 to
slowing
this
down.
tournament, Doug. Yep. It has been incredible from the young player in Crashies. That addition
Beda
of the
yang
package of
Laura.
Behringer and Crashies of at the time food and Crashies
Laura
was
Saha emang
such a
ada?
pickup for Envy. The
Bang,
combination they bring
kalau
just with
Jack
their synergy
sama
from team to
BUY
team,
nggak?
having comfortability
Apa
playing
tuh?
together adds so much. And we can see a
Bang,
little
gua siapa?
solo play there from it. Now at 2-2, we're all
Entot.
tied up. Doug,
Random
the last
anjing.
meeting of this map did go to Thieves, but it was
Kamu
a
aku ah.
13-10, so expect these rounds to stay close.
100 Thieves creating some space to get
capek
Austin
gua.
and Blade Storm off that last ult orb on a long.
Halo, selamat malam. Kita dari tim Shopee. Pengen memberitahu kalau apa sih itu anjing, lupa kan gue meme kan. Ramad hadiah bang. Oh ya, kenapa Ramad hadi? Pantun aja kita ya, sedap. Silahkan pantun. Boleh. Enak banget. Apa yang enak, kocak?
Up in heaven, and you've got Asuna going up top, taking care of Marv.
Okay.
And there's Seal with the flank. Seal
Bam.
got him behind enemy lines.
There's the
He's
rat.
good for one. The grab
Ah.
very well as he gets a second, but Crashies again.
Crashes
finds
again.
himself two.
Jadi
Gun
ulti
difference
kan?
leading his way, but numbers
Send ulti.
advantage in favor of 100 Thieves. The 100 Fury coming out from Crashies
Ah.
to deny.
Great dodges.
Oh, kena nggak? Oh, kena satu. Tensensi berapa? Tensensinya nggak tahu. 0,43 kali, nggak salah ya gua.
Cloudburst demise right there. He's got to stay on this same angle.
Tolongnya Adam, Emilio kalau nonton ini bayar utang anjing. Wuh. Wah. Wah, kena shock dart mati gak sih? Ini tuh berapa BPS? Belum BPS guys. Ternyata jangan lupa dibayar, ya udah bayar kok.
It being set up because it, again,
Sentence.
you just have to look at it with the the Blade Storm out, as I said that before, the Blade Storm. And he takes it out, has time to reload, rack another bullet in the
Misna
yard,
kita merihini nonaka ya sura ini ditana dinanina hita ya ini nalum kota baby pau inako baby pau inako Misna kita. Bingung kan lu nyanyi apa kan? Bang, kayak CFG bisa di Valorant nggak bisa? MNC sebulan berapa? 300.000. Masih pakai kursi reka masih? Enak kan? Joget Mr. Palito gak? Kirim link apa itu Nightbot lu? Biasa lah. Link enak-enak itu? Enggak lah, itu link config CSGO gua.
Victor was looking for more. Gets popped. Out of charges.
Here comes the spam. Not able to tag up too much there.
Enak banget lanjutin. Ya
Falls
Allah.
to Asuna. He's coming up big on these rounds with some impact frags. It's can they finish it though?
Lu pernah ditangkap tim Jaguar ya? Enggak lah.
perfectly. Here it comes.
Look at the minimap. Look at the minimap. The Hunter's Fury comes out. Asuna looking to go hunt Crash. He's fancy
susah udah joget-joget tuh.
FNS shows up across mid.
Pauin aku. Sampai jam berapa, Bang? Map ini kelar gue udahan bodo amat.
With the op. So for FNS and Ye here, an attack on two fronts is 100 Thieves as they try to divide 100 Thieves' attention as the Cosmic Divide.
Terus melangkah melupakanmu. Lelah hati Bang, cosplay apa? Gimana pendapat tuh Sentinel kemarin ya? Kemarin Envy mainnya bagus banget sih. Gil barternya gue punya barang bagus rare. Apa tuh? Oh, anjing. Apaan tuh?
Getting hit by the alarm bot as well. He just gives a little hopscotch over to
Hahi,
Ye.
Bang
Thank you
Gil.
very much, and we are going back and forth in these rounds. 100 Thieves.
Kenapa Messi pindah ke PC sedangkan gue makan bubur gak diaduk? Mantap. Awas Bang, kemiripan copyright jelas. Boril bos.
Last map, but it still didn't work after they got hit up by utility. Didn't seem to matter that time. They run in, they're able to get out with nice frags too.
Kan eranya Sentinel lagi kah?
Going down so late, or coming off so late, because they had to still get out of that site with the spike going out. But they're showing that they can now live in the pressure. A reset from the maps is showing us a different 100 Thieves.
I like this setup here for 100 Thieves. Ethan's pretty close to having Seekers online, so they use the flash. They also get Asuna up top to provide a little cover, give Ethan some space to farm that. So he's now 1 point away from having Seekers.
Looks like he'll grab that here. Just patiently waiting it out.
Copyright dari Tuhan. Copyright rusak lagunya. Goblok lah. Jangan bengong Gil, gak, gue lagi baca, lagi ngecek handphone, sorry. Tahu guys, pikiran gue udah nggak di sini guys. Pikiran gue udah entah di mana ini. Halo. Pikirannya di Tinder, goblok kagak anjing. Tidur Bang. Iya. Antuk kah Bang Gil? Lumayan antuk. Tidur jam sini, bangun jam berapa? Gua aja tadi pagi tidur jam nyabun. Gue tadi pagi tidur jam sekelarnya Sentinel, bangun jam bangun jam 8:30 aja. Susah sih. Minum Bang, air gua habis. Bang Gil, bateraiku udah sisa 4%. Dicas dulu dong.
They are taking a lot of damage on these rounds though. Envy is not letting them go quietly with these wins. So coming through strong again. 100 Thieves pick up another round, showing us a bit more pace to what they're doing. But these moments almost need to be cleaned up to make sure that they can carry the weapons and utility they need into next round. Envy will punish any mistakes right now. Ethan does have his Seekers up. They've grabbed the last 2 rounds, which means they're pushing Envy farther back into another eco round. This could be one of those ones that hits that if Envy don't want to be on a partial buy next round. This one's starting off for round 8, 4-3. Yay, looking for the initial peak as 100 Thieves gain a bit of ground in mid. This is the first time they're really trying to work up here. Oh, they go back to A, so never mind.
Cukup jembut belum ya Allah.
Also just saw an Astral Star pop. There is
bunuh sih, Pam.
So they can feel where some of that pressure is coming from.
Langsung tarik biar ke delete. Oh, mampus nggak trade kill. Bang jangan tidur Bang. Kenapa Bang? Aku nggak boleh tidur.
He's got to get info. He's got to be able to isolate some of these gunfights. So info gathered, gunfight isolated, but not able to land the shots. Victor cleans that up. We're tied up at 4. Neither team willing.
AWP tuh, AWP sampai diping pakai drone coba. Ada masalah apa Bang Skill? Nggak ada apa-apa guys.
And we're seeing a different map where everybody's able to participate in the kills from 100 Thieves side as well. It's not somebody trying to
ceramah dulu Bang. Ceramah apa yang diceramahin?
The nerves shaking off here for this next one.
One enemy remaining.
He has been such a stellar addition to the squad. And now we are on round 9. 3 ults to the Blade Storm of Asuna.
Masalahnya viewer pada bangsat. Iya benar, masalah gue viewer gue pada bangsat benar.
EA has that op again, not playing cat. This time just checking mid.
Bang, aku jomblo 4 tahun, apakah normal? Normal lah. Bahkan ada orang yang jomblo dari lahir kan, belum punya. Gila anjing, apaan tuh cok? Gila itu sih jago, gua kan jago, itu jago sih, jago sumpah. Jago. Dia di bait dari bawah, denger updraft tapi dia bisa tetap bunuh yang atas tuh. Gokil anjing. Di flash dari Emen ya. Kena tarik. Marv. Kena ubur-ubur itu, kena ubur-ubur. Ya, sayang banget. Apa dia main aman dia? Kawin aku lagi, Bang. Nyanyi, Bang. Nyanyi apa? Nggak tahu gue mau nyanyi apa, guys. Datang nih bapaknya nih. Gila si Marva sih jago sih.
Just look at this scoreboard on the bottom of your screen when it comes back up again. The history repeating itself.
Nih pas masih kecil minum tesis nggak bang? Pas di warnet. Nggak, mohon maaf ya, nggak ada tesisri di sono, nggak ada tesisri guys. Beda guys. Soalnya lu mirip Iqbal CJR. Wih, thank you. Milih ya. Apa ya gombalan ya? Entot milih, tapi gue nggak tahu apa yang mesti gombal anjing. Apa sih gombalan yang paling terkenal anjing? Milih iya kali. Milea. Oh ini yang hari ini mungkin aku belum mencintaimu. Apa gitu, ya nggak sih? Wow, mampus lu. Hari ini mungkin aku belum mencintaimu. Apalah itulah itu. Setahu gua ada deh. Milea cappuccino buatan numero 1. Jijik panggil. Ya sorry dah, maaf. Kan tadi nggak tahu kalau besok ya kayak gitulah itu ya. Jangan rindu berat biar panggilan.
100 Thieves may have an idea of how to turn this back into their favor. That's going to be a look towards B to start. See if we can get some fakes out of this. Cosmic Divide may be able to throw off Envy, and Hiko or Steel may be the one to grab this orb. We'll have to see what the priority is.
Take me home, I'm falling.
Normally, I think you're right, because they've normally put it into Ethan's hands, but you're with Steel and Hiko
losing control, body and thought.
It's understandable.
Already years, darah sisa satu.
Lockdown is there for Envy. That would allow them to trade off or go for lockdown.
Bah!
Asuna clean shots onto Ye. The Cosmic Divide is going to come out as well. Oh, but Victor's going.
Pick up line lu pasti kayak gitu kan? Enggak.
Just on the other side of it. 100 Thieves should have plenty of room to work with.
Oh, itu kalau dia
spam through that, right? And that's exactly what Crashies is trying to do. And the lockdowns there as well.
Perasaan gak gitu liriknya, iya memang. Kan gue freestyle orangnya. Apakah dia worth it menumbalkan diri dia untuk menghancurkan sebuah ulti? Asuna, gila. Make a play Asuna nih. Tukeran. Gila Asuna, Jack. Ya, tapi nyabun. Udah bagus mah, tinggal konser. Thank you. Woi! I'm on my way, driving at 90 down those country lanes, singing for tiny dancer. Oke, anjing ngecit tadi tuh. Anjing dong nggak bikin album. Kau bisa tahu? Udah. Anjing. Pulling domain. Oh, dia tahu karena tadi dia si Crisis nembusin, dia ngelihat peluru trajektori ya, dia tembusin balik.
100 Thieves is starting to feel that momentum. They are going to call a timeout as they start to
pakai timeout segala, tai balap lah.
understand how to use it, understand what was working, and continue to add on to that.
Sore bagus bang kayak kaleng roaming, thank you. Pensi di Eccentrus ikut Indonesia Idol banggil.
Such a good, really representation of the entire map, in my opinion.
And I love what we thought was going to be the play was the alt orb. But it wasn't. The speed of 100 Thieves became
Bengong Hiko surupan loh.
how fast they get in.
Tai balap. Tai balap menang air ini. Jelas lah.
Forget about it. We don't need those alts to make this round happen. More confidence being pushed into the players
I
right
found
now.
a love.
Using it shouldn't be pushed in, but coming from the players rather.
Kiko bengong.
To get into these sites and know their first shot will be the one that counts.
Darling, just dive right in.
Just on the other side of a
Follow my lead. I found a girl, a beautiful and sweet.
North American representatives do get out. Envy with a slight lead, but a slight one nonetheless.
I never knew you were the someone waiting for me. Enak kan? Mantap memang gue nih titsan bukan Ed Sheeran.
And this may be fast. They just popped the star in mid on the archway, which means
titisan Ed Setan kalau gua.
Push through that.
Capek ya.
It's going to start right now. Stars already at tree as Envy is placed with
Ed Setan ya.
over towards this side of A already.
They knew that it was countered.
Langsung di ulti.
Like Hiko waits for it. The Seekers are going to come out as well. Now Asuna playing the smokes. No, Victor cleans him up. FNS holding things down for one. Marv gets one as well. Spike has gone down. It's just one member that remains on the side of 100 Thieves.
Kena gigit.
He's been here so many times before. He's made so much magic happen in these instances.
Suara mau bagus, mau pasti bangga. Thank you.
He's able to get one onto Victor. A little bit of util as well to clear things out, but for Envy, like you see the patience, they're not allowing him.
Dipantek bertiga. Dipantek bertiga, mati satu dulu sih. Gue kira bisa dikena wallbang tuh.
7-5 half for them defensively, but 100 Thieves, the fight that they put up relative to what we saw in Haven, this is night and day.
It's completely different. More confidence in the opening shot. Asuna's coming online. Nitro's following up. They're doing a hell of a job here to bring this back.
We're going to throw it down to the desk. An excellent start from Ye again, but Dash, do you think he can keep it up?
Well, I don't know
think you
about
can
whether or
keep
not I
up?
think he can do it, but I'm definitely curious about whether or not Bala and Kukuka think he can do it. Envy closing it out in 7-5 fashion. A slight edge here on Ascent, but a better look, I'd say, at least out of 100 Thieves so far.
Exactly, and as you were mentioning, they also started on the attack, so that gives me a little hope. They also got the pistol round in this instance, and it's what I mean. Like, I don't really think that they have as big as an option.
Yeah, for me, I just feel like 100 Thieves felt much better there, but I'm not sure if it was because 100 Thieves good play or if it was Envy slowing down a little bit, because I definitely felt a lot of that. However, I will say their attack side of Haven was the one that really kept that momentum going. Their defensive side, it kind of started to feel like wasn't necessarily as well thought out or as well executed. So I'm feeling a bit on the fence. I don't really know which way this is going to go, but I feel like Envy and Ye are going to come back swinging hard on the attack.
Yeah, I wanted to say that the defense feels so well structured by Envy, and the attack as well. Like, we saw very nicely plans executes onto B with the Cosmic Divide. The logs were correct, but the usage of utility from both teams was just perfect, and Envy knew exactly what he was going to go against.
I will say this, 14 kills for Ye, still topping the boards for his squad. That's no 20 like we had in Haven. And you're right. Yeah. So come on, Ye, pick up. No, the point I was going to make is how we had talked about him needing to be contained. And so the fact that he's held down to only 14 kills, I do take as a positive sign. A little bit more is going to have to happen, though, from 100 Thieves. But at least Asuna has crept up a bit.
Yeah, but with that also, you see Ethan slowing down a little bit. He's at 4 kills right now in the first half, and that was a factor to why they started off very strong on Haven. Now, maybe you see Asuna, maybe you see Nitro start to step up, but I think a lot of the other side is also lagging behind.
Yeah, I think both Ethan and Victor are not having the best halves, but I rely a lot on what Morph is going to do on this second one because he had a great day yesterday. He
Panggil
was having
sadar,
a great
Bang.
first map, and I feel like this one is going to be the same.
Panggil tidur kagak, Cok.
Need 6 rounds to push themselves to a grand final for 100 Thieves, looking to push us to a map 3. Riven Doug, back over to you for the call.
Thank you so much, Dash.
Sorry, guys.
For you to say that 14 kills and a half for Ye almost feels like a win is probably the most indicative thing we can talk about throughout this series so far. He's popped off.
Ketiduran gua.
They've put up much.
Makanya jangan diem kayak patung. Streamnya DC, guys. Bang, ini berapa itu 2? Iya, aku tahu kok, guys.
I mean, it's almost impossible to work your way in there right now.
Envy aggression, is it on the plate? It is. They're already looking through A archway from main and walking onto the site. Now, 100 Thieves allowing this to happen, so still feeling comfortable, but they may not know. This site is now littered with members of Envy.
So you've got Nitro who's up top, and you've got a pinch coming in as well from Tree, and there it is. Nitro's been left unchecked. Crash, he swings over, gives it to him. The spike goes down as well at the hands of Victor. Numbers advantage in favor of Envy. They're going to go ahead and invest in Trailblade as well to clear out the site. 100 Thieves, they have numbers. They're starting to show up, but they're all going to be coming in from heaven.
Exactly.
Now Steel rotating over, and it looks like Kiko's going to follow as well. So if you can apply a bit of pressure from up
Bangga jangan marah-marah. Siapa yang marah-marah? Aku nggak marah-marah, guys.
as well, a great flash. Doors closed.
Anjing Banggil diam jadi kayak patung.
Marv going aggressive. This is vintage Envy. Right now it's vintage Envy as Marv continues to push through the nebula, and he's gonna go looking for it. Marv gets 3!
Absolutely absurd aggression. They won't allow the post plant to have.
Bang, kamu DC kayak iya, otak gue yang DC, guys.
They continue to push forward. They do not have an off button. Envy take pistol round on second half.
And I think you
sorry,
mentioned
guys.
something, and Sean was talking about it as well. That guy's so smart. It's beautiful play from Envy because you're right. They don't allow 100 Thieves to set up for the retake, right? Like 100 Thieves, they're so good at that.
Kalau dilihat-lihat mirip KD dari mana? Kaget anjir, sorry dah.
Probably one of the best in the world to do it.
Bang, aku kaget, mampus pada kaget, mampus. Mampus pada kaget kan? Mampus lu.
The Trailblazer here right around the corner. Is it an opening kill? It's one, but a trade for Asuna. Does he get the Spectre?
Just held W.
Sorry deh, jangan gerak-gerak ya.
Just full send, not slowing down.
Aku takut bang, mampus lu, pada takut kan lu, enak lu.
Bring out the special keyboard. It just has a big
mampus
W
pada
on it.
bangun.
You can lay your elbow on that as you're just using your mouse. You really don't have to do too much else there. Steel looking to get a few kills, maybe pick up a Spectre. Get a few.
Marah-marah pusing sendiri gue.
Going down in this round so they can recoup that money for it next. Good do a lot of damage here if he can to Envy on the way out.
Anjing Zongli gue mati tenggelam, tolol anjing. Envy udah kayak main kompe masuk set, iya musuhnya Iko. Let's go Envy guys, Envy mantap nih, mantap.
9-5 here, Envy.
Envy masuk final, iya, tapi ntar dia kalah final lawan Gambit guys. Atau jangan-jangan Envy yang menang, iya. Feeling gue menang Gambit sih final. Kalau aku nggak kaget, Banggil marah nggak? Enggak, aku nggak marah kok. Sudahlah. Logo Wali. Jangan lupa, nih pasti Y kalau menang langsung logo Wali kayak gini nih.
On the defensive side here again, I want to keep continuing to talk about Steel's utility positioning, but well, yeah, swinging around. Steel's dropped as well.
This is the bonus,
and like the setup is great, but the gunfights are all just going in favor of Envy. Of course, as I say that, Ethan cleans up.
Alkohol tadi kayak ada takoyaki, ada alkoholnya gak?
Ethan with the round savior frag almost.
Udah menang aja round ini biar bonus round anjing.
All the stars are being set up as you see Marv positioning now up to the stairs.
Ah, shock dart tuh makan tuh anjing. Map 3 lah, gak map 3 ada gua udahan. Ah, mampus gak ada map 3 anjing. Ah, lu lihat. Weh, tapi bohong. Walk prank, sosok tegang tadi. Padahal mah gua gak tegang. Gua tahu pasti menang roundnya. Dah 11-5 nih kan, fix nih. Sering lihat di ranked drone bisa tinggi banget, gimana caranya? Ya lu mesti ada permukaan yang tinggi.
Oh, that kill from Ethan looked like it would have been the turn of the round. Nitro then putting a bit of it on his back.
HBD dah.
But expecting everybody to
Cocok
be
jadi
inside was
prankster,
the
Bang.
last straw there. Envy come up with 10 now, 3 away from the grand finals.
3 away from grand finals, 3 rounds in a row. Economy busted for 100 Thieves as Envy's just able to roll in the dough, do whatever the heck they want with it.
Ada kita kena prank guys. Iya.
100 Thieves. A bit of a lean towards A. You've got 2 on A and you have 1 towards 3 as well. It seems like that's where the majority of Envy is headed. FNS the one exception as he's playing mid. Crashies once again. Looking for... Whoa! Wait. How does he do it? Mark does it as well. Ye's going in aggressive.
Ini game gampang sekali kata Envy nih tuh. Nembak asalnya mati tuh.
Just not missing right now.
Game PPG tuh. Ambil spike katanya nih biar lu bisa ulti. Anjing. Katanya gue juga udah ada ulti, kocak. Lu pasang aja ya udah, santai anjing katanya. Ya udah gitu. Oh, udah gila gue guys. Astagfirullah. My brain. Lu masuk tim speak Envy Bang. Iya. Ethan kenapa Ethan? Kok toxic? Iya biasa, udah pagi guys. Kok tiba-tiba lebih energi om? Nggak tahu dah.
It's tough, right? Because you see they're taking the jiggle peaks, they're
Warnanya
taking
bangga.
trades, holding some hard angles, and then shots like this. Bloop. Do the reset, the peel off, and it still hits. Those become unfortunate timing situations where, yeah, you're walking in to the aim of your opponent.
Ucapan HBD siapa ulang tahun, kocak. HBD.
100 Thieves calling a timeout.
Timeout mulu bangsat lah. Makin lama nih, titit. Jam 3 bangsat. Lu nggak tahu apa di sini jam 3 cok. Malah timeout si anjing lah.
Greatest philosopher of our time, Marshawn Lynch. We're just gonna punch you in the face.
Jangan timeout lah. Maksud timeout please.
Over again. Right?
Udah kalah ya. Ngapain timeout segala coba.
And this is what we've expected out of 100 Thieves.
Komenin Bang bilang, "Yey suruh taunting di TeamSpeak lo." Siap. Ntar gue bilangin. Ntar kalau gue bilangin ke si Yey, ntar gue telepati dulu.
Where's the counter?
Gue barusan bilang ke si Ye, kalau lu menang ntar lu jangan lupa gaya begini ya. Kata dia, iya siap. Sabi katanya. Ntar kita lihat, dia dengar apa kata gue gak deh, coba. Kita lihat ya. Makin pagi makin stres. Tahu guys, gue pusing. Wali pride. Udah buru woy, GG woy, gue pengen lihat si Yey logo Wali anjing.
Shock dart to clear out the alarm bot playing mid. And I do want to point this out. So the way Steel is set up right now in B, you've got Turret looking into garage, and then you've got him with the Odin. So as soon as that turret plays contact, he's able to spam through the wall, hopefully catch a pick. And for FNS, he hasn't given that
I've got your trail.
Asuna can't be worried about his movement. The Seekers, though, are going to give him up, but they don't look just in time. Yes, he actually gets.
Asuna ngapain bunuh? Usah bunuh udah, kalah aja.
Envy on this, and they have already flooded into the site.
Cosmic Divide is out. Ye's already cleaned up Steel. Nitro, a man alone.
Nitro.
Able to get a second as Crashes clears that out, so they're able to get onto the site. They should be able to.
Ayo, bisa yuk. Bantai nih. Gigit dulu, gigit. Nah. Dia nge-cheat Banggil. Logi Wali dulu Mas Gil, tar. Banggil ultah kagak, kocak anjing nih. Udah FNS kamu ngapain? Udah ngedok di belakang aja udah. Selamat buat project barunya Mas. Wah, kritek sih ini sih. Please, jangan kritik, please. Itu wah, let's go anjing. Sabar, gue denger kata Ye dulu. Dia ngomong katanya dia udah gak sabar pengen ngeluarin logo Wali nih. Ayo let's go guys. Bang aku kaget, sorry.
waiting on that highway side. The entrance couldn't have been had.
Teriakan lelaki, sorry guys.
Timing. Envy is retaliating with everything, and their utility has been absolutely perfect as well. Victor giving Hiko a little bit of the medicine that Hiko was able to clutch with previously here at Masters Below.
Ah, Ethan pusing Ethan.
Dude, he had 38 health.
The quick
Jangan teriak-teriak bang, ntar mamaku bangun ntar ya, sorry guys.
few shots, assessing the situation perfectly from the side of Envy. Game point.
NV-nya Wali kan nggak masuk ya.
With the blade storm.
Yeah,
and it seemed like the Trailblazer got cleared out. Understood. Well, we
tengah waras cok, iya cok.
The flash came out, but
Anjing Crisis mirip Sid banget. Iya memang kan, sudah gue bilang. Iya, gue kaget Zhongli gue mati jatuh kan. Anjing goblok. Zhongli. Udah nggak sehat streamnya, ya emang mesti udahan nih, tai lah. Babi.
That grand finals hunger for sure, dog. Envy is just in a different form right now. We said yesterday.
Malam Koron.
It sometimes becomes scary to see a team like that, like Gambit and what they could do. Now Envy versus 100 Thieves.
Nanti final BO5, gak tau deh, mungkin.
This is a brutal setup. Look at where FNS is. They've taken mid. They're getting onto the site. Any sort of rotate is cut off by FNS. Nitro's gonna have to hold site. They're gonna have to hold it themselves.
Kenapa nyabun, ngentot.
Past the defenses. They're able to get past the setup that Envy had set up. Yay gets dropped. 100 Thieves backs against the ropes.
Bikin lama aja. Nyabun lagi. Bang, aku ngantuk, tidur aja. Main kos di Team 6 berapa?
They're letting Envy in and not to be like into the
Dah,
site,
gue bilangin, main yang benar.
as they come through, we're saying Nathan, Nitro.
Nah, ini Ron ini menang nih. Slow. Kalau ini bangga GBU goblok kok nggak nonton anjir.
Already we have no stars placed.
Dan ini pasti menang, Ron ini pasti menang nih. Gue udah briefingin tadi. Kelemahannya di mana-mana udah gue kasih tahu tadi. Nah, gue udah tahu nih tadi. Manggil teriak lagi, nggak bisa. Kasih reward bang, kalau Ron yang menang kasih libur ke Bali goblok.
Lockdown online, yeah, using his blade storm. Oh, early aggressive space taken away from Austin to dial it up, hit it just where they hurt at just the right time for 100 Thieves.
And that's great precedence to read. Envy has been going towards A with a little bit of flank towards mid. All right, let's push someone out and take the space in B right away. We have more intel, and we know how well 100 Thieves works off just a little bit of intel of what Steel can deliver. Nice dodge by Asuna.
Asuna having to dash back. Yeah, he's going hunting. He's following up. He's got the blade storm, not able to land anything yet. You hear the 100 Furies coming out to try to counter out the lockdown. That's exactly what it does. Yeah, not able to land the shot with the op.
Iya, ya udah.
Everything erupted, and everything slows down.
And this is being able to attack back for 100.
Ditarik di. Wah, anjir. Gila hoki banget orang. Gila hoki banget.
40 seconds left.
Nitro's
good for 3. Nitro good for 4. A prime gaming flawless for 100 Thieves.
Shake it out. Just shake his hands out, Nitro. Oh my word. What a round from him. 21 and 12 coming from the controller position. Absolutely stellar showing the last few days here of Berlin, and he continues to bring that momentum into the back half of this map. But is it a little too little, too late? What a fantastic round from him.
And economy for Envy here, they've put, okay, so we're starting to see some of that hurt, right? They won 5 rounds in a row. The rounds have been close. Now 100 Thieves with 2 just brings Envy into a lighter situation. Crashies with the Sheriff, SMGs the rest of the way. Marv as well with 1.
Aduh. Ini mereka dengerin gua ngasih apa yang gua briefingin kok gini mainnya anjas. Tidur sehari berapa jam? Tergantung. Random gua tidur. Lu ditarik ke bawah kali Gil, masuk tim speak-nya.
Beautiful.
Aduh. Oh no, please.
For a prime gaming flawless for 100 Thieves.
And there's little bits of an advantage too in having that in those experiences.
Bangga kalau tidur merem apa mata terbuka, ngeri banget kalau mata terbuka ambil tidur guys. Mantap penonton lu stabil 150-160. Komunitas tuh bagus dari mana nih? Penonton gua kan enggak jelas semua isinya, emang biarin aja.
Brings 100 Thieves to another level mentally.
Envy calling a timeout
Step
here.
mom,
It's been
step mom.
3 rounds in a row for 100 Thieves.
Tahu Nitro nih ngepet nih. Jarinya pengen gue pletekin dah tai.
100 Thieves once again showing
Mata gue matanya terbuka bang buset.
they will not do so easily. They
Saya
will
suka
not
streamer
do so
toxic.
quietly. They will punch back.
And as soon as they smell blood in the water,
Apa benar kalau nasi?
to
Bagus
attack with a
ngomongnya nggak
varying
jelas sih ya.
strat, right? A little bit of speed
Oh kami hanya
and slow it
160,
down.
hanya 160 kami setia, bagus bagus.
More opening shots now going in favor of 100
Komunitas
Thieves.
binatang
Opening
solid
up the
ini.
sights and we see them not
Woi
initially
buruan lah kelarin
leading a
ngentot.
strategy more of how Envy is actually
Ah lama
rotating
anjing
around
bangsat
pressure
kau.
100 Thieves is created by making Envy a man down. It's much more, as we said, intel-based play, which 100 Thieves loves.
It's almost like, yes, the intel-based play, but they also seem to like playing when they're down.
Oh my word! Like it says the activation button.
Yeah, there's a little, there's something a little extra there that 100 Thieves are able to reach
The
into.
fans
but,
love it too.
But they still have so much to go. They
Yo, yo.
have it out for them. They're still
Kasih
down
Wali dulu.
pretty considerable amount here facing.
Ntar abis ini Wali nih, abis ini Wali keluar. Ini recon apa nih kalau boleh tahu nih? Oh ini yang gue ajarin nih, masih ingat ya sih dia nih? Ini gue ajarin waktu itu. Ya ini patokannya di sebelah awan ini. Pinter deh, inget dia, masih inget berarti. Pintar.
Very difficult round just based on momentum. Envy back with weapons. And that should be bigger than
Persis kayak yang gue ajarin tuh, double bounce emang.
sonar detection, so he's good to go.
Udah mulai denger kayak nih sama yang gue briefingin kayak nih.
Asuna again playing this tight angle with the op. We saw him in the previous round find success with that setup.
Gila Bang Gil morning person banget nih jam segini udah bangun kentot. Morning person apaan belum tidur kocak.
That should be the cue for Asuna. These swings.
Ada kabar gembira di keluarga gue ada yang baru lahiran, gue jadi bapak.
But it gets recalled. Asuna again lands a big shot for 100 Thieves.
Entot nih.
Again.
Anjing bener-bener.
Envy moves off of this.
Please lah.
Their positionings, a slight bit of rotation over here out of Hiko so he can get his utility to the site fast, and you can see the lean as well from Asuna. The Steel's got to be calling what he's hearing on tree right now to make these moves.
They're gonna flip B. They're gonna go mid B split. Look at how far up Crashies is.
Ethan.
And they've got the Trailblazer to clear things out, but Asuna's rotating with enough time. It looks like Hiko is as well. Right now, Envy
Comeback enggak comeback lah ini.
because they have the same position taken away on either side. Crashies drops. That's the
Let's go. Kak.
Steal.
Nge-fake emang taktiknya nge-fake guys. Masalahnya Nitro gak ketahuan anjing.
Tournament on his back, looking to keep things alive. No, he drops. Victor gets one. He's gonna get the spike down as well.
Let's
6
go.
seconds left. Yay and Marv looking to cut off their rotation.
Oh my gosh.
Last one. It's all just
Salah.
down to
Kok begini gua gini? Ini guys. Siap-siap nih Wali guys. Let's go anjing. Salah logo. Ini Wali nih. Sabar nih belum menang nih. Oh beda. Harusnya menang sih nih. Tapi plantingnya jelek anjir. Tapi bakal ditarik.
Corner Ethan on the tap. The gravity well is there. He understands where Marv is, but is he gonna have time? You're gonna have to hold it, and no, it's not gonna happen. They say art is eternal. Envy just put their own Mona Lisa together on the way to the grand finals.
And locking in a spot at Champions. Envy taking down 100 Thieves in fantastic fashion.
Ayo, seperti yang udah gue briefingin, ayo. Ayo Wali.
Coming out of the North American region, but just in
mana logonya ngentoy?
Recent additions, Mark, yay. Really coming
belum. Ntar kayak ntar deh pas foto yang berlima kayak dia. Sabar.
And you talk about clashes of style.
Oh,
right?
baby.
Like Gambit, we're going to be slow, we're going to wait, we're going to feel things out, and Envy, they're just going to go. Baby, they're going to...
What's slow?
Lama nih.
Envy, I'm sorry, what's slow? That's the first thing you
Logo Wali itu tai.
tell about that team is they don't know what slow is.
Bacot goblok.
Having glimmers there, and I think again,
Nggak logo.
in my opinion, it comes down to aim.
Lu briefing ke yang mana? Ntar bener nih, Dad.
On today, I mean, we saw that last take of the site. Nitro was on Victor, who was checking multiple angles. Victor
Bacotnya Asuna nih.
gets the frag and opens up A in a 1v1. Those situations happen too often.
Yeah, the aim was just cracked, and I know we talked a lot about Ye, but leading into Berlin, I put out a little Twitter poll.
Disimpan buat final, Bang.
What do you consider Ye? amongst duelists, amongst Jets at Berlin, and the conversation was like, well, he's kind
Ih, lama banget. Titit nih.
Yeah, he just spit all over that.
Bete.
What was your poll? What was your
Bete.
poll? Finesse there in the front. The mastermind for the squad of Envy, calling the shots throughout the game and just keeping it so
nih.
clean throughout the entirety of the time. Marv down your left, Crash, he's behind him. Finesse in the middle.
Aku kagak sih.
Victor.
Ini malah dia yang logo gaya-gaya mulu.
A little bit of sheesh.
Sheesh. Terus dia sendiri lagi.
Coming out there, I think the fun thing for Envy is you think about the iteration
Mana?
that this roster has gone
Belum. Sabar.
all the way back.
Sabar.
Think back towards the first strike days. For Envy, we always knew they were good, right? Like they had a
Kok enggak sih?
consistent riflers. They seem like the most
Woi.
one of the more fundamentally sound teams there.
Malah begini entoy. Malah begini siapa yang ngajarin kocak.
To get over that hump, and there were a lot of
Kenapa dia malah begini?
Do they scratch it? Like, how do they get back into this thing? Because they know the potential's there. It took Ye joining. We talked about Marv. Really across the board, this whole team, they stepped up in such a big
Kecewa
way.
gua, sumpah gua kecewa banget.
Recipe that
Kecewa gua.
they're looking for. This is Envy.
That's
Kecewa gua.
A sprinkle of Ye, an
Kecewa gua sama Ye.
Crashies, which is now Victor and Crashies, and an all good FNS.
Kecewa
And
gua.
you're absolutely good. It just seems like what they needed to bring this out.
Kecewa gua,
Thieves
sumpah.
still have that last chance qualifier. They do. But Envy again, lock in champions, lock in grand finals, and they will look at that
nggak ada,
gambit
Cok.
footage all throughout the night to figure out what that slow pace
Udah lupa dia, udah
is
lupa.
and how
Simpan buat final kayaknya.
can topple it.
I just want to throw the rest of the day and fast forward, right? Like, let's get into that match as soon as we possibly can. Again, smiles across the board for members of Envy as they're able to take down 100 Thieves in convincing 2-0 fashion to work their way to the grand finals. A date with Gambit at the big dance. Folks, we're going to throw
Udah guys, gua mau opsin dulu guys, udah pagi, udah capek gua anjing. Oke. Tidur yuk guys. Besok Gambit juara guys. Oke. Oke, thank you guys semua yang udah nonton. Gue opsin dulu, udah pagi, bye-bye. Sampai jumpa lagi, mungkin besok gue streaming lagi. Thank you udah donate, udah like, udah nonton, udah ngobrol-ngobrol juga, oke. Bye-bye guys semua, selamat pagi, selamat beristirahat, bye-bye.